he wasn't making the attempt to go out of bounds. He was trying to get every single yard, and kudos to him for doing that. And then they're actually showing the kicker right now. Like, I don't know
what happened here,
how that happens.
Like Aikman goes, I've never seen that in my life.
Yeah, I mean, it was full. If you're taking a golf swing, you hit a foot behind the ball in the turf, and you don't follow through. Like, I don't know how that happens. Did he misjudge the distance to the ground?
It's like he's never kicked a field goal before in his life.
Get him some glasses.
No kidding. No, you said I watched the game last night. I said the Pistons, and you went right to Monday Night Football.
Yes, well, okay, I happen to be a football guy.
Do you?
Yes. But I had the two screens going.
Yeah.
And so I had a chance to see what the Pistons were doing, and, I mean, hell of a finish. And that's all that matters. Sometimes in these NBA games, too, it's why sometimes I don't necessarily pay full attention in the second or third quarters, because it really does come down to the final 2 minutes of the game. At that point, hey, you got that one on the big screen, and you're looking at it going, okay, can Cade get this done? Is this going to be another one that slips away? I don't say another one. Is this going to be one that slips away, or are they going to get it done? And they got it done. Starting a new streak.
It is that familiar feeling where it's the second quarter and it's a one-score game. You go, okay, give me the fourth quarter. That's where we're going to settle this thing. Because it was a sloppy night. They had a lot of turnovers. Neither team could make a bucket. You knew it was going to come down through the last 4 or 5 minutes. And, John, in the last 4 minutes, Cade Cunningham scored 8 of the team's final 10 points.
Yep.
Including an unbelievable play, getting to the rim and finishing. He leads the NBA in fourth quarter scoring. I think he's number 2 in clutch points, as they define clutch points. He's a certified closer. He's a certified star.
Yeah. And so it's fun to watch it. It's just, I mean, I go back to why I'm not invested in every single minute of an NBA game. There's just not a lot of compelling moments throughout the course of a long NBA game until you get to the final 2-3 minutes. And Cade, the one thing that what did we say last year? And we don't have to spend too much time on this, even though they are fun to watch and fun to talk about because they're winning. It was, can Cade be the guy that closes out games at the end of the game?
When he got his extension, it was a talk of, is he a 1A or a 1B? Is he a Batman or is he a Robin?
Now, okay, we may not get a chance. Like we all said, hey, for the Lions, it's you'll make your point, we'll make our decision, we'll see what happens when you get into the playoffs, because we thought that was kind of a given. Now we're walking that back a bit, but it's kind of the same thing with Cade, right? You can do it in a regular season, and that's the first step. You've got to do it. You can't just expect that you're going to flip the switch and be in the playoffs and hey, I become a closer. But we need to see it in the playoffs.
Absolutely. That's where you make your point. That's where you, ! I'm the guy, I'm him. Mm-hmm. But he's doing all the things he should be doing right now to lift this basketball team up. That's a loss last night without Cade. He was great down the stretch. Yeah, I don't expect you to come in like TJ Lang on a Monday with your notes pouring out about everything that happened in last night's regular season NBA game. Just a note on Cade. You heard in the update, Pat Fitzgerald going to be announced as Michigan State's head football coach. We discussed it a little bit yesterday, just the instant reaction of the hire. John, as he speaks today, he's going to lay out his vision for the program. We want to hear from you guys, and I want to have you lead this off. What are the expectations for a Pat Fitzgerald-led Michigan State football team? Define what success will look like for Fitzgerald in East Lansing. 248-539-9797. Phones and texts, 248-539-9797.
So I expect, first of all, today's press conference to be two things. One, obviously talking to alumni and the fan base. More importantly, talking to recruits, because National Signing Day is tomorrow. And so he is going to be talking to those because, yes, he will pick up the phone and he'll be on the phone all day long talking to the recruits, watching film. Is this a guy that I want to make sure that we stay committed to? And maybe his policy is going to be, hey, if we're just going to stay committed to all these guys because they're not going to have a full class, there will be some that will decommit, which we've already seen. But it's going to be recruiting Marsh. Hey, get on the phone to him. I know he entered the portal, but is going to intend to enter the portal. But it's going to be, can I convince him? Is he a guy that I want to convince to come back? He's going to have to watch a film, talk to some coaches, blah, blah, blah. And I would encourage everyone, because I know there's a lot of local kids that are committed to Michigan State. Give him a chance. And I know everybody's going to say, oh, well, wouldn't you rather have them go to Michigan? I'm always going to be player first. And if you are committed to Michigan State, if you committed to Jonathan Smith, you have a major upgrade from Jonathan Smith to Pat Fitzgerald. Pat Fitzgerald coached teams are going to be disciplined. They're not going to beat themselves. I think the turnovers will go down. I think penalties will go down. I think all of those things where we use them as terms of we shot ourselves in the foot too many times. They're not going to be eliminated, but they will be minimized with a Pat Fitzgerald coach team. You are going to be disciplined. You're going to be motivated. And you are going to be a better team than maybe the, quote unquote, recruiting stars say. Mm-hmm. What does that mean in year one? Are they 6-6? I haven't even looked at their schedule to see who they're playing in the Big Ten. Are they going to be a 7-win team, an 8-win team? I expect, without knowing some of those things, that they are going to be a bowl-eligible team.
So in year one, he's going to avoid Ohio State, Penn State, USC, and Indiana.
All right, so he's got Oregon, obviously, then.
He's got Oregon. Of course, he'll play at Michigan. They'll play at Notre Dame. But they're going to avoid a lot of the heavy hitters in year one.
Okay.
Which we'll see what year one even looks like from roster construction and all that stuff. But just to fill in the blanks there, that does set up for them to get off on the right foot.
Yeah.
So what does success look like long term, though? Like beyond year one? Like what defines Pat Fitzgerald successful at Michigan State if they do what?
In year one?
No, in general. Does he have to win Big Ten titles, make the college football
eventually,
playoff?
yes.
How many over how much time? Like, because the way I approached this question was, what you said, first things first, there's going to be a clear identity. They'll be feisty, they'll be physical. The underdog spirit of MSU matches really well with Pat Fitzgerald, a Midwest guy. I think identity, temperament, all that's a good fit.
All right.
In terms of success, I think 8+ wins becomes kind of where you need to live. And every so often, I said one of every 3 years, you need to be in the college football playoff.
Yeah, so the 3-year plan kind of follows what I was going to say. Year one, I think at a minimum 6 wins. You're bowl eligible. Year two, I would expect that you would be in that 9-win area. Year three, I would expect that you would be in the conversation of being a college football playoff team.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to suggest every year MSU is a playoff team. But I think every third year, so over a 6-year span, you make it twice, right? Fourth in the Big Ten, third or fourth in the Big Ten gets you in every year, you would think, in a 12-team playoff. You win 10-plus games. And then my other question was the rivalry with Michigan. They're 10-10 the last 20. Can he hold the line, hold his own, win one of every 2? Is that a fair standard at MSU to win one of every 2 against your big rival?
Oh, I would think so. And that's why I said yesterday I was conflicted because I think this is a great hire, but I'm mad because he is. I do believe he is a really good football coach. He's going to recruit well. They're going to be disciplined. They're going to be physical, and especially in that game, if you're the more disciplined team, chances are you're going to win it.
Heck, I think State fans would take 4 out of 10.
Okay.
I really do. I mean, the history of the rivalry is that Michigan wins more. You use that 10-10 stat, but what is it, 4 in a row or 5 in a row now for Michigan?
I believe it's 5.
Yeah. So
4.
So look, Mark D'Antonio was responsible for the stretch where they owned Michigan. I think expecting that would put a too high of a bar. How about this? What if they're Iowa?
I don't think that's good enough.
Iowa showed over the course of the last 30 to 40 years in my life that they're better than State as a program.
It depends the time frame you want to use. Sure.
30.
But when's the last Iowa 10-win season?
What if he does? What if he's Kirk Ferentz?
Or Ferentz?
Ferentz.
Yep.
Thanks a lot. That's what we do around here.
I think that is initially that would be a very good bar measuring stick for Pat Fitzgerald.
So here's the question. Is being Iowa good enough for Michigan State fans when it comes to Pat Fitzgerald?
I think that's an interesting way of framing it. My gut said no. I mean, I'd have to go back. I don't know the last time Iowa had a 10-win season. MSU's got to have some 10-win seasons with Pat Fitzgerald, I would think. Make a playoff. Iowa hasn't done that, right? Anyway, we'll talk more about it. 97.1.
Hey, stop waiting for the breakdown in the cold. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price, so give them a call today because spots fill up quickly, and we've got some cold weather, so you know the phone is ringing. Don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Was not a pretty performance, but a Piston win. Both teams held under 100. Plenty of turnovers. Hard to buy a bucket. But when the game was on the line, Cade Cunningham scored 8 of the final 10 points. Closed things out, and the Pistons win 99-98 against the Atlanta Hawks. Mark Champion on the call there. Got some response coming in on Pat Fitzgerald and the expectations at Michigan State. Mm-hmm. And I do have to make a correction because, Tom, you were spot on. I spoke too soon. Iowa football might be the blueprint, and MSU fans can tell us if this is good enough. But in the last 10 years, Iowa football has 4 10-win seasons.
Okay, so a little context as well. That was in the Big Ten West.
Some of it, yes.
Some of it. It was all of it was in the Big Ten West.
Yeah, I suppose since they've expanded, they haven't gotten to 10.
Right, and so it's a little bit more difficult now because I think 9 wins is on the table more than 10 wins. Some of those teams that were in
Sure.
the Big Ten West because you're going to be facing more, or at least a chance to face more of the good teams in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
So I look at Iowa as a program that they're a tough out. You know their identity. They're going to have a very good defense, and it's going to be hard to score points on them. And I think that's the blueprint for State is to build that toughness that way. But then the D'Antonio formula was get consistent quarterback play.
Right.
And
Iowa never has.
Finding that in the portal era is harder. D'Antonio's success is directly correlated to Cousins and Cook. Yeah. I mean, to me, that's the blueprint because you're trying to go out there and be some flashy program, and that's not what Fitzgerald is.
No, but I think there's going to be a real question who is on Fitzgerald's staff. Are they going to have an offense that's consistent? Because at Northwestern, they didn't. The quarterback play at Northwestern was more reminiscent of Iowa. So I think maybe that is the key. Can you be Iowa with a quarterback? Can you win 10 games every few seasons? Can you get to the playoff every 3 or 4 years? That's kind of the blueprint of Iowa football then.
And what was the blueprint for Pat Fitzgerald? And those Pat Fitzgerald coach teams, it was develop offensive linemen. What do we know about the Iowa program? Is developing offensive linemen because you look back at Rashawn Slater, first round pick, Pete Skoronski, first round pick. Those were all, and I know Pete Skoronski came out after Pat was relieved of duty there, but he is a Pat Fitzgerald guy. So he is a guy that is going to recruit offensive linemen, and I think he'll have a better chance of recruiting better talent. He's not going to just have to develop 2- and 3-star guys. He should be able to attract better talent than that coming out of high school at Michigan State. And now, can he find that quarterback? Can he do it in the transfer portal early on in his tenure there? Can he recruit really good, talented quarterbacks to come in and develop and play at Michigan State?
We got a text that says, as a Michigan fan, I'm jealous of the hiring of Pat Fitzgerald. I truly believe that Fitzgerald will get more out of his players and talent than Sharon Moore can or will.
Well, he's going to have to show. I don't, we'll see. And there's a lot of pressure on Sharon Moore in regards to, you got the number 1 talent in the country coming out of high school last year. What's he going to be from year 1 to year 2?
I think another thing, too, is how does he recruit without having the handcuffs of Northwestern?
Yep.
meaning the academic handcuffs.
Right.
It's pretty much a fair game up at Michigan State. And I do think, I think for Michigan or Michigan State to be really good, you have to recruit Ohio. You got to pluck some guys out of there that don't go to Ohio State. You got to find that 3-star that's getting overlooked because of all the 5-star talent that's down there.
Well, and he should, just like we talk about Michigan and certainly Ohio State, Penn State, like the bulk of your talent should come from Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania. A lot of football talent there.
How about you guys let the man coach before you put these huge expectations on him? He's a good coach. He'll level up the program. It just might take time.
Well, the expectations for the program. I don't care who, insert any coach, insert any next coach.
Whoever MSU hired, you were going to have a bar. You were going to have expectations.
Yeah, you can't tell me that the bar is Jonathan Smith. Okay, just get over that bar.
No. And we're asking where to place it today, by the way. This is an open discussion. But I think if you're going to pay, we'll see what he gets paid, but you're going to commit rev share and NIL dollars, you're not going to go 6-6. You're not going to go 8-4. Well, you're going to have to see a return on investment. So what is that for Michigan State? Understanding this isn't LSU. This isn't Ohio State.
Yeah.
This isn't Michigan. But what is the standard? Can you hold your own in your rivalry? Can you make the college football playoff every so often? Can you establish an identity for your football team? We're defining that. I think that's what you do when you make a hire is you have to judge him on some level of standard. What is the standard for MSU football? 248-539-9797. This text says, tell Tom to shove it with the Iowa stuff. State's prime and potential is a whole lot better than Iowa's.
My response to that is, I should have said that should be the floor.
Okay.
So those are the down. Once he gets established and gets in there and does his thing for 3 years, that should be the floor for the program, and you have rise-ups, usually tied to your quarterback.
I'm a Michigan fan, but I'd ask Spartan fans, if Indiana can do it, why can't you? Cignetti has reset the bar for everyone. A school with no tradition is fighting for a national title. Again, if IU can do it, why can't you?
It's really going to come down to, and I mean, this is the NFL, it's college football. You've got to get the quarterback.
Yep. All right, something to consider today. We are giving away some money. 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. We'll give away Red Wing tickets in the 8 o'clock hour today. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So one of Detroit's most iconic ruins is set for massive transformations. Yes, on Monday, Mayor Mike Duggan announced that the city has signed a letter of intent to redevelop the former Packard plant site. So this is a long time in the making. So Duggan says proposed plans for Packard Park, it's going to be called, include a new manufacturing plant on the southern half of the site, along with community space, an indoor skate park, and an electronic music museum.
For a long time, Detroiters, they know the Packard plant closed in 1956. It took us 10 years to knock down 45 of the 47 buildings, and now we're starting to redevelop the site. So they have hundreds of jobs and historic, cultural activities here. It's a great use, and I'm excited to see this Grand Boulevard activated again.
So it's still going to take several years to complete, right? They say potentially the whole project could be completed by 2029.
Okay, so yeah,
right.
basically 3 years.
Yeah, which, all right, that's all right.
Yeah.
It's been a long time, like you said, 10 years to knock down 45 buildings, so, you know.
Now, the problem with the Packer plant with that letter of intent was that Detroit's getting a new mayor and they can enter the transfer portal pretty quickly.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that letter of intent like a promise ring?
You guys, the Detroit Zoo is now home to 3 African lion cubs. Lots of little babies at the zoo
wow.
because we just had the giraffe that had the baby.
Yeah.
Right.
So now there's 3 little lion cubs. On Monday, the zoo announced the birth of 3 healthy cubs to 9-year-old mom Amira and dad Kalu. And the announcement, the zoo said, as a first-time mom, she has been wonderfully calm, attentive, and nurturing, spending her days bonding closely with her little ones in a cozy, quiet den. The cubs were born on November 23rd and the 24th. And it sounds like the cubs and the mama are going to remain in their den away from the public for a little while, but the other members of the Pride will still be out and about, so you can see them. They think it will be a few months before guests at the zoo will get to see the cubs because they just
Okay.
need to get a little stronger before they can
Yeah.
wander out in a bigger space. But pretty cool for
Yeah.
sure.
Well, I tell you what, you would never tell she was pregnant. She helped. She held it well. We were there all summer long,
I didn't see her.
and we would see her laying around. And yeah, I would. I mean, I don't know what a pregnant lion looks like, but
I would imagine you'd be able to tell a little bit, but I don't know. You guys, several fans at the Michigan-Ohio State game didn't even make it to the end of the game because they were ejected from the big house. So according to the Michigan Public Safety Department, there was a total of 37 ejections. So 14 were for disorderly conduct, 11 were due to being highly intoxicated, 6 violated stadium rules, 3 were ejected for fighting, and 2 were minors in possession of alcohol.
boy.
One fan was arrested for resisting and obstructing officers. A few others were cited for urinating in public. Can't do that. A total number.
gotta stay warm.
Yeah, well, they say the total number of ejections was more than normal. They did say 63 people needed help from the Huron Valley ambulance crews as well, and 26 had to go to the hospital.
Is there a breakdown of Michigan versus Ohio State?
You know what? They didn't say.
Oh, come on. We keep score with everything.
I mean,
How do we
watching
not
that
know?
Michigan offense, I would argue it's probably Michigan fans.
Oh, boy.
Hey, by the way, the pregnant lion is Aaron Gibson.
yeah, he didn't hold it quite as well.
Finally, travelers without real IDs will soon face fines. So it was announced by the TSA that air travelers in the U.S. without a real ID will be charged $45 beginning in February. Now, I thought they just couldn't fly, but apparently they still can. If
Yes.
you don't have the real ID, you've been allowed to show other forms of identification, kind of given a warning when you go. But now, not only are you going to have to do that,
Yeah.
you're going to have to pay a fine. You can do that before you go to the airport, online, at home. You can do it at the airport. They say it could be about 30-minute wait, though, because
Yes,
it's going to take longer. And you could still get denied. So,
yeah,
Question.
$45, and you will feel shame.
yeah.
Question that you might not have an answer to. Can you just fly with a passport instead?
Oh, yes,
Yes.
but not everybody has. Yes.
Right.
Oh, yeah, if you have a passport,
Okay.
you don't need the real ID. That's official documentation.
Okay.
That's fine. But if you don't have a passport or a real ID, get ready to pay up.
All right.
Yep.
And be shamed.
I
That's
guess,
Heather
yeah.
with the news. People looking on.
To
Tisk,
wear a-
tisk.
Sticker.
Yeah. Coming up next, it's our college football rankings. We do them every week from the mind of Greg Hargrave. It's 97.1. what the voice guy said. Greg's got 12 teams. We'll go through it. We'll have some thoughts. These are the final rankings for Greg before the final rankings the committee will put out on Sunday.
Hi, everybody. I'm the sci-fi nerd. A little preamble and a treat for you guys. We talk about the best teams in America. How about I quickly present to you the bottom 5 this year? Number 5 is Oklahoma State with BC's win, the worst Power 4 team in America, 0 FBS wins. Number 4, Northern Illinois. Number 3, Sam Houston. Don't know if they dropped the state or not. Don't really care. Number 2 is UTEP and the worst team in all of Division I college football, UMass. 0-12, can't even find a win in the MAC.
No, it's been a tough road for UMass for a long time.
So let's talk about winners now and start with number 1, Ohio State. Vaulting up here with a win over 9-win Michigan. Big for them to end their 4th game losing streak. And their defense, so stifling, yet outside of Caleb Downs, it's so anonymous. There's not a lot of big names on the team outside of Downs. Getting to see them in person at the Big House, how well they play on defense, it's apparent that it allows their offense, and by the way, that's extremely talented too, to play without any game pressure. Just allow them to do what they want to do when they want to do it. Their matchup this weekend is in the Big Ten title game against Indiana, who is our number 2 team at 12-0. I never thought I would live to see the day to see Indiana play in the Big Ten championship game. I think there's an argument for the loser of OSU-IU to be the number 2 team in the playoff, even with a Georgia win, but especially with a Georgia loss.
Yes, I agree with that. And here's the thing. You talk about the defense. Sonny Styles is making a name for himself as a linebacker for Ohio State. That defensive front is as solid as you're going to find. There's no weak link on that defense. And here's the thing about their defense and the matchup this weekend. Number 1 scoring defense in all of college football, only allowing 7.8 points per game. Indiana, interestingly, is the number 2 scoring defense, only allowing 10.9 points per game. Number 1 in yards allowed by a large margin for Ohio State, 50 over, Toledo was number 2. I'm not going to even put them in there, but number 3, Oregon. And number 4, interestingly, Indiana. And then you look at who's the best offenses. Indiana, number 5 offensive yards per game, number 2 points per game. This is going to be a great matchup in the Big Ten title game.
Number 3 is 11-1 BYU. Spotted team 14 points, no big deal. It's their 3rd win while trailing by 14-plus points this season. UCF, Iowa, and Colorado.
So you are higher on them than everybody else. Texas Tech has the head-to-head. They'll have a chance to settle that score this week. If BYU wins, I think it's a 2-bid Big 12, and it squeezes out somebody else. Now, the other storyline to watch with BYU,
Kalani Sitake.
their respected head coach is rumored with Penn State. Now, no one's going to call him a scumbag like Lane, right?
Well, no, but he also may not be making the same decision as Lane.
Also true.
Number 4 is Georgia, 11-1. 4-spot jump for them with a win over a determined 9-win Georgia Tech team. Arguments made aside, with a win in the SEC title game over Alabama, I would expect them to be number 2, both in the CFP rankings and in here. Number 5 is Ole Miss, who we just mentioned, and their lane drama aside, I expect them to be in the field. Their only loss is to the aforementioned Georgia, and they have a win over Oklahoma, keeps pushing them up, and OU is expected to be in.
They should have a home game too, Ole Miss.
Yes.
Number 6 is Notre Dame at 10-2. Their task of 2.5 months of no margin for error football is complete. Jeremiah Love, probably a Heisman finalist. Now, Notre Dame versus Miami, the head-to-head comparison, that's the main detractor in Notre Dame's argument. Although what I'd say is that presumes from a false assumption of needing a tiebreaker because all wins and losses are equal. This is college football. We know that all wins and losses are not equal. Look at Texas's argument, what they're trying to say. Their resumes are all baked into Greg Palm. They are not tied is what we are saying. Notre Dame is more accomplished than Miami. And the verbiage I use there is just a reminder we are accomplishment-based.
Right. Yes, you are. And when you look at what the College Football Playoff Committee is going to be looking at. Notre Dame started off with those 2 losses. It was a number 10 Miami team and number 16 Texas A&M team. Where is Texas A&M now? I mean, they're a much better team than they were at that time. You talk about that head-to-head. Notre Dame has shown that they can get better. Has Miami shown that they actually maybe got worse since then? So I think that's part of what the committee is going to be talking about. And you're talking about accomplished base. It's got to play into it as well.
Number 7 is Oregon. Most of their values coming from a run-the-table November. We've talked about Iowa, Minnesota, USC, Washington, those 4 wins. Only team in the country with exactly 1 weighted loss, meaning their only loss is to an undefeated team. We know that's Indiana.
Yeah, and look, I know people weren't seeing a lot of big wins on the resume until late. This team can win the national championship. I firmly believe that.
Number 8 is Oklahoma. The offense has done just enough the past 3 weeks to get to 10 wins behind their elite defense. Think of the swing games they've played this year. Michigan, Alabama, heck, think of like Texas. Think of how differently the playoff conversation, if even one, much less any combination of the 3 results, get flipped. They're the linchpin to this whole college football season.
And just as a side note, too, the roller coaster of our team's good or not, or our players good or not, John Mateer goes from, well, what can he do for Oklahoma, to Heisman favorite, to not even in the conversation.
Number 9 is Texas Tech, 11-1. And you know what? I thought about this last night. They're off-brand Ohio State. Defense flattens you, especially in the first quarter. Every win by at least 3 touchdowns. They feast on the bottom of the Big 12, but they've also been tested at the top. Arizona State is their only loss. Houston, Utah, BYU are wins, leading us to... Now, the talking heads have this belief that an extra loss in the conference championship game shouldn't punish you. I believe they mean only for the Big Ten and the SEC. They'll extend that grace to teams like Alabama. But Texas Tech, I have my doubts. And for BYU, everybody wants to just slough you off and discard you without a second thought. This is your chance to get an elite win, kick the door down, and earn yourself a playoff berth. And people that say you don't deserve it can go kick rocks. Number 10 is Texas A&M at 11-1. The Notre Dame win does a lot of the heavy lifting for A&M. Their biggest win outside of that, however, is their win over LSU. That's just a 7-win team now, as we're looking at. And the loss to Texas dings them quite a bit because they inherit all of those Longhorn losses to OSU, Georgia, and say it with me now, Florida.
Yep.
The 10th spot this year is where the at-large door closes on this field.
Yep.
Number 11 is Miami. Now, here's where we get into the Miami versus Notre Dame cross-examination. Notre Dame's a de facto ACC school, so they have a lot of commonality with Miami. Miami can say, well, Notre Dame won at Pitt. Good for them. Well, we have that one too. Notre Dame beat NC State. We have that one too. Does Notre Dame want to try to inch ahead with wins against Stanford and Syracuse? We have those too. Notre Dame's elite win is USC. Our elite win is U. In fact, the U has more weighted wins than Notre Dame. Only faceplants against Louisville and SMU have Miami below the Irish. And finally, number 12, we have Alabama at 10-2. Here's where we disagree with the who's in with the committee. We have BYU in the top 10. They have Bama. Now, John, I'm sure one thing you try to teach your kids is the long-term consequences of your actions.
Yes.
Alabama's week 1 loss to Florida State is what weighs them down. Now, their string of 4 straight ranked SEC wins in October has given the committee a reason to dismiss that FSU loss. We don't dismiss it.
Yes. Choices, decisions, and consequences.
It's Greg Palm. Yes?
If I can, just a little bit of Post-it notes. The periphery, the undercurrent's a little busy. North Texas is 13th. Texas is 14th. Nice try, guys. James Madison playing in the Sun Belt Conference is 17th. Virginia 19th. Tulane is 20th.
Okay, let me just throw this out there, and then we gotta run. Virginia plays Duke in the ACC title. That's gross. 7-5 Duke wins the ACC. The ACC might not get a bid at all because you take the 5 highest conference champions. Read the fine print. That would mean
Would be awesome.
the American champion, which could be North Texas or Tulane, And James Madison would be higher ranked than 5-loss ACC champion Duke. So if you really want chaos, the Dukes are going to root for Duke. That's Greg Palm. It's 97.1.
Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have a question about my finances, it's where we all turn. It's our bank, and mine is First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. I use a lot of I, me, my. That's what they do. They see you as a person, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because obviously it's where they live. It's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
Got a chance to win some money coming up, $725. It's the 2 Grand Slam. If you can get all 10 right, you win $2,000. Got Red Wing tickets to give away later in the show today as well. They're playing the Bruins tonight, and got tickets for that game and every home game for the Centennial season. We'll tell you how to win in the 8 o'clock hour. John, we got through a bunch of the college football scenario talk, but I want to throw something out for you to consider for tonight.
Okay.
So the committee currently has Notre Dame ranked ahead of Alabama.
Okay.
Notre Dame's 9, Alabama's 10. Pay attention to what they do tonight. If they keep Notre Dame at 9 and keep Alabama at 10, they're both in, unless BYU wins the Big 12. If BYU wins the Big 12, then Alabama could be left out with a loss in the SEC title game. And I know there are people out there that will scream from the heavens, you can't punish Alabama for losing the SEC title game. Well, they're the lowest team, and someone outside wins their way in, someone has to fall out. So the committee could elect to play their stupid shell game and put Bama one spot ahead of Notre Dame, tipping their hand that they won't punish the Tide no matter what, and they're in. If they don't move Alabama up, I think they are in danger of leaving out the SEC champ loser with a BYU win. What do you make of it?
I mean, it's going to create an interesting talking point more so in the coming years because Ole Miss is in, right?
Yes.
And they're not playing in this game.
Correct.
And so, like this is, if you are going to be playing, can a team eventually opt out of a championship game and say, you know what, hey, I don't want to play?
So Ole Miss only has one loss. The better comparison would be Oklahoma, who has 2 losses and is not playing, cannot be punished. Oklahoma did beat Alabama, too. I think Oklahoma safely and correctly safe where they are. For Bama, you're right. Like, could they say,
we don't want to play.
We don't want to compete for
a championship,
an SEC championship,
because we want to be able. So obviously, the argument is, okay, well then just go win, and you're guaranteed in.
That's the point of sports: is you compete, and if you lose, then you don't cry about it. You had your chance.
But it just reinforces that the risk that you're taking by playing an extra game, because is Notre Dame at risk of losing their championship game?
There is no championship game.
Right.
Let me ask you, right now, who would you rank higher, Notre Dame or Alabama? So Notre Dame has, I guess their notable win would be USC and Pitt. Those are their notable wins on the season. Both teams are 2-loss teams.
Right. I mean,
Alabama's notable win, I mean, they have the win against Georgia this season, right? At Georgia, arguably the best win of any team in America. They also have a ranked win against Tennessee.
And so you look and you say, okay, well, you start going down the list of parameters of, who has better defense, who has better offense, what teams have they played, where did they rank in those respective, areas. And, I mean, you're going way down the list of things to try and find and separate between the two. I would probably say Notre Dame.
Okay. Notre Dame should be ranked higher. Okay.
Yes.
And from that standpoint, Notre Dame's argument is we didn't lose to lowly Florida State. Our 2 losses are to very good quality football teams, including a 1-point loss to Texas A&M. So if Notre Dame holds at 9 and Alabama holds at 10, they're both likely in, but a BYU win really spices things up.
Man. I mean, there's so much that could happen.
So hard for those Mormons, because if Sataki is leaving for Penn State, it's going to force a lot of college football media to be hypocrites, or they're going to have to shame a good dude in Kalani Sataki, and it's going to throw the bottom of the playoff into a frenzy. Go BYU. Go Cougs.
Yeah, and it's right. It's one of those things where obviously Lane Kiffin is a guy that is easy to despise.
Of course, he's
easy
super
to hate.
hateable.
Kalani Sitake might be the anti-Lane Kiffin. He's a guy that everybody can, get behind and love. And if he decides that he's going to take the Penn State job, BYU wins the game and they're in the college football playoffs.
But
First of all, what does he decide? Is the decision to take that job, is it going to happen today, tomorrow, anytime this week?
Signing
or
day's
does
Wednesday.
he tell them, being the class guy that he is, I'm not going to decide until Saturday night or even Sunday morning? Because if we win,
I want to coach my team.
I want to coach my team. And it might mean not taking the Penn State job because they're not going to wait until mid-December or even January.
Would BYU let him coach the playoff if he took the Penn State job?
So there's a different
I know.
makeup because he's not going in conference. But the question would be, is he going to take, if he continues to coach, is he going to then recruit his players
Is Bear Bachmeier going to
Penn
Happy
State?
Valley?
But it's also a question of how many of those guys would actually be an upgrade for what he might inhait
Right.
at Penn State.
It's not the
It's not
same.
apples and apples.
It's not, but it would be just messy enough.
Oh, I know you would love it because you love to love Lane Kiffin. You might be Lane Kiffin's biggest fan. You might be his only fan outside of the city of Baton Rouge.
We talked about it on Cash the Ticket, and at one point Valeni goes, "Are you Jimmy Sexton? Are you his agent?
Right.
What are we doing here?" And my only point on Lane was this.
Here we go. I'm about ready to vomit.
I know. I'll get the puke bucket for you. He's going to poach the players regardless, right? It's no secret when you leave, you're going to take players with you. It's dirty. It's scummy. It's not unique to Lane. He's going to poach coaches and players no matter where he went. Do you want him to do it before your playoff run or after your playoff run? I don't envy the position Ole Miss is in, but that is their choice. Do you want him to steal people before or after your playoff run? It's a lousy hand Ole Miss was dealt, and their choice was poach before. I think that's a mistake. That's all I'm saying. Anyway.
It's unbelievable. I still can't believe
I know
you
your
are trying
skin
to
crawls.
defend.
I know he's defending the indefensible. He's Lane Kiffin. He's Joey Freshwater. Nobody wants to say nice things about him, but I think he's more of a
There's
product
not a lot
of
of
the
nice
system.
things to say about Lane Kiffin.
No.
Or how he goes about his business.
Look, he's left a lot of places in disarray.
and
the wrong
all
way.
of those places when he leaves, either he has been asked to leave and they want him gone, or you get the same response that you had at the airport where Ole Miss fans are giving him the single finger salute.
He claimed they were running him off the road. Look, he's been left on a tarmac. At some point, that is a reflection of who you are. Coming up next, we will get some thoughts on who can actually win this thing. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Paulson's Audio and Video. The Pistons found a way to win last night 99-98 over the Atlanta Hawks down at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit trailed by 5 points with 5 minutes to go before a 15-5 run led by Cade Cunningham and his 8 fourth-quarter points. After the game, J.B. Bickerstaff unsurprisingly didn't focus on the offense in the scoring run, though. He instead credited the defense. The Pistons improved to 17-4 with the win. They still have the second best record in the league behind the Thunder, who have now won 12 straight games, by the way, and the best record in the East by 3 games. Detroit now heads to Milwaukee to face the Bucks tomorrow. Michigan State football officially announced Pat Fitzgerald as the 27th head coach in program history yesterday. Fitzgerald is believed to have signed a 5-year deal for around $5 million per year, according to ESPN's Pete Thamel. Fitzgerald's hiring requires formal approval by MSU's Board of Trustees. They next meet Friday, December 12th next week. Fitzgerald will speak publicly for the first time today as he will be introduced in East Lansing at 3 p.m. At the Colwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. A chance to win some money. We're going to talk about Lions fans at 7:35. I want to know if this behavior is acceptable. Got a notification on my phone and thought, this might be fun. Make this a topic. John, the college football field will be set on Sunday. We'll get our ranking tonight as a little bit of an appetizer, but Sunday the college football playoff field will be set, and we have a fun question. How many of these teams can actually win it all? And I want to present to you what the odds say.
Well, and so I want to preface this also by saying we just had that conversation about Alabama or Notre Dame, who gets in if BYU ends up winning. And I think that there is a case to be made that both of those teams could end up winning a national championship.
So this gets into the deep field, right? Ohio State won last year from, was it the 7 spot? 8 spot.
Yeah.
And they played the 7 team, right, in Notre Dame. So we have seen as many as, you go down the list, you get to 7 or 8 teams that can make a run. Currently, there are 8 teams, odds 14-1 or better. There's a big drop-off after the 8 teams I'm going to list to you, okay? Ohio State is the heavy favorite. Indiana is number 2. Georgia is number 3. Notre Dame is 10-1 with Oregon, who is 10-1. Texas Tech, Texas A&M, and Alabama round out maybe that next grouping before a big drop-off. So, John, how many teams can win the national championship in college football this season?
Well, I think it's interesting, and I'm curious as to, we were all over, hey, we like the 4 teams. Should we expand? And we thought maybe expand to 6 or 8. They jumped to 12. Now they're talking about even going as high as 24. But in previous iterations, I think you could look at in the 14 playoff until the final year, 1 or 2 teams were going into it as heavy favorites. Now, I know you mentioned Ohio State's a heavy favorite, but with the transfer portal, with NIL, rev share, and now the expanded playoffs, we are getting more teams that have a bite at the apple of winning a national title. And of those 8 teams, I think there are 5 that I think have a legitimate shot. And I just mentioned Alabama, Notre Dame. Both of those teams, I think, have a legit shot at winning a national title. And one of them may actually be left out of a 12-team playoff.
It's a long shot still that BYU would win. But, yes, let's go through it. So who are your 5 teams?
Ohio State, Indiana, obviously.
Yep.
Notre Dame, Texas A&M, and Alabama.
You did not put Georgia in.
No, and I figured that was going to be the one that you as you did, raised both eyebrows to.
Yeah.
I just don't think they are consistent enough. And it's really more offensively. And we know that this is, Georgia's always been kind of that it led by defense. And are they going to be with Stetson Bennett? He's going to be able to get it done. And everything that's going on, in Georgia, I don't feel like they are a consistent enough team. I mean, they lost to Alabama. That's their only loss, even though that was a great battle.
Yeah, it was.
They'll get a chance to play that again, and we'll see what happens. And I think that series, whether it's been Nick Saban or not, has been dominated by Alabama.
Yes. And they've been close games. Like this week's expected to be another close one. So you think Bama can win it all, but not Georgia?
Correct. Okay. And the funny thing is that Georgia's win or lose, they're pretty much a lock.
Oh, absolutely.
In fact, I think they are a lock.
Yeah.
Alabama is quite possibly playing for their playoff lives in this SEC championship game. And if they lose, there is a path. However, it's unlikely that BYU beats Texas Tech, that they might be left out. And I think they could win the title.
Yeah. Well, it speaks to the depth of college football this year. Maybe you guys see it the same way. Maybe you don't. 248-539-9797. How many teams can win the national championship this year? I think we would all agree Ohio State is one of them. They clearly got the Michigan monkey off their back, but they did it last year even while losing to Michigan. John, are they better this year than last year?
Ohio State?
Greg's nodding his head. You're not sure.
I'm not sure. But I say not sure. I think my 51 would be that they're better this year than they were last year. but I think the competition they're facing is better this year than last year. So
I think that's fair. I think Indiana's better than they were a year ago.
Yeah, correct.
How about this? Indiana went into Oregon and picked up a big-time win and won by double digits. They look better than they did a year ago.
I think Indiana, to me, is the best team in the country.
Okay.
Which I can't believe I just said that.
He just said that out loud in the year of,
yeah.
wow, 2025. Indiana, best team in college football. Got a chance to prove it this week. Georgia, A&M, Bama, or Oregon, to me, is a team I think can win a national title that you didn't mention.
Yeah,
Their only loss is to Indiana, who you think could be the best team in the country. They've won every other game. They are a very good pass defense, very good run defense. They've recruited at an elite level. They got like the blue chip ratings.
Sure.
They're considered to have the talent. Their quarterback, if you watch him enough, you watch him make these unbelievable throws, pinpoint in a bucket down either sideline in traffic.
But it's not every time.
It's not every time, but he has the ability to get hot and steal a game and win a game. And they have done this down the stretch, by the way, winning some ranked games without their full complement of weapons. Sadiq, the tight end, has missed some time. DeCarrion Moore, their elite freshman, has missed some time. If they get everybody going, they're going to start with a home playoff game. You start to build. All of a sudden, you're in the mix, man. You're right there.
I know, but every time you say if they get going, I start to say, okay, if they get going, can they get going for the 3 games that it's going to take for them to win a national title?
Right.
And I just don't know that. I don't trust them to be able to do that over 3 games.
I know she didn't say North Texas. No love for the
No,
Little
I did
Guy.
not say
No mess to make her magic.
No, it would be awesome. And trust me, at this point, I am rooting for all chaos to happen. And is it possible that Alabama loses and they're left out? I don't really care what happens to Alabama. Yeah. I think it's a great talking point.
I think it's hilarious as someone in Big Ten country. I mean, I think the sport would have an aneurysm before they would leave Bama out, but it's...
Oh my gosh, can you imagine the riot that would happen in Tuscaloosa?
The alternative is you leave Notre Dame out, which I'd also enjoy very much too. Go join a conference.
Sure.
That's my point, is it would be hilarious.
I laid out in Greg Pop, I think that the other alternative is that they would leave the Big 12 title game loser out, even if it's Texas Tech.
So imagine that.
You know what I just think they'd go, ooh, Big 12, boo, 2 teams, no.
The unwashed, we can't put them in. Think about it. Texas Tech would go, we split with BYU. Right? They lose, and in Greg's world could be left out. That would be a travesty. John, do you think?
I don't think it's a travesty. I don't think they play good football in the Big 12.
But they're a dominant football team. You didn't list them as a team that could win it all, but they're 11-1 to win the national championship. They went in the portal and built an elite defensive front, and they overwhelm people. Hey. I want to see how that works against.
Great job.
Okay.
I just don't think it's. I don't think anything coming out of the Big 12, whether it's the great story of BYU and Kalani Sitake, or it's Texas Tech and the fact that they've gone to the portal and they've spent all the money. I just don't believe that any of those teams are good enough, tested enough, that can make a run at a national championship. And honestly, I would rather have a 2-loss Alabama versus either Texas Tech or BYU.
But what if it's a 3-loss Bama?
Well, yeah, I'd rather have a 3-loss Bama.
So you're still to the whole old SEC Big Ten dominant?
No, I'm not. I'm somewhat taking out. I know that I've just talked about the Big 12 and the fact that I don't think anybody is that good in there. It's Alabama to me. When you just simply watch them play football, they play a more dynamic offense and they have a much better defense with better athletes than you see against Texas in Texas Tech or in BYU. And I know the numbers for Texas Tech. I mentioned it when we were talking about Ohio State. Ohio State, number 1 scoring defense. Indiana, number 2 scoring defense. Texas Tech is the number 3 scoring defense.
So that shouldn't be rewarded?
It's because of who they've played. Yeah, they should shut those teams down because
Alabama
those offenses are terrible.
And they got smoked.
Real quick, he has 5 teams that can win it all. Tom, how many teams can win it all? Who are your teams?
I would say Ohio State, obviously. Georgia, that was my national championship game pick. I'm not waving from that whatsoever. Yeah. I think Georgia has an Alabama monkey on their back. I think Bama could probably, and then we're going to find out about Indiana. I'm not putting them in until I see what they look like against Ohio State.
Even though you saw them go to Eugene and beat Oregon.
Yeah, but I think Oregon's might be a little flawed too.
I go with 5. Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, Bama, Oregon.
Oh, you don't think Notre Dame can? You're just saying that because I picked Notre Dame at the beginning of the year.
Could you imagine if you end up calling this
Hey,
shot?
by the way, where's Clemson?
We're out of time.
Hey,
We got to
real
move
quick.
on.
With Ohio State,
All those players returning.
Eventually
Love Nick Heisman.
we're going to see if can a team go undefeated in
Yeah.
this. Now, if they lose the Big Ten championship game, then win it. That necessarily doesn't apply.
Correct.
But if they win this game this weekend, that's going to be the thing that we didn't think we'd see in the expanded playoff.
Correct. Look, we are going to set the standards and expectations for Pat Fitzgerald coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll give away some Red Wing tickets in the 8 o'clock hour. 7:35. I got a notification. Prices are going down for Thursday's game. Are Lions fans selling their seats? Are they giving up? We'll get to that bottom of the hour. We'll get to the 2 Grand Slam and Heather's News next. It's 97.1.
FanDuel is the number one sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. Never have to leave it. And right now, it's the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets. If your first $5 bet wins. So bet the players you love, the way that you want. And again, you never have to leave the app. Head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance at $150 in bonus bets. And it's only going to take that $5 bet. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
So, Oxford Dictionary released its word of the year, and it's the reason you can't go online for 5 minutes without feeling stressed. So, the word is rage bait. They define it as online content deliberately designed to elicit anger or outrage by being frustrating, provocative, or offensive.
That's the word of the year. Two
That's
words?
the word.
Rage bait?
Which is so ironic because, John, there's a lot of people out there like you that say, this isn't one word, this is 2 words, and they're raging about it.
Okay, yeah, so they did what they don't want to happen on social media is they created rage by saying rage bait is the number 1 word.
You had heard the term before, yes?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
a new
Okay.
term. It's been around for a long time, but they say it's being used 3 times more than it ever has been this year alone. So they do say that it's been around for over 2 decades, that the term,
yes.
but it's now being used more. There was other things they were considering. Biohack was another word they were going to choose, or aura farming.
Again, 2 words.
Stickler over here.
Yes.
Maybe they should say the word or phrase of the year.
Well, phrase would be much more appropriate.
So, but there you have it.
Thanks.
Yes. Police in Southfield are investigating after a 40-year-old man was killed in a shooting at a hotel on Telegraph Road. I pass this hotel every single morning. Officials responded to the incident at the Radisson Hotel early on Sunday morning. When they arrived, police found the Detroit man lying in the parking lot with multiple gunshot wounds. Investigators believe the shooting was targeted, but the shooter is still not in custody. On Monday, Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan announced a 28-acre redevelopment proposition for the historic Packard plant site. So the proposal includes 42 affordable housing units, 300 new full-time jobs, the city's first indoor skate park, an electronic music museum, and more than 2 acres for recreational space. And it does sound like this isn't going to be obviously done overnight. The actual what's been going on with the Packard plant has taken a long time. So they say the development, though, is expected to be completed by 2029.
That's cool. I think
Very
it'll be
cool.
awesome.
It's a lot to get done in a relatively short amount of time.
It is.
Well, it's 3 years.
They can do it.
They
Yeah,
can.
I think
Finally
so.
got most
Absolutely
of the
can.
buildings destroyed, so
Yeah.
open space now. So we've discussed this topic or debate, you could call it, before. When should kids get their first cell phone? Well, there is some new research that is suggesting that the age when we give, the age of our kids when we get them a cell phone, it's showing that the younger they are, so like before the age of 12, it found that those kids were more likely to develop depression, obesity, and poor sleep habits
Sure, I get
compared
it.
to those
yeah.
who didn't have a phone yet.
When did you get your first phone?
Oh, well, please. I got a car
18.
phone. No, I did have a.
No, it was for me.
Oh, for you, it was 18.
Oh
yeah.
no, actually, no, it was. It was older than that.
Was it
was
like one of
maybe
those
my
brick?
senior year of college.
Oh,
so it would have
what?
been 22 or 23
Wow.
because they didn't have them.
Well, they had like actual phones in cars,
Right,
like the
but
big,
but
like,
not the way that they have them now.
Like a-
You weren't checking your social
No,
media,
no,
or
well,
your text messages.
smartphones weren't around. I don't even think when I was that young, but I did have a phone when I was 16. It was like an old school big flip phone, but it was like literally for in my car. So if I
Yes.
got in an accident, if I had a flat tire, something happened to me, I had a way to get a hold of somebody. But like you said, it wasn't something I carried around with me. It wasn't something I
Yeah.
even texted with. It was just a phone.
And chances are, when you had that flat tire or something happened, you were in an area where you didn't have any reception.
Most likely, yeah. That always worked out, right?
Are you guys familiar with the Zach Morris phone?
Yeah.
From Saved by the Bell?
Oh yeah.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
John, for your kids, when did they first get their phones?
So it was a little bit different. Obviously, we was divorced at the time, so it was much earlier. And I think Jack probably would have been, what is he now, 14? He probably would have been 8 or 9, which is way too young. But it was the way that I had a chance to communicate with them on a regular basis. Now that we're talking about Teddy.
Yeah, when
Teddy's
would Teddy get his
4,
first phone?
probably not until
Tomorrow.
he goes to high school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm hoping to push it back as far as I can.
Yeah.
And if they do get a phone, obviously I'm going to have a lot of limits on what can be done
Yeah.
on that phone.
Some of it is circumstantial in regards
Sure.
to what your kids are doing and what they need.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think
Without a
it's
doubt.
probably going to be more high school age.
That's my hope.
Yeah.
I hope so. Hey, if you want to win $2,000 or try to win $2,000, give us a call now, 248-539-9797. You guys, listen to this story. There was an older man in China, 67 years old, and he was recently experiencing some stomach pains, had some bloating, so he went to the doctors, and his doctors did some scans, and they found a foreign object in his stomach. But they couldn't figure out what it was, so they decided to perform an emergency procedure. But they couldn't get this object out of his stomach. It was too smooth. It was slippery. They couldn't get this out. So they said, you know what? Let's show the scan to the man. Maybe he can recognize what it was. And he said, oh my gosh, 30 years ago, I was out drinking with some buddies and swallowed a plastic lighter on a dare. This man thought it probably was just going to pass through his body, but apparently it did not. So it sat in his stomach, and they were able eventually to get it out, and it was corroded by all of his stomach acid, but it still had gas inside of it, and it still worked.
What?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yes. Gives a new term to an explosion.
Wow. Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Finally, whether you believe in aliens or not, a lot of people around you do. So according to a new poll, not only do most Americans believe that aliens exist, a good chunk of them also believe that aliens have already visited Earth. In fact, 47% to be exact, do believe that aliens have definitely or probably visited our Earth.
How many people on this show, there are 5 sitting in these 2 rooms, believe that aliens have visited Earth? Any?
Any show of hands?
None?
No.
Greg, you're the
No.
sci-fi guy. Even you? No?
No.
No, okay.
Yeah. No.
No.
No. I think
Who
there's
are
some
these?
weird.
Who are
yeah.
these people?
Yeah.
They're out there. A lot of them are out there, apparently, and 30% of people believe in UFOs. So of the
Do I
almost
think
50,
that there are other forms of life in our universe? Sure.
Yeah.
Do I think that any of them had visited us to this point? No.
That's my belief, too.
Yeah.
All right, Heather with the news. It's time for the 2 Grand Slam.
All right, guys, I'm ready to give away some money. Let's see what our contestant can do. They're going to have 60 seconds to answer 10 questions. Sounds easy, but it's not. They're going to get $25 for each question answered correctly. And if they get them all right, they're going to walk away with $2,000.
Let's get to Scott in Macomb. Scott, good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing this morning, Scott?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. You on the road right now?
I just pulled over.
Okay, good. Yeah, I hear the roads are a little slick, so I'm glad
Yeah, a
you're
little
safe.
slow.
Yeah.
All right, good to know, Scott. All right, so you know the rules. If there's one you don't know, say pass. There might be time to get back to it. And let's get started. You ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Who do the Detroit Red Wings play tonight?
St. Louis Blues.
What jersey number does Dak Prescott wear?
12.
Name one team playing in the SEC championship game on Saturday.
Alabama.
Garden City is located in this Michigan county.
Wayne.
James Franklin is the head coach for this team.
Virginia Tech.
Michael Richard played this character in Seinfeld.
Kramer.
Who did the New England Patriots play last night?
Pass.
This band had the 1993 hit Rooster.
Pearl Jam.
Who wears jersey number 11 for the Detroit Lions?
Pass.
Who leads the NBA in points per game this season?
Pass.
Who did the New England Patriots play last night?
Denver Broncos.
Who wears jersey number 11 for the Detroit Lions?
I got you with 4.
Yep.
Nice.
$100.
$100.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, yeah, you went on a hot streak there right in the middle and then cooled off a little bit. But, hey, great job of coming up with answers.
Thank you.
All right.
Give yourself a chance, yeah.
Yeah, 2 Grand Slam on Tuesdays, brought to you by Feminine Law. Get David, get paid, and Scott, hang on the line. We'll make sure you get paid, and we're going to go through all of those right now.
All right, John. The Red Wings don't play the St. Louis Blues tonight. Who do they play?
The Bruins.
What jersey number does Dak wear? Confidently said 12. It's not 12.
No, I'm not sure it was confident. I think it was just, I've got to throw out a number.
Okay.
And it's going to be a QB number. He wears number 4.
He does. Then he got on a run.
Yep.
The team, name one team playing in the SEC championship game.
Acceptable was Georgia or Bama. He said Bama.
Garden City is in this Michigan county.
Oh, he knew this one. Wayne.
James Franklin, the head coach of this team.
Virginia Tech.
Michael Richards played this character in Seinfeld.
Kramer.
So there you go, 4 in a row. And then got a little squirrely near the end here. The Patriots played last night. Who did they face?
He did make a guess. He said Denver on the second time through.
Yep.
The New York Football Giants.
This band had the 1993 hit Rooster.
Yeah, he said Pearl Jam. It's Alice in Chains.
Who wears jersey number 11 for the Detroit Lions?
No answer. That is Khalif Raymond.
Who leads the NBA in points per game this season?
Did you know this one?
No, I would not have known this off the top of my
okay.
head. Now, this is a
He's had more 40-point games than anyone else at this point. Luka Doncic.
yeah. I mean, might have guessed him accidentally, but I wouldn't have known it confidently.
Yeah.
Where are those people at that defended the trade? That little group of people?
Mike Valeni.
That
I didn't say
defended
that. I didn't say those words.
the trade for Luka.
Doncic. Yeah.
He was like, I don't
There
get
were
why
people-
everybody's being.
There was a crowd.
You can find
that
the
was
audio.
out
I'm
there.
not making
Really?
it up. Oh yeah.
Yes.
There's somebody other than the former Dallas Mavericks GM that supported that trade.
They're out there.
I didn't think that those people existed.
Meanwhile, Anthony Davis is still street clothes.
Yeah.
For those that were wondering.
That's the nickname.
Incredible.
Wow.
Anyway, all right. Coming up next, got a notification that the prices are going down for tickets on Thursday. Is this happening? Are Lions fans selling? They giving up? We'll get to it next. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, call Lawrence KG and KG Law. That's KAJY. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. You'll get that attention to detail from someone who cares about you. Lawrence KG has won millions for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. So get KG Law in your corner. If you, a friend, or a loved one, someone you care about, is injured in a car accident, you need KG Law. 877-KG-CARES, KAJY, KGCares.com. We're giving away Red Wing tickets in the 8 o'clock hour this morning. 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Be careful on the roads. Everybody forgets how to drive when we first get snow. It's a little slick. Get to work or school or where you're going in one piece. 8 o'clock, we're going to talk Pat Fitzgerald, who is expected to be introduced today. Expectations, what's the standard at MSU, define success. That's at 8 o'clock. John, I got a notification on my phone yesterday. It's one of those ticket apps.
Uh-huh.
And it said prices are going down for Thursday. Down 10% for Lions and Cowboys. Are fans starting to feel like this is not going to go well on Thursday or in general, and they want to try to cash out? Do you blame them?
I'm never going to tell anybody what to do with their own personal resources. But, but no, it's not a but. I'm not going to sit here and then tell you what you should do with your own resources.
Period. Next paragraph.
Yes, I do think that there are a lot of, well, how do we say this? Extenuating circumstances.
Sure.
People still have to get up to work on Friday morning. And this is going to be a late night downtown. I think there are a lot of people looking at it going, we love our Lions, would love to be there, but they're making a choice, whether it's financial, can I recoup some of the cost of my season tickets?
Which have gone up the last couple of years.
Right, and we know they're staying flat for next year, but can I recoup some of the cost? And I think more of it is this a team I want to stay up that late being there for? That's probably the bigger factor in some Lions fans selling their tickets.
Well, then that becomes an indictment on the way the team's playing, right? If I don't want to stay up and watch this team play.
Well, you may stay up at home and watch them play, but you don't want to have to drive all the way home and then, take that time to settle down, take a deep breath, and then try and get into bed because you got to get up for work in the morning.
Are you dealing with this? As a Lions fan, do you have tickets? Are you contemplating selling? Have you already listed the tickets? Are they sold? Like some of this is a premium game. Cowboy fans are everywhere, and this is one of the more expensive games for the Lions. This is a chance to recoup costs, and you may be disillusioned with the product. I don't blame a Lions fan who goes, how are we going to stop Lamb and Pickens? Terry Arnold, by the way, on IR yesterday. You might have got that notification. Kirby Joseph has a bad knee, may have a bad knee until he retires, and even, that's not going to get better after that. That's just something he's dealing with. Can this team run on Kenny Clark and Quentin Williams? Can those two guys disrupt up the middle and impact Jared Goff in the passing game? The things that they do very well play right into what Detroit's struggling with.
Yep.
Can you hit Dak? Can you cover his receivers? Can you protect Jared Goff? Will you be able to run it against this front? I don't think you're a bad fan if you sell these tickets.
Oh, I don't think you are either. I'm not going to sit here and say you're a bad fan.
And you say, show me, man. Like if you're a season ticket holder, you still got tickets for the other.
Yeah, for the remaining games.
There's only one more home game after this, right?
Steelers and
LA,
Minnesota. Yeah, and Minnesota's gone, and Chicago's gone.
Chicago.
Yeah.
So you only have two more home games left.
It also might be one of those. I want to look away. I'm still going to watch at home. But I just don't want to, you cover your face and you're looking between your fingers.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's been a tough watch, man. This team has not, we had TJ in yesterday. They have not hit that extra gear. It's something you and him, you guys played. You know what December football is supposed to be. This team's 3-4 their last 7 games. They're not getting to that next level. And Dallas is. To the Cowboys' credit, whether it's too late or not, and it may be for them, they've won 3 in a row. They're on fire. They just beat the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. And now they're looking at Detroit going, we're not intimidated. And they have a bone to pick.
Yeah.
I mean, Detroit came in, and I'm not mad at it, ruined Jerry Jones' birthday and gave him one of the worst losses in Cowboys history last year. They're going to come into this game on fire, and Detroit is limping right now.
I do think more than fans not wanting to be there because they don't want to see the Lions lose. And for the Lions, it's simply you got to beat a good team. And going into the season, did we think Baltimore was going to be a good team? Yes. Did we think Cincinnati was going to be a good team? Now it's proven different. And this is what happens throughout the course of an NBA season is some teams play well, some teams don't. Some teams get better, some teams don't. I think there's a lot of people that want to that just simply want to see them beat a good team. And right now, the Dallas Cowboys are performing as a good team.
Some of the early response on text, and we can take the phone calls too. Send in your feedback, 248-539-9797. Are you selling tickets? Do you blame fans who sell their tickets? Have you seen this? Because I got the notification. Prices are going down for Thursday. Text says, I was offered tickets at half price and turned them down.
I'd like to know the reason why.
Yeah.
Because is it simply because you think they're going to lose? I might have an issue with that. Again, I'm not going to tell anybody to do what they want to with their tickets, or is it simply I'm turning them down because I don't want to be up and out that late.
Sold my tickets for the last 2 home games, and I'm thinking about not renewing next year. I didn't put money down last week for playoff tickets when it was sent to my inbox. Well, that is someone who has lost faith. Mm-hmm. Maybe they could lower the price of chicken fingers, too. 2 orders of chicken fingers with dip, $52 for me and my wife. They were small, too.
Yeah.
No, I believe them.
I'm guessing you don't get 8 with those?
John's chicken tender baskets come in an industrial size bucket.
Yeah. Well, when those chicken tenders are small, you expect more.
Mm-hmm. Guys, it's Thursday Night Football. No one cares, including blue-collar working people that support the Lions. John in Wixom. Mm-hmm. Now, hold on. If the Lions had won on Thanksgiving Day, if the Lions were in first place in the division right now, do you think people would be selling and discounting their tickets for the Cowboy game? Or do you think this would reach all-time high? Well, not all-time high. Last year got crazy. But we would have a feverish feeling for the game on Thursday.
Yeah, and I'm getting personal texts as well for people that would have been able to sell in their section for basically twice the face value, if not more, for certain games. And I just got one that says the tickets in my section are selling for only $20 over face value. So this may also be one of those where if you could just simply recoup your cost.
That might be what people are trying to do here.
Because others are buying them.
Yeah, there's a demand for this, but
it's not like there's going to be empty seats.
No.
So no, I think the fan base is still there, obviously.
I think there is a turning, though. Some people are turning on this team. They don't believe this team's going to get it done. The guy followed back, by the way, and said, I turned down the tickets at half price because the odds of losing is too high for me. It makes the value that much more expensive. I don't want to go.
But this is a good spot to go if you haven't been able to go then. You're paying less than you would have. These people out there say, I can't afford or whatever. Well, maybe now you can.
Yeah. And I think the environment is still going to be rocking.
Yeah. I mean, and guess what? Maybe some people are collecting some extra Christmas money. Sellers.
Oh, I think that's part of it too. With the holidays around the corner, if you could pocket an extra $500,
and then people could be using this if they want to be buyers at a good spot where it's a little bit cheaper for an early Christmas present. 3 weeks from Christmas, exactly.
Yeah, you want to go see the Lions? See them against Dallas? Yeah. Thursday Night Football?
That's the surprise here, though. The opponent. There's Dallas fans in the market.
I know,
and I'm surprised that the tickets are at least holding steady because of that.
248-539-9797. I have the opportunity to get tickets and would rather not because you have the holidays coming up. You have to work the next day, and to be frank, I don't think it's going to be a good game. I think the Lions are going to get smoked.
Well, but we do know Frank won't be there.
To be frank. Cookies, why so negative? Why not discuss what we need to do to win the game, not how we're going to lose? Who's going to stop Lamb? Who's going to stop Pickens? Who's going to stop this person? It's too negative. Guys, the team's not playing well.
No, and okay, this is Tuesday. We typically talk a little bit more of the game, the matchups, a day before. We'll get a chance to actually, since it's a Thursday night game, we'll get a chance to do it on Thursday as well.
And I do think there's a conversation to be had later in the show. We're planning on having it. How do you save this thing? How do you save this season? Kelvin Shepard yesterday came out all fired up, the Lions defensive coordinator. We'll get to that later in the show. It's 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan, the pride, the grit, the game day energy, and there's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Yeah, I'm not going to plug the ticket app, but the notification, ticket prices have dropped for Lions Cowboys. Get them while they last. Are fans giving up, selling out? Are they done? And can you blame them? 248-539-9797. Let's get to Chad. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
What's up?
This is more for John. John, I have a question with your past experience and how the dynamics of the back office works. And, I mean, I have to imagine Brad has some very good detailed meetings with these coaches and knows exactly who they are in and out. I just don't understand, since he's an administrator of talent, that's his job, how does he sit in the room with what could be arguably one of the more brilliant offensive minds in football and then let them go to another? How do they not find room, find money, find decisions to either choose to keep him, switch around? I know it's unconventional, you know, with all that we had going on, but I mean, sometimes life is unconventional. I mean, we let one of the greatest coaches go, could be one of the greatest coaches go that we've seen in a while. I don't understand how that dynamic works where he overlooks.
So you wanted to keep Ben Johnson?
I did, yeah.
All right, and so we all did as offensive coordinator, but I don't know for a team that went 15-2 that you're going to, in essence, fire your head coach and promote the offensive coordinator. That would be unprecedented.
I know it's unprecedented, but I mean, sometimes things have to be. But when it's that, I mean, it seems like it's that blatantly obvious that Ben Johnson knows his stuff.
So you were going to be willing to lose Dan Campbell?
At the time, we don't know. I'm not saying as I'm asking as Brad in the room who is privy to information that we don't have.
But Chad, let's just talk through this logically. You're not going to have two head coaches. Ben Johnson wants to be a head coach, so you can't make him a head coach here unless you move on from Dan, which I don't think anybody was suggesting.
Yeah, from my point of view, it just seems like, I know it's unprecedented, but it seems like we let the better of the two coaches go, and I just don't understand how that dynamic could have worked, would work. And I get it. Trust me, I get your guys' point, and I've heard it. I just still struggle with, we're going to look back for many years and realize that we had a chance to have that guy.
And so I would, here's what I would say. I'm hoping Brad Holmes looks more at his roster than at his head coach, because I still believe last year, this year, it's Brad Holmes or it's Dan Campbell's offense. I just don't think that Dan has done a nice job of adjusting to the talent that he has. And even if he does, I'm not sure that the talent is there to be the same offense that they have been over the last couple of years with Ben Johnson calling it. And by saying that, Brad Holmes needs to look and say, why is this offense not the same? Is it more the coordinator, the play caller, or is it more the fact that we don't have an offensive line that can do what we need to do?
Yeah, Chad, let me build on the point John's making here. The Bears went out and added Joe Thuney to play left guard, Drew Dahlman to play center, and Jonah Jackson to play the other guard spot. And Jonah Jackson was moving people in Philadelphia on Black Friday. The middle three for Chicago on the offensive line got a jolt. Well, is it any surprise that the team got a jolt? I mean, it's unheralded, but it's the fastest path to the quarterback, and it's where you make your money in the run game, is moving people at the middle, at the point of attack, the biggest dudes. I think that's unlocked a lot for Chicago, and it's not a surprise. That's also been an Achilles heel for the Lions.
Right, and we also now saying that Ryan Poles is a better GM than Brad Holmes. No, it's Ben Johnson went there and told him, for this offense to work, the same one that I learned under and with Dan Campbell, we have to have an offensive line. At no point did Ryan Poles in his first four seasons say we need to solidify the offensive line.
Only when Ben Johnson got there did it become an emphasis.
Right.
Okay, so this is this is happening because you're getting little to no contribution from your last two draft classes.
Mm-hmm.
Really? I mean, how would you grade Ratledge this year? Average?
I think he's going to be an above-average offensive lineman. Not now, but he will be an above-average offensive lineman.
That's why we're seeing that this year.
Yep.
Tyleik Williams.
It's a little bit harder to grade defensive linemen. I think it's been a little bit unproductive. But again, I think he'll be a good defensive lineman.
Just not instant impact, especially when you're a run stopper. That doesn't show up as often.
And with McNeil healthy.
Yeah.
Now. So those are the only two you're getting anything from. And then
From
you
the
did,
last 2 drafts, you're saying?
yes.
Yeah.
And then you did nothing in the off seasons, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of free agency.
Yeah, they replaced Carlton Davis with DJ Reed. DJ
Yeah,
Reed
1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, it wasn't like they improved. They just kind of held serve there.
But it's the class of the draft that was here that is just absolutely killing them right now. They should be a little more seasoned. They're more than halfway into their second season.
Yeah.
And it's a nothing burger. And I personally think Terrion Arnold is a bust. And Ennis Rakestraw, it's like, the bust isn't. That's like
here's
offending the word bust.
But Tom, here's the reality. Even if both those players panned out,
You're still in the same position because your offense isn't operating because you don't have the same
if
type
those
of
guys
offensive
panned
line.
out, maybe you're not allowing that fourth down touchdown to the Packers' first touchdown.
correct. But my point is
Or the fourth
strength,
down conversion.
the strength of this team is the offensive line. The reason you paid Jared Goff is because you were going to keep a good offensive line in front of him. If you aren't going to address it with serious early draft capital, you're going to open the door to this possibility. I know there are people who say, well, hold on, they drafted Miles Frazier and they drafted Christian Mahogany and they drafted Ratledge. Ratledge is the only one with significant capital, and he's in his rookie season.
Arnold was expected to be a number 1 cornerback by now. And you were thinking you'd get at least bench help from Rakestraw.
What I'm
So
saying
if
is,
my thing-
even
no,
with best laid plans, they still didn't address the offensive line
exactly,
enough.
but if you had a back end secondary like that, think about if you were getting that contribution. You're winning defensively.
Yeah, you'd win differently. Settle for really winning anyway at this point. Some of the response coming in on the texts. 248-539-9797. We asked about the tickets. I'm not going to a game I think they're going to get blown out in, discounted or not. Hell, I wouldn't take free tickets to Thursday's game. Roy in Clarkston. Last week sucked the life out of Lions fans. Can you blame them? That feeling of impending doom is weighing heavy on the city. Jeff in Petoskey.
Yeah. I also think it's the weather. It's going to be really cold. And to follow up on some of the texters that have been texting me, the weather's going to be cold. You know, it's going to be a high of 21. It could be a low of 11 degrees. It's affecting tailgatings. We are opting not to tailgate and they're going to the corner bar on level 2 hours before the game. When the stadium opens up, if the Lions were 9-3, we would have tailgated.
Lions Cowboys, it's about risk reward. I have a friend who'd rather spend the money and put up with traffic to go to a country western concert than a sporting event. He says he's never left a concert disappointed. Brad.
I've left a couple disappointed.
It's still over $200 for level 3 seats. I'll sit on my couch.
Look, regarding the concert topic, nobody's playing defense against Pearl Jam.
Yes, this is correct. Yes.
Morgan Wallen isn't dealing with a pass rush.
Mm-hmm.
Not buying tickets because you don't reward a front office that ignored glaring weaknesses. I think people are upset with Brad and Sheila and want to punish them. Yeah, there's just not a lot of...
No, but it's for those that are selling their tickets, there are people that are buying those tickets. Now, some of them may be Dallas fans, and it'll be interesting to see what it sounds like, looks like in Ford Field when the game actually kicks off. But I do believe that there are a lot of Lions fans that still have a passion for going to the game. They just didn't want to spend twice the face value now that the ticket prices are coming down, and it's basic economics. Like they're not as good, so the demand isn't going to be as high.
Parents are flying out to L.A. to go to the Rams game with my girlfriend and I. I don't even want to go to that game anymore. This team is done.
What's a trip to L.A. with your girlfriend?
He says, I don't want to watch my team anymore. They're done.
There's other things to look forward to.
I don't think the weather's going to be quite the issue out there that it would be here, John.
Probably
Might be able to tailgate just fine if you make that trip.
Yeah.
Look, we've talked about it.
The tailgate.
I know. We've talked about it. They got to go 4-1 or 5-0, and if they lose this game, the math gets really squirrely for the Lions. And there are people who don't feel like they're winning this game, and they are selling their tickets. Fair or foul, we'll get to MSU expectations for Fitzgerald next. 97.1.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. Last night, the Pistons came away with a 99-98 win over the Atlanta Hawks. It certainly wasn't pretty, but a win's a win, and it was Detroit's second consecutive after having their streak halted last week in back-to-back losses. Last night actually marked the Pistons' first win, scoring less than 100 points since January 3rd of last season. But for J.B. Bickerstaff, it's not about how it looks. All that matters is the result. Pistons now face the Bucks in Milwaukee tomorrow. Last night, Michigan State University made it official, announcing the hire of Pat Fitzgerald as the 27th head football coach in program history. Fitzgerald's career at Northwestern is highlighted by a 2018 Big Ten West title, in which he was named the Big Ten Coach of the Year, and another West title in 2020 that earned him the College Football Bobby Dodd Coach of the Year award. His career is marred, however, by a hazing scandal that caused the university to fire him in 2023. He then sued for wrongful termination and settled for an undisclosed amount this summer when a university investigation found he had no knowledge of the hazing. Fitzgerald will be officially introduced today in East Lansing at 3 o'clock. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Pat Fitzgerald expected to be introduced as the next Spartan football coach. I want you to grade the hire, and we want to know the expectations for Fitzgerald. What is the standard that he has to hit as he's welcomed into Michigan State football? Good morning, 97.1. We're wrapping up a conversation about the Lions and the tickets. People are selling their tickets for Thursday night's game, and the response, I have a friend selling lower bowl for $50 less than face value. Can't find a buyer. I guess that says something. I'm trying to give 4 tickets away. So far, no takers. That's Rick in Rochester Hills. I think there's a citywide consensus what the failures have been for the front office. People aren't buying it anymore. Another ticket texter. Guys, just say what it is. The Lions have the most expensive ticket in the NFL, and people are getting the shaft for an inferior product. The Lions deserve an empty stadium for their greed.
I would disagree with that wholeheartedly, that the Lions deserve an empty stadium. They're still in a playoff run. And
do you think some of the bitterness, though, is, hey, you've been raising the prices and this is what I'm watching?
Yeah. And, I mean, don't they're good at marketing. And for them to come out last week somewhat knowing that I think there was 3 different things and maybe more that played into why they decided to come out last week publicly and say we're not raising ticket prices for next year. One is the team just isn't as good. 2 is the day before was the email that went out for the very expensive playoff tickets. Now, that's kind of a moot point.
I was going to say, it doesn't sound like you have to worry about going to home playoff games.
Yeah, and so I think there's a lot of PR going on here in regards to when they decided to announce they weren't going to raise ticket prices for next year. But I also think that and I'm not going to call you a bad fan if you're deciding not to go, but this team is Ford Field an advantage?
Yes, has been.
So if a team is in desperate need of winning a game, is it to their advantage that their loyal, loving fans are there to make an environment that is very inhospitable for the Dallas Cowboys?
But it's a classic. You build it, they will come. Give them a reason. Give the Lions fans a reason to sink their teeth in and snarl, and you know what this place is capable of. They haven't done it. 3-4 in the last 7 weeks, and we've all seen it.
It's a gotta-have a game.
It is a gotta-have a game. It is the Alamo, right? This is the last stand. It's now or never if this team's going to get it in gear. If you want to win tickets to that game, we'll give them away tomorrow. We have tickets for the Red Wings tonight, this hour on the show. So here's how it works. We're giving away a pair of tickets for Red Wings and Bruins. You're going to listen this hour. When you hear Pat Caputo say, Babcock, you'll call in, got your chance to win your tickets. This hour, Red Wing tickets.
Well done. I don't think I've heard that drop.
Oh, I'm so happy Greg picked this for the drop. Phones. Jordan, Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you feel today?
I'm doing all right. Yourself?
Great, man. Trying to battle through this little windy little Detroit weather of ours. Listen, I'm sorry. I just have to call it like it is. When we were losing, and the real Detroiters, I'm sorry, the east side of Detroit, the west side of Detroiters, we were going down there when it was $15, $10, and still was screaming our heads off to want this team to do better and win. Now the ticket prices just for standing room only right now is $200. And you mean to tell me the individuals who have bought up and monopolized all the tickets and all the season passes, because now that we're winning, now that the average blue collar guy, because I heard a caller earlier or a ticket earlier say that most I can't give it away to the blue collar. That's false. We still love our team. We right here every single day. We still tailgating in this 12 below degrees that we have out here in the wheelchair, because that's what we do. We love our team. But yes, I will take any 4 tickets that they have available, because like I said before, me and my friends and my partners and our family, we made it a tradition to go down here as many times as we can to support. But, since they're losing now, we have a group of individuals that feel like, oh, hey, just give away the tickets. Hey, I don't need them. They just put them on the shelf. Hey, it is what it is. No, this is our team. This is what we came here for. This is what good, bad, and in between. We've been Saudi ugly. It's going to happen again. But my thing is to those naysayers, and as well as those who, like I said, everyone that's across 8 Mile Road that doesn't consider Detroit. I'm a real Detroiter. I love my team. We go down there, we battle. We're going to have these hardships, but to spend $200-$300 for me and my sons to go see a game, you got other men that may not be able to do that, but I'm able to, luckily, and blessed to be able to. But it's some other gentlemen that's very disappointed in the fact that they can't get no tickets now on a Thursday. They'll take off. They got vacation time just to have fun with their children. It just sucks, man. It sucks.
Yeah, look, we've thrown the money dynamic into this. The tickets have gone up a lot the last couple of years. If you're someone who was on the fringe and had to bite down to renew, and you look at this product and you go, what am I paying for? Mm-hmm. And the holidays are around the corner, I don't think you're not a real fan if you make $500 this week selling your tickets and you take care of your family and you prioritize other stuff.
But it does go to the conversation we were having the last couple of years about those dyed-in-the-wool Lions fans, those blue-collar guys and women that were priced out. They had been there through all the lean years. They showed up. They were cheering their heads off when it was $10 or $15 a ticket. And now that there's been a redistribution of wealth in regards to owning those tickets, now those that weren't there in those rough times are sitting there going, I don't want to go down. They're not winning. They're not winning the way I like.
Well, if you were priced out and the price is coming down, go ahead and go.
Back in the game?
Go in, I guess. Keep an eye on it. We'll give away tickets. We do it every Wednesday. Lions tickets tomorrow on the show. All right, Pat Fitzgerald, John. This was your A hire for Michigan State.
Yeah.
What does he have to do to be considered a success as he takes over?
So just in terms of wins and losses.
Define it however you want.
Productivity for the program. I think in year one, it's bowl eligibility. Now, he can't be much better than that. And it's going to depend on how much he's able to hop into the transfer portal and remake that roster. How he's able to look at the roster that he's inheriting and develop those guys and get them to play in a way that they haven't over the last 2 years or longer.
Yeah.
And it's in year two, I would expect 9 wins. Year 3 and moving forward, I would expect them to be a part of the college football conversation. That's kind of the path that I would map out of, because the whole Kirk Cignetti and Indiana story has really ruined it for every other program that is hoping to get back to respectability if they were a respectable program. And yes, Michigan State was a respectable program, especially under Mark D'Antonio. But even for those that have been traditionally, the mid-level Power 4, Power 5 conference teams, you make that hire and you're like, hey, is this our Cignetti? Are we going to hit the portal? Are we going to find magic in a bottle?
Well, and some of that's the unknown. How much money is he working with? What is the rev share? What is the commitment from Michigan State in name, image, and likeness? How is he going to use the portal? It was different when he was coaching at Northwestern, both from their academic restrictions and the landscape of the sport was so much different 3 and 4 years ago.
Yeah.
How does he take to the portal? Is it like a fish to water? He's great at selling himself, his program, and his vision. He galvanizes donors, and there's money, and all of a sudden, you speed things up. He said that himself this last month. Anyone can win now in college football. He cited Indiana. So I wonder then, what is the standard? To me, it would be you got to get them to a place where you have a clear identity. You're a feisty underdog. It's always played well in East Lansing. I think you got to get to a point where you are challenging and making the playoffs every third or fourth year. That's 10 wins. That's finishing 3 or 4 in the Big Ten. In terms of your rivalry with Michigan, it's been 10-10 the last 20 meetings. Can you hold serve? Can you pull off some upsets when they've got more stars than you? Can you hold a 50-50, 500 record in the rivalry? I think these are some benchmarks for Pat Fitzgerald. You know, the first season, they don't play Indiana, Ohio State, Penn State, or USC. So there is a chance for him to get some buy-in with some tangible wins right away and hit the ground running. But I think in today's college football, you just don't get 4 or 5 years.
I don't think you do either. But here's the other thing about Pat Fitzgerald. And we've heard about the fundraising ability for J-Bat. Mm-hmm. And I think part of the reason why the whole decision on Jonathan Smith took so long was he had to generate the money to be able to pay the buyout. Mm-hmm. He's able to get that done. Now the hiring of Pat Fitzgerald, again, more funds, more assistant coaches. You're going to have to pay off the other ones as well. And now you have a guy that I think you could put in front of donors. Knowing Pat and having seen him speak in different areas, you're going to have a guy that's going to be able to energize donors, that is going to get buy-in, belief that we have the right guy. He is I would say he could go on a motivational speaking tour because he is a very good speaker and with great energy. And tell me if that is the opposite of what you had with Jonathan Smith.
Right. This is a guy with Midwest roots who can galvanize and provide a vision and leadership for this team. He will understand the Midwest and Michigan State. He will understand what it takes to build a program here. What does a program built up by Pat Fitzgerald look like? What is success? Because
I'll give you some more nuts and bolts when we come back.
I would love to get deeper into it. Spartan fans, we want to hear from you guys today. It's an exciting time. You're hiring a new football coach. You don't have to worry about Jonathan Smith anymore. It's 97.1. Tell you about Brightside Dental. It's crunch time. Football season, your calendar, you got work, family, game days, and the holidays. It's easy to forget about that dentist appointment you've been putting off. So Brightside Dental is going to make it quick and easy, like a no-huddle offense for your smile. Here's the key. You want to start the new year off with a brighter smile? Brightside Dental, $35 new patient special. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. 9 offices to choose from. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Pat Fitzgerald going to be named Michigan State's next football coach. We're talking, what's the standard? What's the expectation? Define success. Like, I think at a place like MSU with the financial backing, you're going to make the playoffs every so often, right?
Yeah.
You should.
Yep.
Now, Tom threw out a program off air. He said, what if they're Iowa football? Kirk Ferentz averages 8 wins a year, and every so often they bubble up to 10. He's won 10 or more 4 times in the last decade. Now, none in the current bigger and badder Big Ten. But if Michigan State was Iowa football, 8-win average, you bubble up every 4 times in 10 years into a playoff spot, would that be considered success for Pat Fitzgerald?
That would become the floor 3 years from now. The floor of Michigan State's football would be Iowa football. People don't like that when you first say it. No, what I'm saying is actually I think you could do more down the road, but get the backbone of the program being that.
But I think the comparison's there, right? Like Ferentz is a hard-nosed Midwest coach. They always play defense, and the offense has been anemic. Well, let me introduce you to Pat Fitzgerald's Northwestern teams.
And so then you hit on a quarterback here and there, kind of like D'Antonio did, because that was the recipe to his success.
Yep.
The best seasons were with Cousins and Connor Cook.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good floor for the program, a good goal to get. I'll say this, too. I think another thing that needs to happen is they better beat Michigan at home in 2 years.
Like I said, I think you got to hold serve in that rivalry. It's gone in ebbs and flows, but it's 10-10 the last 20. I mean, you're going to be judged by getting in a playoff, beating Michigan. I don't know if winning a Big Ten is going to happen very often, given how big it is, but yeah.
Well, and again, it goes to, are you able to win the Big Ten? And I think there are years where it definitely should be competing for the Big Ten, but, I mean, is the standard, you want to win conference championships, but do you want to be one of the best 12 teams in the country at the end of the year?
Right.
Can you find a way into that? Are you going to be Ole Miss? Where Ole Miss is not competing for an SEC title, but people think there's a chance that they could win it all. Maybe if Lane Kiffin was there, they might even be more of a favorite going into it.
But you're saying for Ole Miss on a given year, they're judged by get in.
Right, because, I mean, do we think Ole Miss hasn't won a championship since the 50s?
I was going to say ever, but yeah, basically.
And so now all of a sudden for them, it's get into the college football playoffs. Give us a chance to win it all. We might not be able to win the conference because it's a tough conference. Same thing with the Big Ten. It's a tough conference. You're going to have pitfalls along the way. You can compete for one, but ultimately it's get in for a chance to win a national title. And
maybe Ole Miss is a good comparison because no one would mistake them for one of the 4 or 5 best brands in the SEC. But that doesn't mean you're precluded from getting your S together and finding a way to get in.
And I talk about the nuts and bolts. One of the things that we know about a Pat Fitzgerald coach team is they're going to be disciplined. Not a lot of pre-snap penalties, not a lot of things that you're going to beat yourself. You give yourself a chance in every single game. What does he also do? He can recruit up front offensive and defensive linemen and develop those guys. Again, tell me if I'm describing Iowa football at all in regards to and linebackers. We all know him. He was a linebacker in high school. He or in college. He does a great job of developing linebackers at the college level. So if you're going to go into any given season, and I'll give you Rashawn Slater and Pete Skoronski, both of those guys were Pat Fitzgerald recruited, developed guys, first-round picks in the NFL. If you're going to compete in the Big Ten, you're going to have to be able to be a physical, blood-of-your-nose type of team, and that's going to be what Pat Fitzgerald does bring to East Lansing.
So how does he recruit without the Northwestern handcuffs, too? To me, that's the $1 million thing, is how much better talent can he get because he doesn't have grade restrictions? Yeah. I mean, there's simply people he couldn't go into their house.
Right. Yeah, I mean, what type of quarterback can he recruit to Michigan State not having any of those handcuffs on, whether it's out of high school or in the transfer portal?
Got a text that says, I'm a Nebraska fan. I'd kill to be Iowa. Don't tell anyone. I think Iowa's a team that you would go, we would never want to be Iowa, but then you look at their results and you go, actually.
I'm not sure Michigan is Iowa under Shamoro Moore, but that's another discussion.
Well, I'd say right now they are. What, 9 wins?
Yeah.
9 wins and be on the bubble? I mean, that is Iowa football, give or take.
Well, and so, okay, yeah, Sherrone Moore had the win against Ohio State last year. That's a program win. I think for Pat Fitzgerald, he's gonna need, in the first 2 years, the one thing that Jonathan Smith could never do is get that program win. And no, a win over Boston College this year did not count. And we said at the time, it would have been worse to lose than the gains of winning.
What would you call Jonathan Smith's most successful thing he did for Michigan State football?
Get fired. Pave the way for Pat Fitzgerald. I don't know.
You're very good when I throw these questions at you. This is
because
where the
that's because he's the king of smarm.
Yeah, smarm alarm. Okay, let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So, Detroit police are looking for 2 men accused of breaking into a home on the city's east side. Now, according to authorities, these 2 guys destroyed 2 surveillance cameras at the home, then broke in and trashed the inside before leaving. They also apparently attempted to break into the same house later the same day, but were unable to. Now, the one thing these guys didn't do was try to hide their identity or wear a mask, because before they destroyed the cameras, right, you had to get up close and personal to the cameras to destroy them. So police do have a clear image of both of these men. There is a $1,000 reward being offered for any information that leads to an arrest. A popular Plymouth restaurant will be closing its doors this month after 6 decades in service. Bodie's Corned Beef House posted on social media saying that they're heartbroken that they're closing. It's not something that they wanted to do, but they say they have no choice as the building was sold to a new company. So the restaurant's last day open will be on December 19th, but they did say they hope to reopen someday if possible. They are going to have this Christmas party fundraiser that's planned for December 15th, where you can go and support the staff. An entry fee of $20. They're going to have food and drinks from 4 to 8 p.m. Michigan is trying out this new asphalt material on a really busy highway in Livingston County. So it's like highly modified material, basically. And it's supposed to improve resistance to cracking and rutting, and obviously will extend the life of the pavement and also help cut down on maintenance costs. So this new material, which already was used on a stretch of I-96 near Grand River, it was used earlier this month, is now going to be part of this larger 3-year project to rebuild I-96 and Grand River Avenue interchange. It's not it is a new material. But it's been used in a handful of other states, but it's the first time we're using it here in Michigan.
Okay.
It's not going to be used for every single project. So like every single road is not going to have this genetic, highly modified material because it is more expensive. There's certain install times, but pretty cool if it works, right? Drivers aren't going to notice any difference when they're driving on it. The road quality won't be different, but officials say they do anticipate a longer pavement life.
That's good because it feels like they got to redo the roads
all the time.
Couple of years. If it extends the life of the road, then let's go.
Yeah, I totally agree. Things turned ugly during the Jacksonville Jaguars win over the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. There was multiple scuffles that occurred during the game. One, in the fourth quarter, Titans running back Julius Chestnut claimed that Jags punter Logan Cook actually threatened to kill him. Yeah, so apparently after the game, Chestnut initially said he didn't know why that threat happened. Like, I don't know. It
makes
was surprising.
No sense, yeah.
But later he did say it may have been something to do about an earlier play in which Chestnut blocked him.
Huh. I don't know.
But it does sound like it had something to do
with the previous play.
This previous play where there was an injury that occurred to Cook, and then so who knows? But
poor choice of words, probably more metaphorical.
Yeah, John, isn't that one of those things you say? Oh, okay, yeah, whatever, fella.
Right?
Move
yeah.
along.
Oh, yes,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, sure you will.
Yeah, that's cute, little fella.
Are you guys fans of Stranger Things?
No, I watched the first season when it came out. Never really stuck with it.
Me neither. And I wish, I mean, I hear great things about it. So I've
What's it about?
contemplated watching it. I've never seen it, John. I've never seen one of them. I don't even
Cookies.
know.
What's it about? Is it like a?
It's like more of a sci-fi.
Okay. Yeah, that's not my
It's
genre.
like
so
this younger group of kids, and they encounter the upside down world with like goblins and ghouls and that type of thing.
Yeah, not watching.
I'm not doing it justice, but that's
Which is typically not my genre either, but I do think I could get into it if I started it. But anyway, it's a pretty big show, and the series finale is such a big deal that Netflix is actually allowing the season 5 volume 3 finale to release in movie theaters for a very limited time. So the finale will be a 2-day only event. It will be shown on the big screen on December 31st at 350 theaters across the U.S. and Canada, and it will run simultaneously to the Netflix stream, but it will also go through the January 1st. So there's two days you can go and see it on the big screen. Tickets for the finale are on sale today.
Well, for fans of the show, I'm sure that would be cool.
Very
it
cool.
would be. You go with a bunch of fans, fellow fans, make a big deal out of
Yeah.
it, event, because we've lost a lot of the event television, like, this night of the week the show comes
because
out.
you can watch it whenever you want.
Binge the whole thing.
Yeah.
Here's the breakdown, John. In 1980s Indiana, a group of young friends witness supernatural forces and secret government exploits. As they search for answers, the children unravel a series of extraordinary mysteries.
And now they're not children at all.
Yeah, they're probably grown up by this point. Season
Well, yeah.
5.
They're adult. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if they're still playing children, but they're
Yeah.
adults in
They're
real
5
life.
years
Yeah.
older, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. A woman went missing on a cruise in St. Martin, but was found a week later after checking into a hotel. So did she mean to disappear? We don't actually know, but 55-year-old Ann Evans was on this 12-day Caribbean voyage. And I was going to say Caribbean, but then I said Caribbean, and I don't know why. Caribbean voyage.
Yeah, I
John's
think
a stickler with
if
this
you're
stuff.
going for work, it's the Caribbean. If you're going for vacation, it's the Caribbean.
Caribbean.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah. Anyway, the cruise departed from Fort Lauderdale on November 16th, I believe. And then about 3 days later, she went missing. She never returned to the ship after she got off for like a guided tour. And police aren't really releasing a lot of information, but they say she checked into a hotel on the French side of the island using her passport. She's been seen in the area, and that's all they're saying. So it sounds like maybe that's where she wanted to stay.
We got our college football rankings, top 12 teams from the mind of Greg Hargrave. That's coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, you hear the ads? Law firms bragging about some giant verdict. To them, it's a trophy. It's a number. Okay, that's great for them. But if you've been in a car accident, what does that really do for you? Here's the truth about David Femininio. He wins big, of course, but he knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. Give David a call at 855-65-CRASH or visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
One Lions coach is fired up, and he's not making excuses. Can they save the season? We'll get to that at 9 o'clock. Good morning, 97.1. Sun's out. Jim Costa with John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. John, we're talking a little college football playoffs, and there is something I want you to keep an eye on tonight. Told you it was pretty good, right?
Well done, Greg. That's not it, I'm guessing.
No, you don't have to worry about Wings and Bruins tonight. It'll be my problem. Tonight, Notre Dame and Alabama are the last two teams in if the playoff rankings hold. Where it would get messy, Notre Dame is at 9 and Alabama is at 10. And you know the 11th and 12th spots will be conference champs from ACC and the American, most likely. What if BYU pulls off the upset and beats Texas Tech? BYU is in. I think Texas Tech would stay in, albeit much lower. 9 and 10 shift to 10 and 11. Notre Dame would be the last team in, and Alabama would be left out as a conference champion loser. Would the SEC allow such a thing? So what they could do tonight, John, play the stupid shell game. They could flip Alabama to 9, put Notre Dame at 10, and it protects Bama from that scenario, and it squeezes Notre Dame out. So my question to you is, if chaos happens,
dare they?
Who deserves to be in more, Bama or Notre Dame? They're both likely in. But if something crazy happens on Saturday, who deserves to be in and who should be left out?
Well, that's the interesting part is of the teams that would be in the 12-team college football playoff, I think we have more now than ever that could actually win a national title. And I think Alabama falls into that category. Are they the favorite? No. But I think they could win a national title. Notre Dame, I think, is also in that category. So you have a scenario where you're going to have teams in that we all believe aren't going to have a shot at winning a national title, yet you might leave a team out that could actually win a title.
Well, that was the thing. Why do we need all these teams? But last year we saw the 7 and the 8 seed fight for the national title, and it was seeded weird. But the point is, there were a bunch of teams that could win it last year. And, John, I think there's a bunch of teams that could win it this year. We'll get to that in a second. Who would you pick, Notre Dame or Alabama, if you were on the committee and they said, hey, one can make it, the other's got to get left home? So
this is the scenario where Alabama
loses the SEC title and BYU wins the Big 12 title.
And they'll have 3 losses.
Yes.
I think Notre Dame gets in. Even though they're not playing in a championship game. That's the other thing, is they're not exposed to a loss.
Yeah. Notre Dame's argument is we have 2 good losses.
Right.
They don't have the same quality of wins.
And they were good losses at the beginning of the year that has proven to still be good losses.
Miami and Texas A&M, yeah.
Throughout the course of the year, look at what we've done. We've gotten better. We've beat other ranked teams, and we should be in.
Bama's case is we won at Georgia, which is arguably as good a win as any in the country. Maybe the best one in the country. That or Indiana's win at Oregon. Alabama could say, we also have another top 25 win against Tennessee, which might not mean a lot, but Notre Dame's best win is USC, so, I mean.
Yeah, but then are you starting to compare losses at that point?
Right. Where Alabama lost to Florida State, yes.
And not just lost, but lost handily.
And it's probably the worst loss of any team in the playoff discussion. It's going to be fascinating to see what they do tonight. If they just hold serve, it's the easiest thing to do is Notre Dame and then Alabama.
Yeah.
But it sets up a world. I would love. Could you imagine the outrage if the SEC runner-up in the championship game was left out of the playoff?
There'd be complete chaos in Tuscaloosa.
Or I'm going to win either way because if Notre Dame's left out, they can join a conference for all I care. You know what I mean? It's going to be hilarious. So we need BYU to do it.
All the SEC, talking honks would just lose their mind.
And if BYU does it, it also fuels this Kalani Sitake, Penn State, Lane Kiffin comparison, and it twists the college football media into knots.
Yes.
You can't say bad things about Kalani, but you said all the bad things about Lane, the whole housewife, the hoe and a housewife deal.
Yeah.
You're gonna do that to Kalani Sitake?
There's only one person that said that. We may have agreed with it, but we didn't actually say it. We just kind of nodded our heads going, I guess if it fits, yeah.
So I'm rooting for BYU because it really opens the door to a whole bunch of hilarious outcomes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, rooting for BYU and an Alabama loss.
Yeah, that would be nice. The other chaos is, and we mentioned it at the end there, if Duke wins the ACC and the ACC gets left out and you have a playoff of North Texas and James Madison both in, the heads are going to explode.
Oh, it'll be awesome. So I asked you the question.
Yeah. How many teams can win the national title?
I think there are 5 teams, and we already mentioned one could be left out. I think you're looking at Ohio State, Indiana, obviously, Notre Dame, Texas A&M, and Alabama. I think everyone else, I think everyone else other than, maybe North Texas and JMU are looking at the possibility of getting a win, but not enough wins to win a national title.
I'm going to add a team I probably should have included in the first time we discussed this. I got Ohio State and Indiana. I got Georgia and Bama. Oregon, and Notre Dame made the run last year, and I've been impressed with Carr. I'm going to put Notre Dame in there as a 6th team that could win it all. I'm going to leave out A&M.
Okay. I just don't think Georgia is consistent enough, even in their wins. Like the win over Tennessee, I look at it and go, turnovers and, just not a defense that imposes their will like the Georgia defenses that we've seen, an offense that at times sputters.
Yeah.
I just don't think they're consistent enough to win 3 games and win a national title.
Well, I'll give you a team like that I think fits that description perfectly is Oklahoma. They heat up quarterbacks. They beat Alabama and Tuscaloosa. I just don't think they have the gas to win 4 playoff games.
Offensively, there's no chance. Maybe defensively they have enough.
Could they win a game in Norman or stun someone in a neutral site? But to win all of the games necessary, I don't see it. Mm-hmm. And that's the same thing with a team like...
so I've got 5 teams I think could win. You got 6.
6, yeah.
And you've got Oregon. See, Oregon is another team I just don't think they are... I don't think they're powerful enough. I don't think they have enough on either side of the ball to win those 3 games. I think you could sit there and say, okay, yeah, they win the first one. Boy, they look good. And then all of a sudden they turn around the next week. Dante Moore can hit all the throws.
Yeah, and some unbelievable throws.
Right. But he also has the propensity in some games to miss and have a quarter where you're like, what happened to Dante Moore?
They've missed a few weapons lately. If they get those guys right, Moore can throw it in a bucket.
You got the big IF.
Oh, IF. And their defense, man, they stopped the run. They've been number 1 against the pass efficiency. It's a narrow path, but I think they should be on the list of teams that could win a national title. Deeper field. All right, Lions fans, how do you save the season next? 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Tonight, the Red Wings will take on the Boston Bruins for the 2nd consecutive game. In the first meeting in Boston on Saturday, the Wings lost 3-2 in a shootout to suffer their 4th consecutive defeat. Detroit has also lost 5 of its last 6 games, entering tonight's showdown at Little Caesars Arena. With the roller coaster that the Red Wings have put themselves on to start the year, it's been hard to locate this team's identity. Todd McClellan agrees, but also knows what he wants his team to be known for. Pre-game starts at 6:45 right here on 97.1 tonight, and Michigan State basketball returns to retro tonight. The Spartans will open Big Ten play at home against Iowa this evening and will wear the old Nike uniforms with State across the chest that the likes of Draymond Green, Kalen Lucas, and Drew Neitzel punctuated the golden era of Tom Izzo's program with from 2000 to 2010. Tip-off is in East Lansing at 7 p.m. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Sorry, just got a nasty text from Rico Beard. He didn't like the Iowa comparison from early in the show. Said it's a condescending pat on the head.
Little brother always looks for the negative when a Michigan fan has an opinion about their program.
Can we just work
Whoa,
backwards?
whoa. You're calling him a Michigan fan?
No, Rico. I'm calling me the Michigan fan.
All right.
Yeah,
Yes.
but just so we work backwards and then we'll move on. When I laid out my expectations for Michigan State under Pat Fitzgerald, I said they'd be a feisty physical team that wins 8 or more games every year, and every 3 or 4 years they make the playoff, which means you got to win 10 or more to make the playoff. You know who that fits? Iowa. We worked backwards, but it fits. Iowa under Ferentz averages 8 wins a year. They've won 10 or more games 4 times in the last decade. They're feisty and physical. You know, I said Fitzgerald's got to hold serve in the rivalry and go 500. Ferentz does fine in that in-state rivalry they have with Iowa State.
Truly competing.
It ends up fitting like a glove. And I know no one wants to be told you're Iowa football because they're boring and they don't ever win a championship.
Michigan was Iowa except for 3 years.
Right. Yeah.
Well, but I also think Michigan State, I do think that they should be a better program, and the expectations should be higher for that program than they are for Iowa.
I agree. And therefore, basically you're saying it's Iowa with like Stoney's candy on top of the dessert, where they do actually compete for a playoff spot. Because I don't think Iowa genuinely competes for a playoff spot. They're just below that, and that's probably where Rico got offended.
Yeah, because in the new Big Ten, Iowa has gone 8 wins. Not good enough. And in this Big Ten, Michigan State will have to be better than Iowa currently is.
And I don't think I'm too far off to actually saying it. Let's do the D'Antonio era all over again.
Right.
Well, I mean, I think they should be right there every single year. It's going to take a couple of years for him to build up his NIL reputation and being able to attract players in the transfer portal, but they should be competing. They should be in the conversation of the college football playoff every single year by year 3.
He said, what a condescending pat on the head. Why not new Indiana football?
So I agree with that. New Indiana football, are they going to be a team that sticks around and competing every single year? Can Kurt Cignetti continue to pull the rabbit out of his hat of a quarterback? And that's really going to be the deciding factor for all these teams.
Does he really think that's what the standard is at MSU, to be an undefeated team?
Win 23 games in 2 years or you're gone?
Well, the Oregon.
You just put that or gone in.
But is Rico suggesting that we should set the bar for Pat Fitzgerald or any MSU football coach at 23 wins over 2 years? I don't think that's fair to expect.
Usually when you pick the once in a while out of nowhere things in sports and you try to copy it, it fails miserably.
Look, I think they provide a blueprint and offer hope and optimism for everyone. But to say that MSU has to be Indiana football, that is the standard. I mean, if Iowa football is demeaning, I think Indiana's outright unattainable. I mean, what they're doing right now feels ridiculous. To suggest anyone's just going to walk in and do it feels ridiculous, does it not?
And I'm curious for all fan bases, like, what do you even consider like the value of a conference championship right now? Because if the goal is simply, I want a chance to win a national championship, I want to be in the tournament at the end of the year, obviously winning the conference title is the easiest path to get that seat at the table.
I just want to be clear. Indiana instantaneously hosted a home playoff game and now is playing in a Big Ten title and should have a bye regardless. That is, look, if that's what they want to do 2-6, that's their prerogative. I don't think that's MSU football, instantaneously hosting home playoff games and playing for the Big Ten title.
Well, to defend them, they think that's hanging out there because you have Indiana who's done it and you can do it quick because of the portal.
It all depends on who he gets at quarterback or how he develops a quarterback, because I do believe he'll be able to develop the talent on both fronts, offensive and defensive line. He's going to demand excellence and toughness, physicality. All of those things are going to be what defines a Pat Fitzgerald team. It's also going to be a very disciplined team.
Yeah, I just don't think I was at all condescending to say 8+ wins, playoffs every 3 or 4 years.
No, but you just told him how he should feel.
500 against Michigan. Unfortunately, that fits the description of Iowa. Like, if the shoe fits, it's not.
Yeah, but I think the bar should be higher than Iowa. Okay, I'm the outsider setting the bar for the Spartans.
Yeah.
I do believe that the bar should be higher.
Remember, I said the floor should be Iowa. That's a very different way of looking at it. Get to the floor of Iowa within a couple years here, and then go from there.
I also think what's getting lost in translation is we're talking Iowa pre-Big Ten expansion. You need to be Iowa pre-Big Ten expansion.
Where the floor, every single year, you can look at the schedule and say, okay, here's our 8 wins.
Yeah.
Of the other 4,
can we steal a couple?
I don't even think it's steal them. I know you want to get into this whole...
You'll be the underdog. Sorry. MSU, I hate to break this to you. You don't get to bang the drum for decades about chip on the shoulder and we're the underdog, and then people call you the underdog and you go, why don't we get respect? You thrive on the disrespect of being the underdog. So yeah, John, they got to steal one against the mighty Buckeyes, mighty Wolverines, mighty Ducks. Well, that was kind of weird. They have to steal one. That's part of the identity of being a feisty program.
But in every single year, I don't think, when I say the floor is 8 wins, and all those other 4, I would expect that you would split the difference at a minimum. So you're talking about 10 wins.
Yeah.
It almost sounds like Rico wouldn't take the D'Antonio era.
What?
They made one playoff.
Okay, but why wouldn't you expect more?
Well, he won multiple Big Ten titles. It's kind of an apples to oranges comparison in the new college football.
Yes, in the new era.
Yeah, it does muddy and mess things up.
I wonder how D'Antonio would have approached NIL. I don't think he would have done well. I think he would have resisted it much like Izzo.
Well, it's okay to be old school, but understand that maybe it doesn't fit anymore. Did Nick Saban step away because he didn't want to fit into the new era of college football?
Famously, yes. All right, we said we'd talk some Lions. We have some great audio from Lions defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard. We talked a lot about getting to the quarterback and how it hasn't been good enough. You know who agrees with us? The Lions defensive coordinator. And he went on to add to that. There's no sugarcoating it from him, John.
No, should there be?
What's the path for the Lions to save their season here?
The path to save the season is, you've got to create pressure on Dak Prescott.
Mm-hmm.
I'm only talking about this game.
Okay.
You got to create pressure on him. You got to get home, and you're going to have to find a way to block the interior 3. With the interior 3 on 2.
Yeah.
Because to me, there's not a lot of threat on the edge for Decker and Sewell. It's not like they don't have players, but it's the big concern for me for Dallas is looking at that interior 2 defenders.
I think the way they save the season is you look to your star players, of which I think that they have more on the defensive line. Look, offensively, they're missing Laporta, and I don't know if St. Brown's going on Thursday. I don't know that I can lean on this offense because I don't get enough of a push up front. John, if they're going to save the season, it's got to be Lee McNeil and Aiden Hutchinson leading the way. They have to bail out a secondary missing Terrion Arnold, and Kirby Joseph's got a wonky knee. Like, they need their D-line to save their season.
They need their defense.
Specifically, yes.
Yeah, and I would say you need the defense that we saw in large part up until and including the Philly game. The last 2 weeks, I don't know what has happened to the defense in 2 weeks where they and they didn't apply enough pressure on Jalen Hurts, but at least they were stopping the run. They were making things difficult down the field. In the last 2 weeks, they haven't done that at all.
Right. I mean, the first text we get, the key to saving the season, Aiden Hutchinson needs a multi-week J.J. Watt-esque tear. Needs to have his hair on fire. Needs to blow up the quarterback. Look, if they do that in the next 2 games, their season's alive. If they don't, their season's over.
How about this one? Kind of a big picture stat, but third down conversion rate, both sides of the ball. So this year, offensively, they're 38.6% converting on third down. Last year, 46.8.
Yeah,
Much
That's
better.
huge.
Huge jump.
Defensively, this year, they're 37.3. Last year, it was 32.4.
So they're up a little bit.
Yeah. Just John's point. Get the offense off the field.
Yeah.
Make them kick field goals. And I also think because the conversion rate is up on defensively, it's making teams go for fourth down more against them.
Yeah. I think the defense has to save the day. So I'm refreshed hearing Kelvin Shepard say it's not good enough and calling out the issues and not sugarcoating it. He's got to have the answers because I think that is their best path to saving their season is their defense starts lighting people up. It's 97-1.
Hey, FanDuel is the number one sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay, or you could track every single stat throughout the course of the game, all in one easy-to-use app. Never have to leave the app. Right now, it's the perfect time to join. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So pick one that you think is as close to a sure bet as possible, and if you win, you put down that $5, you're going to get $150 in bonus bets. So bet on the players you love the exact way that you want. Head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expired 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's
Yep. Players
got to
make plays.
Yeah, John. We said, how do you save the season? Work this way out for us. Lions are in a hole here. How do they dig out of it? 248-539-9797. Everybody's down. Nobody's feeling good. I said you look to the defense and specifically the defensive line. Yeah, you got to make plays. And I think it's Aleem McNeil, and I think it's Aiden Hutchinson. It's your stars. It's your high-paid defensive players. Go be game wreckers. Bail out your secondary. Bail out your offense. Get the football back. It's got to be the defensive line. I don't think the offense is going to be what we want it to be. Laporta's out. St. Brown's hurt. The middle of the offensive line hasn't been good enough. We know what that does to Jared Goff. If the D-line doesn't impact the quarterback, if those two guys don't win their one-on-ones, they're not making the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. It's this. We talk about problems that are fixable and not fixable. I think the issues with the offense are just simply the issues. Now that comes down to, Dan Campbell, that offensive staff, got to find a way to still gain yards. It may not be as explosive as it was the last couple of years, but you still got to find a way to move the ball and move the sticks. But with the issues of the interior three on that offensive line, you're just limited. You okay? Accept the fact that you're limited. And now you look at the players on defense. Hutch, got to have more impactful plays.
Yep.
And Aleem McNeil, kind of the same thing, more impactful plays. And then you look at Tyleik Williams, DJ Reader. I don't expect them to be pressuring the quarterback, but I do expect them to be stout and shut down the run. And now you're looking at the other side going, okay, who's going to step up opposite Hutch? At the beginning of the year, it was Al-Quadin Muhammad.
Yeah.
And
somebody's got to do that.
Yeah, somebody has to. And you keep looking around going, well, who?
John, I got it. I figured it out.
I know what you're going to say.
You know who saves the season?
All right. Hey, get the smarm alarm ready, please.
I got it right here. You know who saves the season, John? Marcus Davenport.
Stop. I want to punch you right now.
I remember in the offseason saying...
Can we make that our new... can we have a sounder of me like punching and Cookies going...
Sure, but that's him burping up what Brad cooked.
Yeah, I remember saying they can't have this guy be the starting edge, and I think you said, yeah, man, there's no way this guy's going to be the starting edge.
No, I mean, the over-under on how long he lasts is 1.5 games. Same thing last year. Before he was to the Lions, same thing, and it's the same thing this year.
Yeah. Let's get to the phones. Edward, you're on 97.1.
Guys, last week you guys mentioned that SOL is dead. I couldn't get through, but let's just recap. It seems crazy to say it, but in less than 2 calendar years, the Lions were up 17 points in the second half of the NFC Championship game. They lose that game. They follow it up with a 15-2 record, with a decimated defense. They win the division. They get the number 1 seed. They get the first-round bye. Their MVP candidate, so-called franchise quarterback, has 4 turnovers of his own. They lose the biggest game in Ford Field history. Now, here they are now, 7-5, staring 7-7 in the face. Forget the playoffs. We better hope they go plus 500. And to say that SOL is dead means that for way too many, this era is the Lions' equivalent of the Showtime Lakers. That this era is the Lions' equivalent of Yzerman Fedorov. And that just goes to show you how low our standards are, because if they go 5 years, Brad Holmes era, Dan Campbell era.
Edward, you're making John very unhappy. He's not happy right now.
Explain to me how it's SOL. I mean, so what's the definition of SOL? Like things that are inexplicably that have never happened before, and you find new ways to lose. You find I just don't believe that they're finding new ways to lose. Like, are we disappointed? Are they regressing? Yes, but they did this to themselves by not solidifying the offensive line, by not going out there and understanding what made this team great.
Okay, so why does that make that immune from the SOL?
Edward, because SOL to me is the inexplicable. This is the explicable.
Edward, I would put it to you like this. Would we say it's such a same old Lions thing to do to lose the NFC Championship game?
Up 17 points?
No, but hold on. Edward, we would say, yeah, my whole life has been filled with the same old Lions losing the NFC title game.
Here, let me help Edward out.
Like, you got to really say it out loud and marinate in it for a second. Making the NFC title game was nothing like the same old Lions. Losing the game could be.
You're making my point.
Edward,
you're making my point.
Edward, I'll let you finish your point, but let me finish mine. This football team losing that game is gut-wrenching, heartbreaking, agonizing. That doesn't mean every time the team loses a heartbreaker, it's SOL.
Okay. So the point is that because the Lions haven't done it since 1991, that because they lost that game the way they did, that makes it okay. You are proving my point.
I didn't say it's okay. You're putting words in my mouth, Edward. No one said it was okay to lose that game. But when you do the mouth-breathing, every loss is SOL routine, it infuriates people because it's lazy. Winning 15 games wasn't same old Lions because they lost the playoff game. It was an awful playoff game that we all loathed. It doesn't mean it's SOL.
See, this is where I disagree with you guys, though. It's not the inexplicable. Yeah, inexplicable is part of it, but so is the 1991 NFC Championship game loss. I lived as a Lions fan that was in the SOL era, and guess what? That season, they dominated except for 2 games. The first one they lost 45-0, and the last one they lost 41-10. They gave up 85 points to the best team in the league that year. They were never the best team.
But Tom,
then they lost all the offensive linemen. Guess what? You have an offensive line problem. You can make the case. The Jameis Winston touchdown was a 3-ring circus SOL play. Then you have your center come back, desperation trying to save you, and the guy can't play.
Look,
the story's being written.
Okay.
If you want to call it SOL, that's fine. And I blame you for it.
Yes, blame him because he brought this up last week. But do you see where this goes then? They lost on Thanksgiving. That's SOL. They always lose on Thanksgiving. If they lose this week to the Dallas Cowboys, it'll be SOL. If they lose, everything just becomes SOL. And it just becomes a catch-all. It just becomes a lazy way of talking about this football team.
The 90s Lions got, and I don't really want to talk about this that much to agree because I still think Campbell and Holmes, I think Campbell's the X factor here. That they're in such better hands with the head coach than they were back with the other success, the 90s Lions. But the similarity...
And they're in better hands with the general manager as well.
Well, I think...
But we don't like how he constructed the team this year, and I get it.
I'm not going to say there have been better hands yet. That front office back then built a borderline Super Bowl caliber team. And then all their decisions after they had that roster that was on the edge of competing made wrong decisions. I think Brad Holmes has crippled this franchise with his last 2 drafts and last year's offseason.
Look, you want to say...
We'll see. That's all I'm going to say.
All I'm going to say is if every time they lose its SOL, it loses all its power.
Yeah.
If every time a bad thing happens, it's immediately SOL. Any football loss is SOL. SOL is a player dying. You know what I'm saying? SOL is... the Calvin Johnson catch rule. Those are the SOL moments. Let's not water down every single bad thing as SOL or every single loss is SOL.
You don't think the Winston catch is an SOL-like play?
Let's get to Heather with the news.
So residents in a downtown Detroit apartment complex are being forced to move out on Black Friday. So just a couple days ago, residents at the Leland received a surprise letter informing them that they have until December 3rd, which is tomorrow, to move out because DTE is planning to turn off the power. And apparently it's all because the owner of the building is behind on several bills. The owner allegedly asked for an extension to make the payment, but that was declined. The city also says there has been other issues with the building that deal with failing to make emergency repairs. So all these residents now have... or had a couple days to move all of their stuff out. In this letter that these tenants received, the owner wrote, "This is not a decision we ever wanted, and we are deeply saddened that circumstances have led us here. Many of you have lived here for years, and we truly are grateful for the trust, community, and kindness you've shared. There's at least one tenant that has lived in the apartment for decades. 15 to 20 years, says this is my house. I've got furniture, wonderful things, all sorts of things that now have to be uprooted on such a short notice." And he says it's inhumane. It's a sad thing. And that it brings this man to tears. The city is expected to provide resources to help those who live there find a new place to live. After officially hiring Pat Fitzgerald as Michigan State's new football coach, lots of people praised the move, including Connor Stalions. He took to social media to say, quote, "Unfortunately, Michigan State made the best hire of this cycle. Pat Fitzgerald is the only available head coach who's done more with significantly less on a relatively consistent basis."
Who cares what Stalions has to say about it?
No, please stop talking.
He's going to continue. Are you asking me to stop talking or
No,
Connor
no,
Stalions?
you can keep talking. Yes.
Wait,
yes,
hold
no.
on.
No,
Who
no.
had it in the prep? Let's take a look.
Tom.
Yeah, not me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I-
I might tell Cookies to stop talking, but you can talk as much
okay.
as you want.
I felt like a troll.
Yep.
Felt like a troll when I put it in the prep.
So, Oxford Dictionary's word of the year is rage bait. They define it as online content deliberately designed to elicit anger or outrage by being frustrating, provocative, or offensive. They say it's being used 3 times more than it was just a year ago, but also note it's not a new term. It was first recorded over 2 decades ago. Somebody used
It's
it.
also not a word.
Yes, and grammar police are saying, hey, it's not a word, it's 2 words, which is causing rage, which is quite fitting.
Yes.
Kind of like putting a Connor Stalions stories in the news
Yeah.
in the press.
Yes. Now that's rage
or
bait,
calling
yeah.
things SOL.
Yeah, but only if people fall for it, which we didn't.
And finally, the Thanksgiving holiday saw millions of people traveling by air. And on Sunday, the TSA say it set a new record for daily screening with over 3 million travelers screened at airports across the country. So TSA agents screened 3.13 million on November 30th. And they broke a previous record of 3.09 million from June 22nd of this year.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right. Heather with the news.
Thank you for speaking.
you're welcome.
It was a critical part of that. Wouldn't be Heather with the news without it. Coming up next, we are getting flooded with more of these responses to caller Edward, so we can wrap that up. And then we got to get into the dynamic the Lions fans face this week with the Dallas Cowboys in town. I got a notification, and I want to know if this is a trend. It's 97.1. All right, we were flooded with response because those 3 letters were used and got everybody all riled up. I'm going to read those
Okay.
after I try to push us in a new direction, okay?
Okay.
Some of the responses. That caller has the same thoughts on SOL as I do. Steve. SOL is everybody knew we needed an offensive line in the offseason, and they didn't do it. Guys, you keep hanging your hat on that meaningless 15-2 season, Matt in Highland. I never thought I'd see the day that Tom is being Rieger. Shocking. On the flip side, if SOL means winning 15 games and appearing in NFC Championship games, then sign me up. SOL will be dead when they fill the fans with Super Bowl hope and then actually deliver on it.
I'll counter the 15-2 one with a 14-2 in NFC Championship game loss. That happened in 1991.
Our fans would watch us get to the Super Bowl, lose by a last-second field goal, and call in Monday saying SOL. I just think it's become a catch-all for any misery that we suffer, and there have been miserable moments, but they aren't all SOL moments.
Correction, that was a 12-4 91.
Okay.
I just didn't want to create lies to support.
I just for a generation, I'll speak for myself. I'm in my 30s. The Lions hadn't won a playoff game. So to call the season where they win 2 of them an SOL outcome, I had to push back. I don't agree that they lose the NFC title game and that's an SOL moment, that everything that goes bad is same old Lions.
But the bottom line outcome, though, is how far do you go? And it matches the best of the 90s Lions. And we're seeing similar roster problems starting to occur.
My point is, if you work hard enough, and there are hosts on the station that do work hard enough at it, you can make everything SOL if you really try. Losing on Thanksgiving Day was an SOL loss, right? I mean, if you really want to spin the tale, hey, they lost to a division foe on Thanksgiving Day. That's what the same old Lions would do.
Yeah,
Frank
they went out
Ragnow
and got
retired.
Micah Parsons, and we didn't do anything.
The Packers got Reggie White.
Evan,
Dude, okay.
It's SOL.
When you lose, it hurts. And when your expectations are a Super Bowl contending team and you're clearly not, it hurts. Doesn't make it all SOL.
Paying Aiden and then he doesn't get enough sacks. SOL.
Paid Swilling.
SOL. See, you could just do it for everything, and then we don't even need to do anything. We'll just play an AI machine that says SOL every day.
Or you could come on at 6.
That's great. Hey, just a couple other talking points. I was telling Jim in the break. Yeah, they just so happen to have the safety they just extended, and I know the contract's pretty friendly for the Lions, that has a knee that can't be fixed. Okay.
SOL.
They lose a tight end to a all
Then you
sudden,
move on.
They lose a tight end to a back injury absolutely out of nowhere. That came out of nowhere with Laporta.
Brock Wright's trachea injury, SOL.
Yeah, then they have the one backup tight end who's pretty good, and then he gets his throat stepped on by a cleat.
J-Mo dropped the ball on fourth
football.
down. SOL.
Guys are going to get hurt. It's a violent game.
SOL lives in your heart, and it's your choice
In a black
to let
heart.
it live there.
Yeah.
See,
in a
I
black heart.
said it was never going to leave my heart till they reached the Super Bowl.
Okay.
The dead and dying.
It seemed like
Black
it was
heart.
dormant here for about a 2.5 year stretch, but the bottom line is the bottom line.
248-539-9797. We take phone calls. We take texts. We will, if you have thoughts, we'll take them. I'd like to shift gears a little bit and focus on the here and now.
Okay.
John, you seem relieved at that.
Yeah, I'm going to remove myself from that conversation.
Okay. I got a notification yesterday from one of the ticket apps, and it said that prices are going down for Thursday.
Okay. Yeah. The Lions aren't as good as they were last year, so supply and demand is going to go down.
So I wanted to hear from Lions fans. Are you selling your tickets for this week? And is it a reflection of, hey, it's just too good to pass up? Holidays are around the corner. I already got raked over the coals to renew. This is a chance to cash out with the Cowboys in town. Or is it you're selling because you don't think they're winning on Thursday? You're selling because you see CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens and think, well, Kirby Joseph's got a bum knee. He might not play, and Terrion Arnold's on IR, and I don't trust that we can get to Dak. They added Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark. I don't like that matchup. Are you selling because you've given up on the season? Or are you selling because, hey, man, the money's too good? And maybe it's both. But I think a lot of Lions fans are in that spot, and there's a reason prices are going down. So if you could help us understand, that's the conversation I'd be more interested in versus everything is SOL.
Right, and so why are people selling their tickets? Is the team as good as we expected it to be? No. So people are going to sell their tickets, especially those that have paid the price for season tickets. Now there's going to be a lot of other people that look at this as it's my opportunity to go to a Lions game because ticket prices are coming down. Do I think there's going to be empty seats or empty rows at Ford Field? No. So the question is going to be how many of those ticket buyers are Lions fans or Cowboys fans? Because we pride ourselves in taking over other stadiums. Are we going to allow that to happen here?
I don't forecast a takeover.
I don't forecast a takeover either. I'm just saying it's going to happen that some of those will be sold to fans that aren't fans of the Detroit Lions.
Yes.
Here's the other thing. You may have made that commitment when you thought that this was going to be a team that was trying to compete for a number 1 seed or compete for the division, and now they're not. So maybe I'm still going to have to get up and go to work on Friday morning. And we're going to have to get up very early to come to work on Friday morning. Do we want to go, even though we could use our credentials to go?
Right.
No. And so some of it might be just, hey, it's a Thursday night game. Don't want to make that commitment on a Thursday night. It could be that it's cold. Maybe I normally would tailgate if it was a 9-3 team and I got those texts.
Well, that's the key.
But I'm not going to tailgate. I'm still going to go.
I'm not shaming anybody, but that is the truth. If this team had won on Thanksgiving Day, I don't think the prices would be going down for Thursday. I think the prices would be going up.
Sure, but
I'm not shaming you. I'm not calling you a bad fan.
No, I'm not either. But this is just general
common sense.
Common sense. It's economy, right? Your product is not as good, so I'm not going to pay as much for it.
What about the real fans who won't sell their seats? We already got one of those calls today.
Okay. Well, no. We had a real fan that said, I'm going no matter what. I went when they were
bad.
$15, $10. People couldn't give them away. Some fans were still going. Sure.
But I don't think we'll let the people answer it. Let's get to Joe in Grosse Ile. Joe, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. To me, SOL is dead, and it ended about a year and a half ago. The Campbell era is no longer SOL. To me, it is SNL, and I don't mean Saturday Night Live. It's the same new Lions, and that is it's the same disappointment, but just a new path to get there. We're supposed to be good now, and before we were never good and found ways to lose like you guys have described, outrageous ways to lose. But now we're supposed to be good, and we're supposed to stay there, and we should. We've got the talent. We've got the coaching, but SNL is hanging around because it's the same disappointment, just in a new path there.
There are different expectations, at least for the first time in over 30 years.
Right, but it sounds like you're just putting lipstick on a pig. Like you're painting the wall a different color, but you're still calling it, the same thing.
It's disappointment is disappointment, but I don't refer to them as the same old Lions anymore.
Okay, that's fine.
Like it used to be, to me, it was comically, like SOL is comical. Like it's so bad, you laugh at it. Like the absurd. My team is so bad, and look at this new stupid way they lose. The Lions aren't comically bad. This sucks. Like this hurts because they're actually supposed to be good.
Right, and they've got a payroll of a team that would be good.
They got all pros.
Yeah, and so so payroll isn't really a great descriptor of this, but in terms of how far out your payroll goes, that's probably the better description, because everybody's got to pay a minimum and there's a maximum, and everybody's kind of right around the same thing in terms of how much money they're spending on their rosters this year. But the fact that you're now planning out to 2028, 2029, like that's where the payroll comes in, because you have guys that are making a lot of money and you got them locked up for a while.
Phone calls to get to, some of your texts, 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch any level of football is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are, of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Get more of your response. Lions tickets, prices are dropping for Thursday night. Is it because you've given up on the season, or, hey, money's good, holidays around the corner, and this is a business decision? They've run it like a business the last couple years, jacking the prices up, and this is you saying, hey, they're not holding up their end of the bargain.
So I think the other question that I would have, and you probably don't know the answer, I like to ask these questions.
Yes.
Is, are there more tickets in the market, or are there the same number of tickets just going for a lesser price? Because that to me just says, well, the team isn't looking at a 5-2 record. So yeah, ticket prices are going to be less. There just might not be as many of them.
Yeah, they don't give me access to all the tickets available on the market.
Yeah.
I just get the little notification that says down.
Right. So, I mean, there's a lot of different things, ways to look at this. And, I mean, if there are, in any given Sunday or game day, if there are typically, 2,000 tickets for sale, and they're going at twice face value versus there are 2,000 tickets that are still for sale for Thursday night, but they're going for face value or $20 over face value. It makes all the sense in the world that you're not going to be selling them for the same price. But if it's not an influx of tickets, I don't know that really matters.
I'll just give you a little bit of the economics of this as I understand it. So the average price I'm seeing for a Lions-Cowboys ticket is $186. And the notification said down $35. It's a pretty decent percentage discount.
Okay, yes. But is there a glut of tickets?
Right.
I think that's really the better number to say are fans just completely.
I mean, I can count by hand.
Go ahead. Well, you got 8 minutes.
1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get to the phones. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I mean, I really appreciate the show. Thanks for taking my call. I'm just going to make 3 points as quickly as I can, but I could go on all day. But first of all, what is there to like about an organization that's been atrocious for 70 years? Okay, 70 years they've been atrocious. All right, and the first sign of them being good, they raise the prices unbelievably. Detroit's not a rich town, and they treat us like we're in Beverly Hills. That's number one. Number two, is there anything more condescending? They had an opportunity to be forthright with fans and say, oh, you know what, let's not kill him, right? No, went the other way. Number two, what's to like about Brad Holmes? I mean, everybody deifies the guy. There is nothing, and I hate using the phrase, but is there anything more same old lines than saying we're good when everybody can see the cracks in the armor on your D-line? And what do? What's more same old lines than moving up in the draft to take an injured receiver when you could have taken Jordan Davis? What's more same old Lions than moving back in the draft when, John, you yourself was like, boy, I sure hope we can get Jalen Carter at 6. And then you go and you get all these offensive weapons, but you have no means of protecting your quarterback, and everybody's sitting there going, oh, well, what's the point in having these guys?
Well, hold on. Let's make sure we got our timeline correct. You said they moved up to get an injured receiver instead of taking Jalen Carter. That's the wrong draft.
No. He said Jordan Davis.
Wrong. Incorrect, John. Incorrect. I said they didn't take Jordan Davis. Okay? They took Jameson Williams when they could have taken Jordan Davis. They moved back in the draft, and the smartest guys in the room took Jahmyr Gibbs way early when they could have got him at 18 probably, and they said, we're going to pass on Jalen Carter. He doesn't fit the profile.
Wait, you don't like Jahmyr Gibbs?
No, you've missed the point. Again, that's the exact wrong point to think of. I would rather, let me ask you something. You don't like the idea of having Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, and Aiden Hutchinson on your D-line, and still maybe getting Jahmyr Gibbs at 18, which it probably was, because in that draft, everybody and the brother said the same thing. They said, oh my God, I can't believe the Lions took him that early, which is constantly what we're doing. We're taking offensive weapons. It's like Matt Millen all over again, so tell me how that isn't same old Lions. And now you're reaping the benefits of it. The window of time to win in this league is very, very short. And the most important thing, and John, you know this better than anybody, is getting to the other team's quarterback and protecting your own. And the Lions treat that like they treat those lines like they treat their fans, like second-class citizens. That's why there's no patience with the organization. That's why the prices are dropping. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks, Mike.
Wow.
You see Tom hiding under the desk as we glare at him. This is what you brought.
Yeah.
Some of these are ugly facts, guys. They're really ugly facts.
I want to draw a very clear distinction.
I want Jalen Carter.
I did too.
I want to draw a very clear distinction so we don't get painted in some corner. We are not defending everything the Lions have done over the last year or two. We've actually done a lot of critical thinking and discussion. I'm just not willing to put everything in the same acronym box that he is.
What I will say to this, I hate bringing up SOL. I really do because it sucks. I'm not going to deny that there's factual things that align on its side for the argument. I'm not going to deny and live in an unreal world that things are starting to happen that have happened in the past. They're very minimal compared to some of those things. You don't have quarterbacks running out of the back of the end zone yet, okay? But I do think a case can start being made. And I'll say this, and I'll foreshadow, I know we're going to do this topic tomorrow. The honeymoon's over.
Agreed.
And the marriage is hard.
Agreed.
And we're going into that phase, and I think we all agree on that.
But, okay, to continue that analogy, the honeymoon's over and you're running into some of the fighting that happens. You don't consistently point to what the ex used to do to you, which is what the SOL phone calls are.
Right.
Right?
It's also, and I think we've done a good job, Brad Holmes is not infallible. Right? He's made some mistakes, clearly. Every GM does. And now he's made a critical mistake in not addressing the offensive line. But I do believe this offseason, and I don't know how it gets done because it's not a great free agent class of interior offensive linemen. So whether it's through free agency, through the draft, through trades, he's going to have to find a way, and it may be uncomfortable, but you're going to have to find a way to improve your offensive line. I do believe it is obvious that is the biggest issue for this team.
If they go on to make the playoffs and win a playoff game or two, I think Dan Campbell will have shown his chops as a head coach and proven that he's an elite head coach. He's a little fork in the road now. If he's a miracle worker, which I think borderline we're sitting in that state right now.
Sure.
If he pulls it off, he's done his job and proven that he ain't the past. However,
he's only working with what he's got.
The fork in the road for Brad Holmes is this offseason.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. By the way, we gave away Red Wing tickets earlier in the show. Jason in Armada won those tickets. We have tickets for every Red Wings home game this season. You go to NHL.com/Red Wings to get your tickets. He'll be at the Bruins game tonight. Tomorrow, we do have Lions tickets to give away.
Oh.
Lions and Cowboys tickets we'll give away tomorrow on the show. Be listening. We'll play Name That Lion, the whole routine. Doug Karsh, what's going on?
How are we doing?
Good.
I missed Angry Guy. I just was walking past the studio and I could hear yelling.
Well, he was yelling, and he was yelling really fast.
Was he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, there's kind of two places to be in this world anymore. You're either doing great or you should be fired.
Yes.
Yesterday we got the fire Brad Holmes call again, and criticizing him to some people is not enough. You have to want him fired.
You need action.
This is the world. This is the world we live in now. Fire everybody.
There's no gray area.
And in many sports, many coaches, if not most coaches, if not darn near all coaches, are one loss away from being on the hot seat. It just feels like there's no patience for anything anymore. But they might have miscalculated. Fair enough. I think there might be some miscalculations here. Time will tell. I guess we'll see in the end. But if they didn't do it the way you wanted to, you got a lot of fuel to yell about. Things to yell about right now.
Yes, you do.
What are you starting with?
Probably Pistons, but we'll keep talking some Lions, of course.
Yeah, how about that? Kate Cunningham at the end of the game, 8 of the final 10 points.
I had a weird realization last night watching that game. I'll get to it during the show.
We'll start with that. Karsh Anderson next. Stay tuned right here. 97.1.
I feel like it's a good time for a reminder that we all want the same thing. It essentially just comes down to debate of how we get there, right? How we get there. Just heard snippets. I didn't really hear. I heard the tenor of a caller there at the end of the morning show. So I'm walking around, collecting my things, getting ready for the show, and it was definitely an angry guy calling about where the Lions are right now. Just a reminder, we all want the same thing. It's just including Brad Holmes. It's just a debate of how we get there, and there might have been miscalculations this year. I mean, it's they haven't had a ton of good luck, and unfortunately, you can't count on having good luck. You have to count on players getting hurt. You have to do your best to build depth. It's a very difficult thing to do in this league, but the best teams either have good luck or have great depth, because invariably you're going to lose frontline guys, as it's starting to happen again. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Doug.
How are you?
I'm all right.
Good.
Yeah, I too heard some raised voices at the end.
Yeah. I don't know what was going on. It sounds to me like the same old Lions discussion came up, and whether or not this is or this isn't. The problem is everyone has a different definition of what that necessarily means. If your definition is so all-encompassing in that they're going to let you down in the end, you're in a very safe place to hang on to it because you basically have the field. No matter what happens, if the Lions don't win the Super Bowl, it's the same old Lions, and same old Lions won't die until they win the Super Bowl. For me, it's just about attitude. The same old Lions, I always felt like I expected to lose games and quite often expected them to lose games in new and unusual ways.
Yeah, well, I agree with that 100%. That's kind of what it was.
I don't expect them to lose. Even, I have various levels of chestiness.
Mm-hmm.
And I've not been rewarded of late, understandably. But
and yeah, I can understand why people want to bring that up. I don't know what people thought that it was fun to bring that up. I remember when I was coming in, I think it was Costa was saying that the SOL thing, to an extent, was comical. And I look back in that, and I'll push back and say, I don't think it was comical. I think it was painful. And the way that some people deal with painful situations is they just kind of like laugh about it, like, I can't believe I'm going through this. And that gets construed as comical, and that's not it. It was a painful era. And, yeah, we're past it, and this team did what they had to do to get past it. They won playoff games, which the previous teams had not done since the 1991 season. They won back-to-back championships. Now, there are things that have happened. There are symptoms that you look at and go, oh, that's similar. Okay, sure, similar, but it's not the same thing. Until this team goes back into hibernation, which I do not expect, which hibernation would be multiple years, then I just disagree completely with the premise, and I'd be incredibly dismissive of it. And people want to, hey, hook them. Okay, next.
Yeah, I mean, here's a question I have for you: is if this season goes completely off the rails, and they don't qualify for the playoffs, or if they're a one and done, do you feel like the window has closed, or do you feel like it's a hiccup and these things happen?
No, I don't think the window would have closed. I think that it's I always say it's not easy to win in the NFL. I don't think the window is closed at all. I think there's work to do. I think they have to rebuild that offensive line. I think that's obvious. And people are saying, well, they should have known that in the offseason. Well, I think they went into it with draft picks they've used in the last few years on the offensive line. But the Frank Ragnow decision came after the draft. So that's hard to address while that's going on. And that's the biggest blow of all to this team, is that he retired and he just wasn't healthy enough to go, and then tried to come back last week. And obviously that failed with the failed physical. So that's what they're going to have to fix. And they're going to likely have to fix in the next couple of years the left tackle situation. Maybe it's just as simple as Penei Sewell goes over to left tackle. Okay, then they have to fix the right tackle situation. Right. It's an ongoing thing, and that's the one thing
always putting out fires.
Yeah, and that's the part of it that's tough to watch, because this was, once the focal point of this team, how explosive the offense is and can be, and it still is and can be. It's just a little bit different because it's not as guaranteed as it once was. Like now, it's dependent on matchups that you have. How well is the offense going to play that? The offensive line going to play that day? Where before it was just, We expect the offensive line to dominate.
So, I mean, I think what happens too is you get so hyper focused on your own team, and understandably so. You don't look at the teams that are successful and understand the struggles they have or their people have. And I'll give you an example. In Philadelphia, Howie Roseman took over in 2019. Here is their season by season leading up to last year's Super Bowl win. 2019, they were a first-round playoff ouster. 2020, they went 4-11-1. 2021, made the playoffs, first-round ouster. Fourth season, they made it to the Super Bowl and lost to Kansas City. Fifth season, which isn't this Brad Holmes' fifth season? Is it fifth season? Fifth season, they made the playoffs and they lost in the first round to Tampa. And it was in his sixth year, last year, they won the Super Bowl. The fight, and I guess I'm responding more to yesterday's call than angry guy who I admittedly didn't hear all his points, but you watch that, it's not always a straight line up, right? There was make the playoffs, miss the playoffs, make the playoffs and lose early, make a run, make the playoffs and lose early, win the Super Bowl. And, that doesn't, you want to win the Super Bowl each and every year, but we want to win one. And I guess the question is, do you think we have a smart person in charge? And I think we do. But ultimately, the results have to show on the field, and there is some warranted criticism for the way this season has gone and perhaps some miscalculations. But at the end of the day, I will say it again, the season's not over. And at this point, to make the playoffs, which I don't think they should be counted out for that, but to make the playoffs, they kind of would have to get hot. And if they get hot, that means they're playing better. And if they're playing better, well, then I'll take my chances that they can make another run.
Yeah, but they have to get hot. And the biggest problem that they had was they lost both games to Green Bay. And then obviously the most recent one is the one that really hurts because it just happened, and now you see where the record's at. If you want to find some silver linings or light at the end of the tunnel or whatever, and you see, oh my God, the Bears are 9-3. What the hell's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Bears' schedule upcoming, they play Green Bay twice. They play San Francisco. They play the Lions. They also play Cleveland in the mix, too. So, Cleveland's obviously not good, but their defense is, which could make it interesting on Chicago if Cleveland's defense holds up, because we've seen Cleveland go out and mess around and beat Green Bay. But that's not an easy schedule for the Bears down the stretch here. 4 of those last 5 games are backbreakers for them. And awesome opportunities for the Packers, who unfortunately are now in front of the Lions.
Well, lots of football to go here, but they need to play better, and it needs to start Thursday, and they have their hands full. Calvin Shepard was something else yesterday. Today at 10:30, you hear what the Lions defensive coordinator had to say. On a positive note, Pistons win last night in an ugly basketball game. It's positive because they still found a way to win. Look, they're make those uniforms permanent. I can't say it enough. Look good, feel good. Those uniforms are great.
Those are pretty great.
The city connects. Absolutely love them. From that game, Duncan Robinson out and Dennis Jenkins went 3 of 16, I believe was his final tally. He is not shy. But, it is what it is. You're not always going to play at your highest level and still find a way to win.
Be nice to make free throws down the stretch.
Nice to make free throws down the stretch. Nice to hit more than 5 threes. And I think the example of if Duncan Robinson isn't in the lineup and others aren't hot from the perimeter, Atlanta's going to sit back and give up that shot and play good defense. And Atlanta is long, man. They have a lot of length. And there's some things I came to a realization watching that game last night, which kind of caught me off guard. But I think at 17-4, let me say that again. At 17-4, they're good. The question is how good.
No, they're 3 games above the rest of the Eastern Conference.
Yep. And I went back and looked at the beginning of that streak last year when they were 6. I think it was 6 games below 500 in the middle of December. Since then, they're 50-25, and playing just great basketball over what might be the course of a year here. Hey man, this team is really, really fun to watch and really, really deserves our attention. And something hit me last night. I couldn't believe it, but we'll get to it probably in the 11 o'clock hour regarding the Pistons. But if you want to talk Pistons or Lions or anything on your mind, it is fair game here on Karsch and Anderson. Your phone calls and feedback are next. Calvin Shepard's thoughts from yesterday at 10:30. It is 97.1.
Hey, is your garage door just shot? Does it need to be replaced? You're not sure what to do, who to call? Let me help you out. Pick up the phone and call Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. I had to go through this a few years ago. I needed new garage doors. The guys had come out and repaired my doors many years before that, and they told me, you're going to have to at some point. Well, that point came, and Jeff and John, the whole crew, they came out. They were amazing, helped me pick out the perfect doors for my house. I went through a bunch of options, and I couldn't be happier with how things turned out. Here's the best part. Right now, they've got a warehouse that's just chock full of brand new garage doors waiting to be installed. So in some cases, brand new garage doors could be installed in as little as 24 hours. They offer same-day service. Emergency repairs are available. The weekends are available at no extra charge, and they offer the industry's leading warranty. It's called the Precision Promise. Give Precision Garage Door Service a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at a point that's going to be your convenience. You dictate when that's going to happen at precisiondoormi.com.
quick clarification. In 2019, that's when Howie Roseman got the job as general manager and I think it was executive VP. But he was a GM from before then. The point is there's been ups and downs, even in Philly, including multiple seasons of missed playoffs and multiple early round ousters. If you have a smart person in place that can continue to replenish the roster, then it's a matter of trying to keep yourself in that pool of teams that can win it all. Everybody wants guarantees that you're going to win it all, and I get it, but you want to stay in the pool of teams that can win it all. If the Lions don't make the playoffs or a first-round fade and are worse next year, then I think we might have a real conversation about the future and the direction of this organization and whether or not they have the right people in place. I feel like many of those calls this year are really quick-triggered, but anyway, 248-539-9797. Hey, let's also give the Pistons some love, as we did there. And we would love to get your Piston calls and comments. Kelvin Shepard, defensive coordinator, rallying the troops, or at least trying to rally the troops, embracing the pressure. You'll hear what he had to say today at 10:30. In the meantime, Mike is in Livonia. What's up, Mike?
Hey, buddy. How are you guys?
What's up?
Go Blue Dog. I just wanted to jump in. I mean, again, we're just going to skip over the whole SOL thing. It's dumb. It's stupid. It's for people that want to vent and just blame everything, on one label. So if you're going to do that, just don't bother calling in. But anyhow, I just wanted to kind of go over the season with you guys. I feel like the points we're missing and we're not really going over is the fact that as I kind of take a look back at this season and then look at the Bears and how they're doing with Ben Johnson, and clearly we're missing Ben Johnson, right? So at minimum, my thinking is, okay, well, let me go back and take a look at how we took out for this team and when Dan Campbell turned the ship around. And it takes me back to Anthony Lynn and him relieving him of his duties and putting Ben Johnson in charge. And so the more I think about it, now that Ben Johnson is gone, and now that they're winning and their record is 9-3, and they're putting up 281 yards rushing against the Eagles, the questions that I'm starting to get is, wait a second, was it Dan Campbell that turned this organization around, or was this Ben Johnson doing his work from behind the scenes? And now that we've lost him, we're starting to feel how we're not the same anymore.
Well,
and
Mike, let me throw another one. Let me throw another what if at you. What if it's Frank Ragnow not being there? What if it's not having the same guard rotation not there? Is that possible?
Good point.
What if it's not having Sam Laporta?
Well, if you had your choice of having one back, Ben Johnson or Frank Ragnow healthy?
Frank Ragnow.
I'll take Ben Johnson because I'll tell you what, I'm looking at him, and we had people out last year though, Gator, and just to be fair, and the year before, and it felt like every time we had the next man up mentality, and it always worked. Our offense always clicked. I mean, even with Dan Campbell doing the play
but those situations on offense where they were doing without a player on offense were so few and far between. It was the defense, it was the heavy side of the ball that was hurt, not necessarily the offense. Yes, there was a game or two where in Glasgow, I think, had to fill in, or you had somebody, one of the other guards had to move in, or you had a skipper start for Decker. But it was literally like a couple of games.
Mike, I actually agree with Gator. I think I'd rather have a healthy Frank Ragnow. In general, I think it's more about the Jimmies and Joes and the X's and O's. But it's fair to question, and for people who were worried about Ben Johnson, a fascinating experiment is give Ben Johnson this offense with what they have right now. What does it look like?
Right.
And I don't know the answer to that question.
Here's the answer to me. I think maybe I am getting too ahead of myself, right? Like just trying to basically take all the credit away from Dan. But I mean, I'm just looking at the Bears and how well they're doing. And that's an organization that was a dumpster fire last year, right? And we were in that same scenario. And then lo and behold, the minute he leaves, now we're struggling just as bad. Again,
let's keep in mind offensive struggles, and they are offensive struggles. This is where the bar is. The offense still ranks in the top 5 in the NFL.
Right. I mean, numbers wise and stats wise, you are correct. I mean, third down is an issue.
Third down is an issue.
Fourth down is as well. However, the stats says otherwise. But
at the end of the day, you're supposed to score points, and they're scoring points. And could they score more? Yeah. Do they miss Ben Johnson? I would rather have Ben Johnson than not have Ben Johnson. But offensively, it doesn't feel – I feel like it's being treated like a crisis. I don't think it is a crisis. It is something that has been slowly taking on water this year. The question is, can they find that gear? They've had one bad offensive game lately. It was against the Eagles. There have been hits and misses in between. But, hey, man, do I think that they miss Ben Johnson? Yes. Do I think they miss Ragnow more, a healthy Ragnow more? I would argue yes, but I could see the other side of it. Do you think they miss Ragnow more than Johnson?
Yeah, I do. And it's not that I think Ben Johnson was a bad coach. I don't think he was a bad coach at all. I thought he was very good at it. But I do think it's Dan Campbell's offense that he hands over to Ben Johnson, and they worked on things, and then Ben Johnson ends up being the play caller. I would love to have that system back, but it's not back. You know, you weren't going to hang on to a guy who was going to end up being a head coach somewhere. So I'm over it. I'm moving on and seeing what they have here. But I do think losing your starting center, who is and has been one of the top 3 centers over the last 20 years in the National Football League, it's a big loss. Add to that you were turning things over to younger guards. You're starting a rookie at right guard, and you started basically the season with a rookie at left guard because Mahogany didn't play much at all last year because of Mono being out his whole rookie season. So you had rookies at the guard position, and now Mahogany's out.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're going with another inexperienced guard to go with, not having Frank Ragnow and having a rookie at right. So it's a challenge this year. Now, I thought they'd be better through this challenge than what they have been. There have been at least one. There's certainly one game that you'd like to have back, and there's probably a few games you'd like to have back. A couple plays here and there make a massive difference in the games. But you can't. You just got to keep moving forward. So I'm curious to see what team's going to show up on Thursday, because the Cowboys have been playing their best football right now. They are completely galvanized. The death of Marshawn Kneeland has brought this team together in really kind of a cool way, how they can all get together with that.
It's coincided with some additions as well.
Well, they also made a massive addition to the team in Quinnen Williams at the trade deadline. And when they traded away Micah Parsons, they got Kenny Clark on the defensive line as well. So it's a different look that happens to work for them right now. The Cowboys are a real football team right now, and to be a feather in the cap for the Lions if they win the game Thursday night.
Let's go to Tim in Royal Oak. What's up, Tim?
Hey, I wanted to comment on the Pistons game last night. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I've been excited about them again.
They're fun to watch. They're 17-4, man, and there's plenty to look at. That they still have more to give.
Oof. I was watching them throw that ball around last night between Duran and Stewart, which are just like two immovable objects there around the basket, and then that dead-eye Cunningham. My goodness.
Well,
that was just something to behold last night.
Cade was great in the end. He didn't have his best game. The one possession where Atlanta was trying to foul him and he basically dribbled through the whole team and went reverse layup was ridiculous.
Right at the end.
But he also had that pull-up jumper that was so big at the end. I mean, yesterday's game was filled with flaws. I didn't see their final turnover number. It was 22. That's way too many.
18 assists.
How about this? 5 of 26 from 3. And that's why a game that they were, a 10.5-point favorite was a 1-point game. They could not put Atlanta away. They'd make a little run, then Atlanta, next thing you know, you turn around and Atlanta be up 4. But nonetheless, when you're plenty to fix there, but still finding a way to win games and getting really not, it's taken a while to try and reintegrate Ivy. And I know things, if they don't happen in the first 5 minutes, people get super concerned, but give this one some time.
Yeah, it's been 6 games for Jaden Ivey, and he hasn't played more than 15 minutes in any of those 6 games. And, last night didn't look good with 0-4, but I do feel confident he'll get back to form and give this team a lift.
It's a lot of fun to watch him.
17-4, Tim. 248-539-9797. Tony in Detroit. What's up, Tony?
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's up?
Man, we're getting a lot of calls, I feel like, about our offense and how, we're lack thereof. I would actually argue that our offense is not the reason why we've been losing games this season. I will put more of that on our defense, considering that we cannot just stop big plays from happening, whether it's 3rd down, 4th down. I feel like our most consistent unit is our linebackers, but as far as that secondary and that D-line go, I mean, we haven't seen them make plays for the better part of a month and a half now.
It's been a really weird, slow leak for the defense. They played better. Philly, that felt like a real feather in their cap, holding Philly to what they were. But Philly's offensive problems are real. They had a decent game against the Commanders, but the last 2 weeks have been bad.
The whole season, the pass defense has not been good. They've given up a ton of passing yards per game, third most in the league this year.
Mm-hmm.
I was at last year, but it's been a problem. Their quarterback rating against last year was outstanding at 82, and this year the quarterback rating against is at 95, and that's a big difference. It's a huge difference.
You know, I would actually argue that our secondary has been not so great for the last few years. You know, I mean, obviously we had that year where we knew that we needed corners, so we went back-to-back corners in the draft. But I think those Kirby Joseph interceptions last year masked a bunch of problems that we actually had in our secondary because Terry Arnold wasn't that great. You know, Brian Branch, he's decent in coverage. He's a better run stopper than he is cover, safety. So I think this year, I mean, whether it's schematically or what, we probably got to start looking into that secondary just a little bit more to see if we can really get that personnel that can play that man-to-man.
It sucks. I mean, I'm disappointed that Arnold's hurt again, and it's getting to a point of I don't know if it's critical mass, but it's time.
Well, it's no different than Rakestraw.
I mean,
the same draft and unfortunately similar result.
He needs a healthy year and an improvement year, and if that's not going to happen quickly, you have to start to wonder about that draft pick. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We might move the Kelvin Shepherd stuff back, but you will hear what he had to say. A lot of people want to talk. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. FanDuel is the number one sports book for same-game parlays. Points, rebounds, threes, assists. FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into same-game parlays or track every stat live. It's one easy-to-use app. But don't use the same-game parlay for the current offer. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So don't worry about parlays. Don't take a long shot. But place your first $5 bet on a money line on a heavy favorite. This is my advice, okay? You can play your way, as they like to say. But I would advise you to put that $5 bet down on a heavy favorite. If that heavy favorite just wins the game, it doesn't even have to cover a spread. You get the $150 in bonus bets. Head to FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up today. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Oh, here you go, Gator. This is from an unnamed texter. No, Doug. We're not just having a difference of opinion on how to win the Super Bowl. We're really angry at the malfeasance Brad Holmes committed by neglecting the offense and defensive lines. You don't need to be a football genius to know that winning starts in the trenches. Gator, last year, their first 2 picks, defensive linemen, offensive linemen. Their highest paid players, okay? Their number 2 paid player, offensive lineman. Their number 3 paid player, defensive lineman. Their number 5 paid player, defensive lineman. Their number 6 paid player, defensive lineman. They have another offensive lineman in the top 10. And Aleem McNeil's contract hasn't even kicked in yet as far as cap hit's concerned, and he's outside the top 10. Like, I mean, do you think Brad Holmes doesn't agree with you? He's put tons of resources into it. It's not working this year. Got it. But he's put a ton of resources into it. It's neglecting.
So last year, they added Kevin Zeitler to the offensive line, and they drafted Giovanni Manu and Christian Mahogany.
Yep.
They also traded to get Zadarius Smith at the trade deadline. So I guess that kind of doesn't fly for last year. For this year,
does that sound like neglect?
No. This year, as you pointed out, they spent their first 2 picks on a defensive lineman and then an offensive lineman. Then they went back to the offensive line and the defensive line later in the draft. Unfortunately, a couple of these guys have been hurt since then. And then Frank Ragnow retired after the draft, and they didn't do anything at the trade deadline this year. And that, to me, that's where I'll agree with somebody, where they're going to be upset about it. I wanted them. I thought it was obvious they needed to do something with the offensive line, and they didn't get it done. And I can be disappointed. I don't know if I'm mad about it, because I can't put myself in the mad position because I don't know what was available to them. Well, and if some people are going to take the attitude of, well, just go all in, push all the chips in, offer a first-round pick, whatever, get the guy, okay, but I don't know who was available. I don't know what the stakes were. I don't know if it would have been ridiculous to do something like that for a middling player. Again, you don't know. There's a lot of unknown. But I can still be disappointed as a fan that they didn't get something done there. When I'm
disappointed too, but I think calling what he's done a neglect.
Well, he's a malfeasance too.
Well, yeah, I think that's an overall overreaction. But Gary writes in, this is a repeat from the 1990s, from the NFC Championship loss to first round playoff loss through not making the playoffs at all. A decade of mediocrity that's repeating itself. That same old lines. That's from Gary. So Gary's done. Just to be clear, Gary's done. They're not going to compete at a high level again. I mean, that's if you think this is going to fall, because in 19 the team that went to the NFC title game, Barry Sanders, that team was competing for a Super Bowl. After that, they were just merely a playoff team that never never really felt like they were really competing for a Super Bowl. I don't think this team has that feel. Last year's team was competing for a Super Bowl. Did they lose in the first round? Yes. But they had one of the greatest regular seasons in the history of the organization, a great regular season. But that was a legitimate Super Bowl contender that had a terrible day and picked an awful time to have an awful day. They had a terrible day.
And went through
but
horrendous injuries throughout the year.
But his point is, it's going to be just like the 90s. They're not going to compete again. I would disagree with that.
Well, I'll disagree with that too, and I can understand why people want to bring up that and make comparisons. But I would say the biggest difference between that team and this team is that team didn't have a quarterback. That team had a quarterback identity crisis. They didn't know who the hell was going to play one week to the next throughout the 90s. This team doesn't have that issue. This team feels like it's got their solid core group of players that they've drafted and developed and have re-signed that will stay here for a long time, where that team didn't have that. That team, they moved on from some pretty good secondary players that they had there, Ray Crockett and Willie Clay, among others that they moved on from. This team is trying to embrace that by signing. Unfortunately, Kirby Joseph now has this real issue, but Brian Branch is really good. They're still holding out hope that there's something with the defensive backs that they just recently drafted with Terry Arnold and Rakestraw. They've got a star player on the defensive line. No, he's not Micah Parsons, and he's not Myles Garrett. and nobody else in the league is. Those two guys are elite at the position. But Hutch is really good, and they've got him. They've got Ali McNeil, who's really good. They've got a whole core group of players that are really good, not just on the defensive side, let alone what they have on the offensive side. So I think there's a big difference between having a team that competed for a little bit there in the 90s and then basically had Barry Sanders and a couple of really good offensive linemen and hopefully future Hall of Famer Lomas Brown and Kevin Glover. But outside of that, they just didn't have much. Herman was good. I mean, I'm not going to take anything away from a couple of receivers too, but the quarterback situation is completely different, which changes the whole team.
Next text. I feel like Brad is overrated. It is completely mismanaged the last 2 years. Drafts and free agencies. Just because he's the best we've had doesn't mean he's actually good. I'm on team clean house for all the Lions, Tigers, and Wings. All their management teams have been failures.
Oh, clean house. So what do you want to do then? What does that mean? You want to clean house. You want to get rid of the general manager who would have a job, as you said yesterday, by dinner time, because he would. You want to get rid of the GM. What players are you getting rid of too?
Oh, yeah,
because that's what clean house means to me. It doesn't just mean, we got to. Does that mean Dan Campbell's gone?
That's what clean house means to me.
You're done with Dan Campbell? You're done with Brad Holmes? Really?
Yep.
I don't think people are taking a big enough step back and looking at this season and seeing what it is. It's a knee-jerk reaction to not winning at the same pace as last year, which was you weren't going to win 15 games. I think when we did the whole the game to start the season of what's the win-loss, the schedule game, I don't know if we had anybody that said 15-2.
Wasn't the over-under 10.5?
Yeah.
They're trending to be right in there. And look, maybe they won't be. Maybe the under will hit, in which case they've failed to live up to what was a reasonable expectation given the roster and the schedule. We knew this year was going to be tougher. But people then, I don't know what they expect. If you expected them to lose 5 or 6 games, then when they lose a game, you're like, well, they, clean house. But look, I'm disappointed too. I guess this goes back to the classic sports radio debate: who's got higher standards, and I don't think they're done, even if this year goes south.
So when
because I feel like they've locked up their best young players.
Yeah. Well, you went through what Philadelphia has gone through.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, they had gone to a Super Bowl, then missed the playoffs, right?
Yes.
So,
under Howie Roseman.
Yeah,
yes.
It can happen. And then, by the way, come back and win a Super Bowl. I mean, all that can happen. You can also mix a bad season in there where they won 4 games. I don't want to see that season again.
No, I mean,
and I don't expect to see that season again anytime soon. But it's going to be difficult for the Lions to make the playoffs this season without question.
They've got. I think to me they built up enough credibility that I'm nowhere close to fire them or deciding that they're incompetent.
I sure thought they had with everybody.
Doug and Gator, I too do not think Holmes shouldn't be fired. I too do not think Holmes shouldn't be fired. Do you think he means should?
No, I think he's agreeing with us. He doesn't agree that he should be fired.
I too do not think Holmes. Wouldn't it be I too do not think Holmes should be fired?
I thought that's what he said.
He said, I too do not think Holmes shouldn't be fired.
Okay. Well, then just say I too think he should be fired.
You can't continue to use when Frank retired as an excuse. When Frank was contemplating retirement 2 years ago and Holmes had plenty of time to get ahead of it no matter when it happened. That's from Philip in Detroit.
Well, like I said, they drafted Tate Ratledge and Miles Frazier this past season. Mm-hmm. Last year, they drafted Giovanni Manu and Christian Mahogany. So they've tried to get offensive linemen in here. Maybe they should have made a better effort in free agency.
I think some of these people should call the Patriots and tell them they can't be good because the entire left side of their line is rookies.
What do you mean?
This isn't allowed to be good.
I don't know. I don't understand.
Well, it's because they're acting like, just getting Ratledge, that's not enough. He's a rookie. You can't just plug and play a rookie and expect to be good. The entire left side of the New England Patriots offensive line is rookies. Gotcha. It's a first-round pick and a third-round pick playing left guard, and they're the best team in the AFC.
They are. They've played one of the easiest NFL schedules on record. But thank you, Paul. It's a valid point. I mean, if you are drafting a rookie, it doesn't mean you don't expect them to play. And I got to tell you, I still think Ratledge is going to be a good player. And I have hopes for Mahogany, who had some encouraging things about returning this year. But, oh, boy. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the Kelvin Shepherd stuff today at 11 a.m. 97.1.
Quick question. Are you planning to save money this winter by taking ice cold showers? Of course not. So the thing that you need to do is do what I did, and that's call the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Don't let a frozen disaster ruin your holidays. These local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff so you can get back to sipping hot chocolate. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, your boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
We're in a weird place. I'm actually want to sort of come to the defense of something I just pointed out. I'm impressed with what New England has done this year. I don't ever remember seeing a team play a schedule where their opposing teams, the teams that they have played, the strength of schedule overall is 36.9.
Oh.
Typically, the strength of schedules range between their opponent's winning percentage between 450 and 550. Everybody's kind of in that area. New England's opposing team strength of schedule is 36.9. They've won the games, and congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, they've won 11 out of 12.
And Paul, it doesn't make the point invalid. But why we said what we said about New England is 36.9% winning percentage is a remarkably easy schedule compared to the rest of the league.
Go out and win those games, and they have.
Yep.
And credit to them. And they look like a real competent team. We both love their coach.
Mm-hmm.
Big fans of their coach.
Yep.
And I guess, going into the season, what's different with the Lions going into this season compared to what it was last year? Well, new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator, new center, new right guard, new left guard. That's 5 things that are pretty important to see what's different with this team.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought they'd go 11-6 this year. They can still get there. Got work to do. They have to win 4 of the last 5 to get there. It's not going to be easy to make the playoffs this year. Couple that because they were 15-2, they're going to have a different kind of schedule. But it's that being said, I'll be very disappointed if they don't make the playoffs. I'm not going to be mad. I'll be very disappointed. It's like I said,
a little mad.
Well, it wouldn't. I would hope it wouldn't last long. I mean, mad is like, okay, they should have done something, could have done something, and I don't know what they could have done. Should they have done something? I can say that. You should have, but could they have? I don't know because I don't know what was available.
Right.
And
we can work in the facts, and we talk about it all the time, but the only offensive lineman traded was one who has been inconsistent and had penalty problems and went from New Orleans to the Chargers.
Yeah, and I know people are upset because Phillips got traded to the Eagles and immediately had a sack against the Lions, and he's done very little since then. Yeah. But nonetheless, as an edge rusher, that people said that this team needed, and I wouldn't disagree too much with that, but I thought the bigger need was offensive line. And in the end, I forget what it was. Was it a 5th-round pick for Jalen Phillips?
I think it was a 3rd round.
It was a 3rd-round pick for Jalen Phillips.
The Lions didn't have a 3rd-round pick,
Yes.
and that might be part of the miscalculations, right?
It could be. They
gave up a 3rd-round pick to move around on draft day, and
look, when it comes to us, I know in our show, it sounds like we defend Brad Holmes a ton, and we do. But in large part, it's against, I think
it's against extreme
takes.
takes.
Yeah, that's it. There's an extreme take on things, and then there's a calculated take. You can say, we can have the conversation, willing to have the conversation about, the missteps that this team has gone through or the challenges that this team has had to go through.
Let's go to Joe in Highland. You're next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Hey, I just want to call in for the 80-20 crowd, 80% Lions fans that don't call in because we just don't have time to waste to deal with this crybaby stuff. We just need to move forward, figure out what our issue is. We'll figure it out next year, but we're not firing people. It's ridiculous. Second you give it a little bit, life doesn't go a certain way, you just give up and start firing things, get divorced, kick your kids out of your house because you don't like them. Can't do that. You got to deal with it. We're a family. We're a sports family. We love the Lions. I'm just so tired of the negativity.
Well,
it got to the point where Kirby Joseph had to shut down his media. That upset me. He's one of our favorite players. He's done nothing but exceed expectations, and we give him a hard time, and I don't get it. I don't get this anymore. It's really upsetting.
Well, it's probably a bigger picture reflective of society type thing. But at the end of the day, Joe, it's why I like to say we all want the same thing. It's just that I would hope a cordial debate of how we get there. But it's I don't know, man. I think if the guy who said clean house, if they cleaned house, the head coach and the GM would be 2 of the hottest properties on the open market.
Let me ask you this question. When has clean house really, really worked for anybody?
Well,
and it takes time.
Yeah.
I think
mean,
it worked for the Lions.
Yeah, everybody who's, ever had success starts at some point.
Well, is there a bigger clean house than what the Lions did? They got rid of their head coach. They got rid of their head coach, general manager, and the starting quarterback.
Well, we happen to have that starting quarterback in the most perfect trade that's been made in years. That's an exceptional trade that was done.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, you wanted to when his clean house worked. I think that worked.
No, I
then.
get you in that. Well, okay.
I'm not advocating for cleaning house here. By the way, Joe, I'd love this regime.
Yeah, I think we just need to cool the temperature a little bit when we have players that are injured and they have to get off media and stuff because it's just too much for them. We need to calm down a bit as a society. It's a little bit much.
Well,
too much anger going on.
Joe, I would agree. I would agree
That's my
10,000%. You made a whole societal thing. I think we all could be. But I think what happens is, there's so much information available now that everything seems so easy and everybody feels like an expert in everything. Of course, one thing has always been true. I think all guys think they could drive. All guys think they can grill. And all guys think they can call plays or coach. It's just part of our makeup as a gender. And I think that's always been the case. I've taken play calling calls for 30 years. Play calling's terrible. Where's the creativity? I think everybody thinks play calling is really, really easy. And it's really, really tough.
Have you played Madden against these people?
No, that's a good point. ESPN this morning, they made the point that Dallas opened as a 5-point favorite for this game on Thursday. It is down to 3, so big money is coming in on Dallas. Then they put up a graphic about playoff chances. Here's the graphic. Dallas had a 35% chance to make the playoffs if they beat the Lions on Thursday, and only an 8% chance if they lose. That was the graphic, and I'm like, and who is Dallas playing?
What about the Lions?
Yeah, exactly. Reporting recently, people seem to feel that Amon-Ra St. Brown is likely going to be out for this game, but he hasn't been ruled out yet. And given the way that Jordan Love just tore up the line, well, he had very much success on some critical downs. Lions couldn't get off the field against Jordan Love and those weapons. And now no Terrion, Pickens, and CD. People are concerned they're going to have a field day, and I understand. And this might be an example of one of last year's type games, is that the offense is going to have to find a way to keep pace without Amon-Ra, without Laporta. I like the way Tom Kennedy played. I think one of the developments is, all right, if suddenly there are fewer options and JMO moves up the food chain, can JMO help lead a healthy passing attack? And I think last week was an example that he can. And that's out of kind of necessity. When there are options, there's always somebody at that doesn't get the targets. There are fewer options. So JMO's going to get more targets, which means the possibility for more big plays, and they may need more big plays.
Well, yeah, they're going to have time to throw to make those big plays happen because they need time to develop those. But I was really encouraged with Tom Kennedy's effort against the Packers. It was a guy who knew where he was supposed to be, and he does all the things you're supposed to do. Catch the ball when it's thrown to you, get open. He was able to do that. Isaac Tesla going to get some more play, and I think that's nothing but a good thing. But it's almost like you hit another roadblock here. Tight end. What are they doing at tight end? I don't know if Brock Wright's going to play. He didn't practice, and Zylstra's just getting back to practice, so they've got a whole makeshift tight end group there too. It's going to be a struggle, but that's the football season.
All right, Kelvin Shepard had a lot to say yesterday. We will play it for you next hour. Also, a weird realization last night watching the Pistons game. I couldn't believe it. We'll get to that in the 11 o'clock hour as well. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Red Wings take on Boston tonight for their second consecutive game against the Bruins. Detroit lost 3-2 in a shootout in Boston on Saturday. Tonight they hope to snap a 4-game losing skid, but will be without center Mason Appleton, who's out with an injury, as Todd McClellan said yesterday. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. Pre-game coverage starts here on 97.1 with Jeff Rager at 6:45. Michigan State basketball begins Big Ten play tonight when the 7th-ranked Spartans face the Iowa Hawkeyes in East Lansing. MSU will wear throwback uniforms from the 2000 to 2010 era. Tip-off is at 7 o'clock. Michigan State has been all in the news lately after hiring Pat Fitzgerald as the program's new football coach yesterday. Fitzgerald will be introduced on campus at 3 o'clock today. That press conference will take place just hours after the athletic department announced for Sparta this morning. MSU Athletics Capital Initiative, as the school calls it, is set out with the intention to raise $1 billion with a B towards stadium and athletic facility upgrades, including a massive construction project at Spartan Stadium. MSU Athletic Director Jay Batt said in the release, quote, "Certainly $1 billion is an aspirational goal, but Spartans have never backed down from a challenge. Throughout history, Michigan State has been a leader in college athletics, and the time has come to lead once again," unquote. MSU says it already has $250 million towards its goal of $1 billion. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also streaming through our website, 971theticket.com, where Champ and Chump are posted. We did the voting yesterday, posted on our website on Tuesday. Additionally, you can stream with video. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. Both of those sites have streaming chats where you can comment. The community's there. And we sometimes read what you wrote on the air. All right, let's get to what the defensive coordinator had to say yesterday. Kelvin Shepherd speaking with the media. A lot of focus lately on pass rush and lack thereof. They've got Dallas coming up on Thursday night. How do you create a pass rush against the Cowboys? Here's what Kelvin Shepherd had to say. It's weird. Earlier in the year, they were creating more pressure. Lately, it hasn't been there. The question is it a product of who they're playing? They got guys who are one-trick ponies? Are guys nursing injuries? Or are they just overrated? I guess it's another possibility here. Whatever it may be, it feels like it's an underachieving group. And even, people think they should have added more, and that's going to be a debate that probably goes on for as long as we have these jobs. But at the end of the day, they got to figure something out because you can't cover forever. And with these receivers coming up Thursday night, you got to get in Dak's face.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, last year they had 37 sacks. This year, 32. So they're on pace for more than what they did last year in terms of quarterback sacks. But what your eyes have seen last is that they haven't gotten home to the quarterback. They didn't get at Jordan Love. They didn't get to Jameis Winston until the last play of the game. And that's disappointing. And, yeah, the stakes are higher after you announce a contract with Aiden Hutchinson to make him one of the richest players in the league at his position. And we just haven't seen that crazy production that I think we were hoping for this year. But it's still 5 games to go, but they absolutely need him to be a guy. They need everybody to step up and do more. And then they're trying to find different combinations. We've seen Ali McNeil out as a defensive end, so they can maximize and use a rotation of guys in the middle and use McNeil because he's got the ability to rush the passer. But they've got to be better with their blitz packages. It seems like every time they send an extra person, they get picked up.
Yeah, last year they were bottom 10 in the NFL in total sacks. This year they're still top 10, but they look like last year's pass rush of late. All right, so everybody loves to bring this up, and it's a great question, and I don't dismiss it. But it was asked basically of Kelvin Sheppard. Micah Parsons gets double teamed. Myles Garrett gets double teamed. So when Hutch gets double teamed, those guys are still producing. Can Hutch give more? Here's what he had to say. Last part sounds like a bit of a threat. Yeah, I mean, look, at the beginning of that question, we didn't play the whole thing for you, but there was basically, he said, I'm not going to compare. I'm not going to compare. I don't know what goes on in those buildings. They run different schemes. I'm not going to get into all that. And then he said, what I know is, and started with what he had to say about Hutch. Look, he's got a big contract. He's back from injury. He's kind of not made the impact the last few weeks. And without him making as much of an impact, there are problems. I still think he's capable, and I suspect we will see a dramatic difference with not only quarterback sacks, but TFLs. Like, there's no difference between who gets tackled behind the line of scrimmage. You get behind the chains, and your drives are percent chance of your drives being successful goes way down. So they have to be better up front. I'm no coach, but it also doesn't, you don't have to be the smartest football mind to figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, Hutchinson is 10th in the league in sacks with 8.5, but he's 20th, tied for 20th in the league with tackles for loss. And you look at that, and you're like, wow, that's really something that's happened there. It's because he's only got 9 tackles for loss. Myles Garrett has 28. Max Crosby has 23. Those are and Micah Parsons has 12 to go with his 12.5 sacks. So he's not in that category. I don't think. I think he's great. I think he's a great player. They need other guys to do their job too, but they aren't paying him like that. And there's going to be pressure on Aiden Hutchinson. I hope he breaks through and ends up having a killer game on Thursday night. We know he's capable. We've seen him have 3-4 sack games and completely wreak havoc and be in the backfield constantly. And if I'm not mistaken, it wasn't last year against last year against the Cowboys when he got hurt. Yeah. But he was having a good game until he broke his leg. And then the Lions just smoked the Cowboys the rest of the way and won like 47-9. But he's absolutely capable of having those games. It's not just on him, but it starts with him.
Well, and the other thing that we pointed out, and I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, but a guy who wasn't doing it at the level he is now was Myles Garrett, who had, I think, 4 sacks through 7 games and then exploded and had 14.5 sacks in like his last 4 or 5 games. And I'm not saying expect 14.5 sacks, but I'm saying this can happen where a guy goes through a non-productive stretch or a less productive stretch in a season and then turns it around and is far more productive. It happened with arguably the best in the game. All right, so will they turn it around defensively? This was an interesting answer. They got this game against the Cowboys. They're kind of up against it. Will they turn it around defensively? Here's what Kelvin Sheppard had to say. Will this bring out their best?
I hope so. I think that they can say that they tune out the outside noise, but I think we all know better. Some players will be listening to some of this stuff more than others, but they know what's going on. They do walk around town and they'll hear what people have said, or that they'll look at Twitter or whatever, watch a TV show, listen to the radio, and and they know what's up. Plus, they're the guys that are playing the game. Of course they know what's happening. They're not thrilled with what's happened with the record this year. They can't be happy with how they've gone from being the best in the NFL last year against the pass with their quarterback rating to being, very middle of the road at best. They have to come up with an effort. If they don't win on Thursday night, good luck getting to the playoffs at that point. I mean, it may not technically be a must-win game, but this might be one of these get-right games, like get back on the right path towards winning, and that way you can try to save the season and get to the postseason.
He clearly thinks they're going to come out fighting. And look, when you hear we're right where we want to be, there was a follow-up question. Like, fans don't feel that.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what he had to say. Okay, ask yourself this. If you don't feel that way, aren't you glad that the defensive coordinator does?
Well, there's that. Yeah, I mean, as a coach speak, of course, it's coach speak. But if I'm a player in that locker room and I'm hearing the coach deliver that message, and, this is your profession. This isn't some hobby, guys talking about a book club later on. This is their livelihood. This is football. And that's the guy who leads them on defense. He's the defensive coordinator, and he's trying to fire him up. If that's my job, I'm probably getting fired up. But the proof is in the pudding. Get out there and do it on Thursday.
Yeah, I remember talking when we talked with Chuck Daly all the time, and back in the going to work Pistons, and he had this no more big games theory.
Bad boy. Oh yeah,
it was the going to work Pistons. Yeah, he was retired,
sorry,
and it was coming on the air. When he used to come on the air and talk to us, he talked about the feeling of how hard it was in the regular season. Well, now this kind of feels like a playoff game. This Cowboy game feels like a playoff game. And we'll see if it indeed brings out the Lions' best, because it kind of better. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll talk with you next. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't do that. They specialize on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
It's a lot of too close almost happening still in November going into now December, where that's absolutely won't be tolerated. Being close isn't good enough. You have to make that play, and that's coverage and rush. They marry each other. There's no dominant defensive secondary in this league without a good pass rush. There's no good pass rush without some type of coverage happening on the back end. So the guys understand that, and we have to find a way to mesh and gel those at the highest level this week against one of the top, if not the top offense in the NFL right now. What I know is I have a high-level player, one of the best, if not the best edge rushers in this league. He knows, just like we know, people are going to plan for him. That's why he is one of the best, and he has to combat that. But it isn't a one-man show. Other people have to win. And when I'm not just talking about Hutch, I'm not just talking about Mac. I thought Mac was a very impactful rusher in the middle all Thanksgiving Day. But it just can't be those two guys. When your name is called, if you draw one-on-one, you have to win in this league if you want to be around. And it's just simple as that.
Later in the show, we'll hear from John Morton, some Red Wing and Piston talk today at 11:30. Hello, and welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone call. Steve is in Riverview and on 97.1. Hi, Steve.
Hey, first-time caller. How are you?
We're good, thank you. Do you have us on speaker,
Good.
Steve?
Yeah, I'm on speaker.
Could you if you could take it off speaker, it'll be a lot better for everybody, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yep.
Give me 1 second.
All right, Steve. I'll tell you what, I'll put you on hold. We'll get back to you, Steve. We'll go to Bernard next on 97.1. Hi, Bernard.
What's going on, guys? You all right?
Yeah, we're good, Bernard.
Okay, listen, I don't think the real problem is necessarily Brad Holmes did a good job, but he done the job they brought him here to do. And now it's time to bring in a consultant or an advisor to kind of straighten it all out, because he's an amateur GM. You know, you might as well say Campbell's a manager, an amateur coach, and they're trying to figure out how to take the next step. I don't think either one of them know. So I think they need to bring in a more experienced guy to kind of consult or advise them on the next steps to take, because I don't think they know how to get out of this mess that they're in. You know, they're a good team, and he picked a good team. He put a good team together, but you need a great team to win a Super Bowl. And I don't think either one of them know how to put together a great team.
So when
they need to
let me
bring
just ask you
somebody
this.
in.
So Bernard, last year when they were going through injury after injury, week after week, specifically to the defense, and they kept winning games and ended up being 15-2 before suffering yet even more injuries in the playoff game.
Right.
You didn't think they were handling the situation last year as it was going on?
No, I just think it was an anomaly, you know, and I think what happened last year doesn't happen much.
Is it possible?
Usually,
What's going on right now is an anomaly?
No, it's not an anomaly, because it's been a steady slide. The offensive line has been steadily getting worse.
All right, what role? I'm trying to figure out what
is it the same offensive line that they had last year?
No, what
Okay.
I'm saying, they knew Ragnar was coming out, but they refused. They decided to ignore it. They didn't re-sign the other guy.
What,
Zeitler? He was already gone.
But I'm saying, but it was staring them right in the face, but they don't know what to do. And that's why they're not doing anything.
Well, if they didn't
just
find
don't
out
know
that
what to
Ragnar was
do.
going to retire until after the draft, which is well after free agency.
But he hinted at it last year. You know what I'm saying? So they had time to prepare. They just don't know what to do, so they're not doing anything because they're not sure what to do.
I would say
I'm
this.
saying,
I would agree with that if that were the case, Bernard, over several years, then I think you can make that statement. All this has happened in like 6 months. it's hard for me to agree with that completely if it's only been a few, less than a year's worth of evidence that they don't know what they're doing. And I can't say they don't know what they're doing, but I can say that, this year is definitely a disappointment from what we're used to for the last couple of years. And yet they still have a chance to make the playoffs.
One of the
which
things,
also means that they still have a chance to prove themselves in Bernard's eyes of correcting things and getting things right.
So we talk about miscalculations, right? So one of the things that they might have miscalculated on, but wasn't illogical, was, okay, we have a lot of good players to sign. Who are some aging players that we can replace with younger, cheaper alternatives? One of them was Zeitler, right? Mm-hmm. They let Zeitler walk because Mahogany came on late last year and showed quite a bit of promise. And they're like, we can save a bunch of money here. Well, not a bunch, but we can save some money here, save some money there to help us afford our guys long term. That actually is somewhat logical. Would you not agree?
Yes.
Okay. Then they drafted a second-round pick in Tate Ratledge, a guy they envisioned being a starter. And then Mahogany got hurt, Ragnow retired, and all that got, basically that plan got nuked. Then Glasgow got hurt. Now you got a third-string center in there, and it's not helping. But what they were doing wasn't illogical. In fact, when they drafted Ratledge, that might have been it sounds like that was a long-term plan for people say, then Bernard said, Frank's retirement was staring them in the face. They didn't expect it to be this year. They did draft a guy who they envision as being a center down the road, who I think they thought they'd have a couple more years of Ragnow, and Ragnow didn't surprise them. He surprised everybody and walked away from the game. Now, if he gave them an indication that, I'm really strongly considering this before the draft, then maybe they should have been a little bit more urgent about it, but they were trying to, create some cap space by letting Zeitler go so they can sign their guys, and at the end of the day, so far it hasn't worked. But it wasn't illogical.
No,
they also drafted Miles Frazier, who was got a high grade mark that was still around later in the draft.
And I don't know if Zeitler's had a great season either.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if that was the answer to have Zeitler here. If he's not having a good season, then, I think there's a reason that they were willing to move on.
248-539-9797. Steve in Riverview. Hi, Steve.
Hey, can you hear me okay now?
Much better, yeah.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to say, man, I've been hearing a lot of the callers talking about, some real negative stuff about the Lions, and it's like, man, we were 15-2 last year. We were 12-5 the year before. I'm 43 years old. I've been watching them for a really long time, probably since I was 5 with my dad. It's a big family thing, but I feel like they're going to be 11-5 or 11-6 or 12-5 this year. I feel like they're going to turn it around like they do. There's a whole new regime with this team, and there's a whole new, it's just all different. It's not like it used to be.
Well, so Steve, that's interesting because I mean, that's a lot of faith in this group. And you bring up a point. Is this current coach and GM being judged in part because previous coach and GM's failures? Nothing to do with them, but sort of a lingering effect of the Lions' previous people in these positions always let you down.
I think so.
You very well might be right. I mean, the psychology of being a sports fan is always something that fascinates me, but you could be right. I'm not I'm not as confident as you are that they're going to, because to get to 12-5, you got them running the table.
Was that a gulp or was that a yes?
I'll call back and if they do it. So
that sounds
I hope
good,
they
Steve.
do. It'd be great if they did.
Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797.
Was that affirmation of that statement, or was it I'm sorry. Was that the reality of what I said?
Wait, I just said what?
Huh?
I mean, to get to the playoffs, they're going to have to play much better than they have. This team earlier in the year was on a 4-game winning streak. They beat in that 4-game winning streak, they annihilated a Bears team that's in first place.
It is now, yes. They have to play better in all three facets of the game too. It's not just, and we've talked about the issues with the offensive line. We've talked about the issues with the pass defense and lack of a pass rush. And we haven't brought up the special teams yet, but that's been inconsistent as well. They have to be better in all three facets.
248-539-9797. Harry is next. Hi, Harry.
Hey, guys. First-time caller. I listen to your show all the time, but I can't handle the negativity. I'm like the review guy. We still have a window to get to the playoffs. We're going to have to win at least 4 out of 5 games. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. Our friend now is the Green Bay Packers. I'm over the Green Bay game. My wife and I have season tickets, but we can do this. I mean, but I'm going to issue a challenge to Campbell and the Lions today. They're always talking about grit. Where's the grit? This is the time we need to see the grit. All right? The defense needed to step up last Thursday on Thanksgiving. They didn't do it. They haven't scored a touchdown all year on defense. We've got 1 punt return all year. We need some of these other units to come up with some big plays. The offense cobbled together 24 points last week when St. Brown went out right away. We can do this. We're going to need some help, but we've got to win tomorrow night, and we've got to at least win 4 out of 5 and get some help. I'm going to make this prediction. We're going to beat the Bears the last game of the season, and we're going to slide in as a 7th seed.
Interesting. I've already owned the L on my original prediction on that last game because it doesn't look very promising at all. I suppose it's a matter of making up 1 game on Chicago. If Detroit can get within 1 game of Chicago before the end of the year, then that game will be for the division. Because if Detroit beats Chicago in the finale, provided Green Bay, and there's no giving that Green Bay will
That's the thing. Green Bay's got 2 cracks at Chicago.
But that first win over Chicago carries a lot of weight. So if you get to 10-6, and Chicago's 11-5 going into that last game, unless Green Bay's still there, but Detroit and Chicago could be playing for something in which Detroit owns the tiebreaker.
Would you,
with a win?
You're right. If you had to bet right now,
yeah,
who wins the division?
I'm gonna have to sit down and look at the schedules. I can't do that without looking at the schedules. And I haven't done that yet. Give me a few minutes here.
Okay.
All right, Gators Crusade continues. We got a little Red Wing and Piston talk coming up straight ahead, including I had this amazing, I can't believe I feel this way, given everything I believed up until last night's Piston game. I'll explain at 11:35 here on 97.1.
We're exactly where we want to be. And that might sound crazy, but in my opinion, we're exactly where we want to be. You could say backs against the wall. What I see is a great opportunity with everything. When we started this year, we had goals and aspirations. All those goals and aspirations still lie ahead of us, but now it's just a more sense of urgency, which it always should have been. But sometimes it's human nature. You need a little nudge. You need a little reminder of where you've been instead of where you're at or where you think you're old, if you're owed something. We just need a little reminder. And I just hope it's a wake-up call to us all. There's an urgency and there's a margin for error that's no longer tolerable. Because I've been trained and conditioned. The same reason I don't panic when I lose 3 starters on the back end. Because I see an opportunity ahead of us. I see an opportunity where we're back in that realm of being doubted. I see an opportunity to where everybody's not looking at us as the class of the NFL. So that's why I say it's right where we want to be, because it's right where I like to live. Right here, just in the back, just laying in the weeds and waiting to bite somebody's ass. So I'm looking forward to this week, and I know our players feel the same way.
probably the Pack. But it's a very, I wouldn't bet any of this. There are two games
So
that I would look at.
the question asked was,
who would I pick to win the division? The Packers acknowledge have the toughest schedule of the three remaining. And there's two huge games for the Lions that other teams will play. If I assume that Chicago and Green Bay split their games on their home fields, which is not a safe assumption, and that the Packers lose at Denver and that Chicago beats Cleveland at home. The games that could be tricky is the Packers and Baltimore and Chicago at San Francisco. If those games go our way and they lose them both, the Packers and Chicago, the division's well in play. Lions have to take care of business. If I assume the Lions, and this isn't a safe assumption either, but if you kind of go on based on the difficulty of the games, losing at LA is probably the most likely game they'll lose the rest of the way. Although I swear LA is not a tough place to play. The team's good. Dallas, Pittsburgh, Minnesota have to be wins for the division to be in play. And then they need some help. But, and then they got to win the finale at Chicago.
do you think people in Kansas City are having the same discussion that we're having today, we had yesterday, about blowing things up and they don't know what they're doing?
No.
Chiefs are 6-6 and they're in third place. They're a couple games behind the Chargers, who are in second place, let alone 4 games behind the Broncos, who are in first place.
And how do they stay in the playoffs? They're probably just thinking, just get us in, we'll be fine.
Well, it's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough. There's plenty of teams that are, I think there are plenty that are ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's there probably are. I mean, I don't know that sports fans are all that different from city to city. I think the one thing that makes our city unique is I think we elevate role players to heroes more than other towns. But most places are, well, they're very similar. And I think with some little nuances here and there. Scott, the crusade continues for you. Because here's what he puts on a show sheet. Wings back in action tonight versus Boston. Kosa, AHL Player of the Week. And I'm like, you didn't want to call it a crusade yesterday, but it's the second note about the Red Wings game tonight.
Well, there was just some more information to pass along. That was all. I mean, I thought it's a nice little nugget there. Sebastian Kosa, Seabass. He's had a nice week. He was 3-0 for the week. Had like a really low goals against average, like 145. Save percentage like 945. And I mean, you look at his season, he's played 9 games this year. He's 8-1, a couple of shutouts. His goals against is 156. Save percentage is 942. That's for the season, which are pretty much the same numbers he put up for the week when he was 3-0 and got the AHL Player of the Week. I'm just saying.
You keep saying.
I keep saying. John Gibson starts tonight for the Red Wings at home against Boston at LCA. I think it's a big start for Gibby to get something done. He's given away too many goals lately. Red Wings got to get back to their winning ways, and if Gibson's not going to get the job done, how do you continue to deny the guy who's played well in the minors?
You probably don't for much longer.
You probably don't for much longer. I'm not saying that if Gibson gets shelled tonight, if he gives up 5 goals again, if that happens, I'm not saying that Kosa needs to be brought up right away, but I'm saying
you're getting
start
closer.
to warm up, to get over and get on the horn to the coach at Grand Rapids and say, what do we got going on over there? How is he playing? How does he look? Is he ready to come up? Do you think he's mentally ready? Things like that.
Yeah. I think that it's probably more in play with each day, with each passing day.
Now, are his numbers inflated because the team in front of him at Grand Rapids is playing awfully well? I think they've lost 1 game this year. They're 16-1. So, yeah, I mean, they're playing awfully well defensively in front of him. All the goalies there have played well, but he has by far been the best, and he's also the one who's had the most playing time.
Okay. So Pistons are playing Atlanta last night. I can't stand the Hawks. And it's basically due to one variable. I can't stand the way some players play the game in the NBA. I can't stand foul hunting. I can't stand, as Kang has called it, unethical scoring. And Atlanta has one of the worst defenders of all time in Trae Young.
But
he was out.
Mm-hmm.
And as I watched that game, I was like, actually kind of like this Hawks team. You take Trae Young out of the mix.
Yeah, you take Trae Young out of the mix and they only get to the free throw line 11 times.
Yeah.
And they lose the game by a point. You think he would have made a difference?
Well, since Trae Young's been hurt, they have an overwhelming winning record, and they were 2-3 with him. But I'm watching Risa Shea and Johnson and Dyson Daniels and Alexander Walker, and I'm like, this is a long, young, athletic team. They can shoot, they defend, they make it. And I'm like, I could get on board with this group of Hawks. And I think they were 2-3 when he got hurt. So they're 11-7 without him. And, it's ridiculous to say they're better without him, probably, if I'm an Atlanta fan. But I could get on board with that Hawk team.
Yeah, you really don't like Trae Young.
I can't stand Trae Young. I can't stand Jalen Brunson. I can't stand foul hunters. I think it makes the game so much harder to watch. I think it's the worst version of the NBA. But I mean, I'm glad the Pistons won. Let me be clear on that. But that Hawks team, I'm like, that's a good young squad, a good young nucleus. You know?
Sure. It was also good to see Ron Holland have a game, 17 points in the 17 minutes that he played. The Pistons, we keep forgetting how young the Pistons are.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they have some experienced players like Tobias Harris on this team for sure, and Karis LeVert is a veteran, but the rest of these guys are all like 24, 23, 22, 21.
Yeah.
We're all really young.
Anyway, I was like, okay, I'm not.
You were able to watch the game.
I was able to watch the game.
I was able to watch the game. Did not have to turn the channel as much because, here's Trae Young.
Maybe part of it was confirmation bias. See, that guy's not only bad for the game, he's bad for his own team. But that young Hawks team, they got some parts, man. And you get rid of Trae Young, and I could say that's a quality basketball team.
Yeah, you get rid of Trae Young, you root against them honestly.
Right. That's right. Hey, look, 248-539-9797. It was just a weird thing because I'm like, here come the Hawks. Can't stand the Hawks. But it's residual disdain over Trae Young, and he's not there. I could get on board with the rest of those guys. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Nick is in Commerce next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All right, what's up?
You kind of already answered it, but I had a question of what you guys think Kosa needs to do to get called up, or what Gibson needs to not do for him to take his spot.
Yeah, I mean, Kosa's just got to keep doing what he's doing, which is playing outstanding hockey in net for Grand Rapids. I think for the opportunity for him to get the chance, it's either going to have to be an injury, or it's Gibson continues to flounder. I mean, he's given up 5 goals, I think, in his last 3 or 4 starts. If he continues to play like that, and some of it, I'm not going to throw it all on Gibson because I think the Red Wings defense in front of him hasn't done him a ton of favors either of the goaltenders. I don't think the defense has been great in front. They did play a stretch without Edvinsson, but now, they got guys healthy. I think Appleton's out tonight, but he's not a defenseman. But they have to be better in front. But if the guy who's your ultimate defender is the goaltender and he's not getting the job done, then find somebody who is.
I agree. I think Kosa's done so much in Grand Rapids and done so much for that team. I mean, you can see Nick, with their record.
Have you watched him in Grand Rapids, or are you just looking at the box scores?
I've seen him play not many times, but 2 or 3.
I'm curious because I haven't seen him play, but I wonder if there's anybody in our audience who might have seen him play. Any new listeners that have
people
perhaps
out there on the west side of the state?
People who perhaps have seen him play can tell us if it's reflective of a guy that looks NHL ready.
Well, the other 2 goaltenders that are there,
MJM.
Maybe just maybe.
Maybe just maybe some new listener out there could tell us.
The other 2 goaltenders that are out there, Pastava and Geilander, have also played outstanding hockey for Grand Rapids. Their goals against are .201 and .215. Save percentage .930 and .936. That save percentage is incredible. Seabass has been even better than that. So, yes, the team overall is playing pretty good hockey over there. 16-1 will tell you that, but the stats don't lie either with that save percentage.
248-539-9797, 97.1.
Is your garage door making some strange noises, or maybe it's just working slower than usual and you're not sure what to do? Let me help you out. Pick up the phone and call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. They're going to come out, diagnose the problem, and fix it right there on the spot. They've got expert technicians in the field, all the equipment necessary in their truck to get the job done right then and there. It's awesome. I know this firsthand. Years ago, I had to call them when my garage doors were making some really crazy noises. They came right out, fixed the problem, and they told me, yeah, years down the road, you're going to need new garage doors, and when you do, give us a call. And I did. It was many years in between, but it still worked out for me, and it's going to work out for you as well. They're a local company, proudly serving Southeast Michigan since 2001. They're amazing. The same-day services they have, emergency repairs are available, and on weekends, they're available at no extra charge. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Tuesday in Detroit. Pistons coming off a win last night that was actually, it was a pretty ugly basketball game. You know what's funny? And I want to say this multiple times throughout the day. They are 17-4. And you asked the question in your show sheet, are fans chesty yet? Like, are you confident that this truly is one of the best teams in the NBA? And I'm like, okay, I'm not like totally chesty about them just yet. Why not? I'd like to see it over more time, and I'd like to see them when they play better teams. And yet, I think that might be a little bit fake too, because when you're the team that's coming up and you're talented and you're young, you know what seems like a huge game to them? When they play the defending champ Oklahoma City, who's like 20-1 or whatever the record is. Are they? Oklahoma City, defending champ, yes, 20-1. Lakers are 15-5. Houston's 13-5. The Knicks 13-6. You know, all these teams, they'll play Oklahoma City. They don't play Oklahoma City till late February. And in the moment, that feels like a prove-it game. We belong on that stage type of game. If you can beat Oklahoma City, if they're still playing the way they're playing and they're healthy, and the Pistons are playing the way they're playing and they're healthy, when they come across OKC, well, all right, let's go. This is the true measuring stick of how real they really are. But it might also be a little bit false, because Oklahoma City, to them, it won't feel like a big game. They won't be that worried if they don't keep the Pistons at bay. You know what I mean?
Right.
So all those games between now and then, and they'll play the Lakers and Knicks between now and then as examples of some teams that are, you know, considered to be right in there in the end. They'll feel like big games to us, but teams that go to the playoffs just about every year probably won't look at any regular season game against Detroit the way we might measure it against them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I think that there's definitely a different way that we'll look at that game than what they would, but I also don't think they'd look over it and be so arrogant and think, oh, it's just the Pistons.
Like Jaylen Brown said. Jaylen Brown said about the Pistons a couple years ago, when we play a team like Detroit, we know that was it last year?
That was before
and
the
you know
season.
What was media day? You're right. It was media day before last year. We look at games against Detroit. Hey, Peyton Pritchard, go get yourself 40.
Yeah. So things have changed. Obviously, the team was a playoff team last year. They played the Knicks as tough as you can play them.
God, that was insulting.
They got hosed by it was insulting. They got hosed by the referees on a play. But they've picked up where they left off and done better. The 17-4 start is eye-popping. This isn't like after 10 games. Now it's after 21 games. And, you know, I'll give it a little bit more time to breathe, but I like this team a lot. If nothing else, I think this is a fun brand of basketball to watch. They play above the rim. They run. There's an old school element of it that we're not going to be, you know, sheep to the rest of the league and just gun everything from three-point land. We're going to feed the ball inside. And they're starting to take care of the basketball better. Last night, not so much. But overall, this year, they've done a better job of it. They're fun to watch with young players growing together and a guy who's a budding superstar in Cade Cunningham. So I think teams they better not look past the Pistons. And I don't think they're looking past them as much as maybe you think they are. But I do agree that it's a different kind of look.
When you're established like this,
until you see them, maybe it's not the same.
We got youth on our side. We got hunger on our side. And I think in those matchups probably means we've got more want to in a regular season matchup. I'll get excited. Don't get me wrong. I'll get super excited if they beat Oklahoma City or every time they beat contending teams. I think it's like, further stamp of credibility. But ultimately, it's about the playoffs.
They have one of the more calculated, calm, cool, collected general managers that you'll see, or director of player personnel, whatever Trajan Langdon's title is.
People will like him right up to the moment he doesn't make a massive move at the trade deadline.
Well, we'll see what he ends up doing, but I mean, he is so he looks as laser focused as anybody that's been around in town, and we've had some beauties here, but he's one of those guys, and it'll be fun watching all the teams as they approach trade deadlines. The Lions was no fun. They didn't get anything done. The Pistons and Red Wings feel like they are poised to do something. The Pistons in particular, because they are so good right now, and maybe they don't have to do as much, or they can make that one concentrated move that could really put him over the top.
And he may. I'm
see.
fearful if he doesn't. Here we go again with what has become a common complaint about GMs in Detroit. So one of the more intriguing developments in the early going was when everybody got hurt who was stepping up, and Dennis Jenkins was an example of a player that really stepped up. And Dennis Jenkins last night got into the starting lineup again after being able to put him in as a role off the bench. He went 3 for 16 from the floor, 0 for 8 from 3. He did have 8 rebounds and 6 assists, which I'm not going to sneeze at. There were quite a few what I called suicide drives, where you're like, I'm going to the hole, and you get into the paint, and you have no shot, and you end up passing it to nobody because you just got to get rid of the ball because you've picked up your dribble, and now I'm in the air, and I've got no shot, and oh God, I hope somebody's over there. But it's kind of a tap the brakes moment on whether what role he may play. I still like him a lot. It felt like in crunch time the ball was in his hands a ton. And there's probably not going to be too many nights where we say Dennis Jenkins should take the most shots on the team. But can he be like one of the junkyard dogs back in the day, coming off the bench and provide a spark? Sure. And this might also be just a one-off. Hey, he got a bulk minutes again last night. I got to go see the last time he played as many as 27 minutes. He hasn't done that in 5 games. So, his typical role is going to be coming off the bench. But Ron Holland provided some energy, had a big and one in that game. Beef stew with a block that led to a breakout run basket by Cade. And Cade, for people who haven't seen the highlight of Cade's bucket late in the game, there was just a couple seconds difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Atlanta was actually trying to foul him. It was Quinn Snyder was saying, hey, foul. Cade dribbled through their whole team and made a reverse layup. It was a highlight worth seeing.
Yeah, and in the paint, where you're expecting him to just get hammered.
Yep.
And was able to just maintain the dribble and focus and lay it in.
And what was funny, too, in the moment, look, we're talking about one of the best crunch time scorers in the NBA. He still leads the league in fourth quarter scoring. He's taking it to the hole for a high degree of difficulty shot. And I'm thinking, don't take that shot. And then he made it.
Right. So. And unfortunately.
Shut up, Mr. Commentator.
Yeah. And he had a little bad streak there where he had a chance to tie the game at the end of regulation with 3 free throws.
Yeah.
And unfortunately missed a free throw and then missed one on Friday night on purpose after he missed the first one.
Maybe
they had a chance, and they had that chance, but nonetheless, he is incredible. The 42 points he had the other day was great. He's leading this team each and every night. Fourth quarter, this guy is taking things over. JB Bickerstaff has talked about him, how important he has been, how he's learned to win, how he's learning to close things out, and we're starting to see that, and that's 17-4.
Should that game have even been close? Probably not. It was back-to-back road games for Atlanta. The night before, they go double overtime at Philadelphia. There's a reason why Detroit was a heavy favorite. But like I said last segment, I'm surprised at how much I don't hate the Hawks when Trae Young doesn't play for them. And that would hold even if they won the game. It's not all about, hey, they're less of a threat without Trae Young. Maybe they're more of a threat without Trae Young. I just like the way their young players played. Hard, physical. They defend well. They kind of remind me, that group kind of reminds me of the way the Pistons sort of are if they don't have a ball-dominant guard who tries to get fouled all the time. But alas, still a nice win for a Piston team that is 17-4. Can't say that enough.
That's crazy.
17-4.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to seeing when Jaden Ivey is really hitting his stride.
And he hasn't.
Not even close. He's only played 14, 15 minutes a game. So, once he starts playing more and a bigger part of the offense, and I don't know if he'll ever start, but it's going to be fun watching him get to that point.
All right, still coming up, we will hear from the offensive coordinator of the Lions, John Morton, what he had to say to the media in the noon hour. Additionally, this was some bet somebody made in Vegas. We will get to that today at 12:02 here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Red Wings are getting set to take on the Boston Bruins tonight from Little Caesars Arena. They're trying to snap a 4-game losing streak. It'll be John Gibson starting in net tonight for the Wings, who will be without Mason Appleton. The Bruins won the matchup between these two teams on Saturday, 3-2 in a shootout. Tonight gets started at 7 o'clock. Jeff Rieger has the pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1. Michigan State and Iowa will open the Big Ten season in East Lansing tonight. That game at 7 p.m. as the 7th-ranked Spartans will wear some throwback uniforms. MSU Athletics also announced For Sparta this morning, a fundraising initiative with a goal of $1 billion towards athletic facility and stadium upgrades. John Morosi of MLB Network said today the Blue Jays, Marlins, and Tigers are all involved in the market for right-handed pitcher Pete Fairbanks. He said Fairbanks could sign before the winter meetings on Monday. Here's Morosi on MLB Network this morning bringing up Fairbanks in response to the Mets signing Devin Williams yesterday. Again, Fairbanks could sign before the winter meetings on Monday. He could be the first major free agent addition for the Tigers in this offseason. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Hello, Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1.
Hi, Doug.
You doing good?
Doing all right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You getting ramped up for the holidays? You excited?
I was kind of starting to get a little excited about that. And then, of course, I realized how cold it's going to be this week and how I missed my opportunity when the weather was decent to go ahead and put lights outside in my backyard.
Yeah, I was kind of fired up because empty nesting kids came home for Thanksgiving. I'm like, you know what I'm going to do in early September? I'm going to go all Christmas vacation and really do up the house. Like I'm going to go buy supplies. And,
there you go, Clark.
Yeah, measure some things out and get proper mounting tools and all that stuff. Yeah. Proper mounting tools. I don't even know.
It's yeah. Well,
I need the right clips.
Every guy needs the proper mounting tool.
I was going to do all of that, and then we got hit with snow, and I'm like, I'm not going to be up a ladder if it's 20 degrees and windy out. I'm not doing that.
Well, no, you don't need to do that.
But if we get a little break in the weather, I might still go there and surprise them. There are real questions. When kids get to be 23, 20, and 18, Christmas was a windfall, and I think they still expect it to be. And I'm like, you know, you're an adult with a full-time job.
It goes both ways now.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, yeah, we don't want to get you stuff you don't want. So, yes, I'm sure we don't mind a list.
Mm-hmm.
But the list it shouldn't be quite as long as it used to be.
No, you don't. If you put a list of like 10 things out there, you may only get a couple.
Yep. But it's them dealing with the expectations.
Yes. No, I understand.
Managing those expectations.
Yeah, I have a niece and a nephew that are in their 20s, and I keep telling them, but I'm the uncle.
I'm not mad at them.
As the uncle, it's different. See, I just keep telling them, like, send me what you want. It's like a sure thing.
Right. Don't make me interpret anything.
I'm not in your house to talk to you every day about Christmas and stuff like that. So what you guys want, give me a heads up. It's a good chance you're going to get it.
The fact that like the coolest shoes you can get now are New Balance, and you guys like wearing slippers to school, it blows my mind. But hey, good. That's what you want. Let's go.
What do you got against New Balance?
Nothing. I can't believe that New Balance are as popular with the young people as they are. But I also can't believe they wear slippers all over the place. It's like the go-to thing.
I wear New Balance.
Birks. Well, you are hip.
This we've known for a long time.
You're quite cha.
Yeah. Walking shoes are not cheap, by the way.
I know. Anyway.
Yes, but I'm very excited about the holiday.
Ramped up for the holiday. Okay. I do want to get to that Pete Fairbanks story, and we will this hour. I mentioned this. Ben Fox, a Vegas sports gambling reporter, tweeted out the following. Notable Super Bowl bet placed at BetMGM. $50,000 on a team to win the Super Bowl. want you to think about if you had $50,000 right now, where would you put your $50,000? This question can be out there for anybody. Paul, I want you. Paul's filling in for Kang this week. Somebody gives you $50,000, but you don't get to keep it. You have to wager it on a team to win the Super Bowl. Who would you put your money on to win the Super Bowl right now?
Wow.
This is a tough question.
No, it really is a tough one. I might choose Denver.
Okay. I mean, I can see why. Denver's playing really, really well.
Coach knows what he's doing.
Been there, done that.
Defense is playing outstanding.
They rush the passer. Boy, do they rush the passer. Quarterback
Got
is
a
something.
quarterback who's solid. I think it's maybe mostly the coach, but yeah, that's a good football team, and there certainly isn't a favorite that runs away with it in my eyes.
I know they just kind of suffered an embarrassing loss, but I think I'd put the $50,000 on the Rams. I think they're the best team in football. They did lose to Carolina, but Carolina's just the kind of team that jumps up and bites a team every now and then for some reason.
And Carolina's playing well. Bryce Young is absolutely playing better. I thought about the Rams. Rams are probably my top three, might be my second choice.
So the one of the things when you look at, and we talked about New England earlier in the show about how they have one of the historically easiest schedules I can ever remember seeing. That sounds like I've done the research. I don't know that. I just know that almost every team in the NFL, their strength of schedule, their opposing teams' winning percentage is typically the vast majority of teams is between 45% and 55%. New England's opposing strength of schedule is 36.9%. I actually don't remember anybody. You give a good team that schedule, there's a lot of 11-2 teams out there. The Rams have played one of the tougher schedules in the NFL. Their opposing winning percentage is .517.
So New England, the remaining games on their schedule, they play. They have a bye week this upcoming week, and then they finish up with a home game against Buffalo, at Baltimore, at the Jets, and they finish the last season home against Miami. So it gets I guess a little bit tougher. You got Buffalo and Miami's playing better football now, and Baltimore, we'll see if they start coming. I mean, they're technically in first place in that division, I believe. And the Jets are playing better. But it's been kind of the same schedule they played all season long. And they did play Buffalo early on, and they beat Buffalo 23-20. New England is an interesting team.
Tell you what I want to do. Let's take 10 texts right now at 248-539-9797. If you were given $50,000 to bet only on who would win the Super Bowl, who would you bet on to win the Super Bowl? You can't cash out. You have to ride that team and you score. You only get the money if your team wins the Super Bowl. We can't find the 10. Don't worry about it, Paul. No big deal. 10 texts right now at 248-539-9797. There we go.
Tell him, although there's no lightning.
There's no,
thunder.
It's okay.
Thunder.
It's all right. Good job even finding it, Paul. So sign your text at 248-539-9797. You only get the $50,000 if that team wins the Super Bowl. Somebody at BetMGM put $50,000 on a team to win the Super Bowl. Who would you bet on? 248-539-9797. Brian on a cell. Hi, Brian.
What's up, man? What's up, Gator, as well? If I had to pick right now 50 G's, honestly, I probably would take the Patriots because they've been playing pretty well. I don't know if anyone had them, right now at 10-2. So I think I would probably put it on the Patriots.
So the whole strength of schedule, the easiest schedule, doesn't bother you at all?
It a little, but I mean, there's been games where teams were supposed to win that aren't the Patriots. Like there's been games the Lions, Chiefs, Ravens, Bills should have won that were cake games and they lost and got blown out. So I mean, yes, schedule plays a little part of it, but I still have. Again, if I had the 50 G's, I would put my faith in the Patriots.
Okay. Yep. You know what this says to me when you look at it through this lens? This thing really is wide open. Because a year ago, if we asked this question in Detroit, we know what all 10 texters would say.
Well, a good portion would say the line.
I think, well, you're probably right. It wouldn't be all 10. And I think if we asked it outside Detroit a year ago, the Lions would get a ton of love. I'm not sure they get any love right now, but because it's that open, maybe that's why they got a chance. Just get in the dance. Got to play well. Got to play well to even get there. And I kind of like it. Jacob is in Warren, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Nothing much. I just wanted to let you know I'd probably throw that $50,000 on the Rams, and I'd probably throw another $10,000 on Stafford to win the MVP.
Why is that?
I don't know. Them boys are just balling. I think he's getting better with age. I don't think he's declining at all. I don't see anything about a back injury that they were talking about at the start of the year, and I just don't see anybody stopping them.
Okay, fair enough. We'll get to your 10 texts, and we'll tell you. And this is, let's see. It's the largest reported Super Bowl wager by liability at a legal U.S. sportsbook ever.
By liability. So it must be.
We'll get to the 10 texts straight ahead.
Interesting odds.
Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, sports fans, I'd like to talk to you a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. It's Twin Peaks. With restaurant experiences really taking a nosedive and service missing the mark, Twin Peaks has upped their game. Starts with the culture, employees that believe in the brand and flat out produce better product. Starts with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to begin prepping those dynamite dishes you crave. Then, of course, it's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. It takes extensive training to get on the floor. And once they're there, they deliver an experience no guest can live without. From food and beverage recommendations to just cheering you up if you've had a bad day, no one does it better. And, of course, what brings it all together? Sports. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches that brings you all the action you crave. But don't be afraid to stop in if you're not all about sports. They've got parties every day, like their Prohibition Repeal Costume Party, starting Wednesday. Awesome drink specials and your favorite Twin Peaks girls decked out in their finest black lingerie. The party runs through Friday, so stop in, take advantage. And the awesome weekend plan for everyone with college and pro football action. Get in early to catch all the chaos. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, Paul filling in for Kang. 248-539-9797. Mike is in Ferndale and on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Mike. Mike, are you there?
Big Mike?
Sure sounds like it.
Hello.
Yeah, Mike, you're going to have... Okay, hold on.
Mike's got to get back in the car.
Yeah, that's an important part of it. And take us off speaker if you don't mind, Mike.
Mike may have been pumping gas or something.
I'll read some of these texts that have come in. And if you don't know what we're talking about, a gambler in Vegas wagered $50,000 on a team to win the Super Bowl. Now, it wasn't recently. It was in recent weeks. But it's getting some notoriety here. And here's what's come in. Tyler and Shelby says the Patriots. Alan McComb says the Rams will win the Super Bowl. Our topic is, if you had $50,000, but the only way you could cash it in is to bet on one team to win the Super Bowl, who would you bet on? And if they win, you get the money. If you lose, you just lose the opportunity. So who would you bet on? Al said the Rams. Tony in Detroit said, I'll bet on the Rams. Chris in Brownstown said Green Bay. Frank in Rochester says Seattle. Randy in Tulsa says Denver. They're hot right now. Jake in Auburn Hills says Bears and Ben. Mike says 50,000 on the Cowboys. Brian in Clawson says Buffalo. Steven Weston says Dallas. Solid run game. 2 good wide receivers, and Dax is playing really good, along with a really good defensive line. Dave in Flint said, I would take the Eagles. You got to dethrone the champ. They're dysfunctional so far this year, but that experience still counts for something. Jake in the South Lion says Green Bay, best quarterback, best pass rusher in the NFC. All right, let's see if Mike's there. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
All right, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think I got the Rams.
You got the Rams? Why is
They're
that?
going to go all the way. They had a horrible game last week. I feel like maybe they went out and experienced Charlotte nightlife, but Stafford, those guys will get the number 1 seed. They got a great defense. Great offense. Also, the Lions are going to get smoked by the Cowboys this week.
Why do you think that?
They have eyes.
But your eyes don't scare you away from the Rams.
Nope.
All right, fair enough. Well, I should. You know what I should have. Damn it! I blew it. I should have asked him how many points do I get with the Lions.
Oh boy.
Should have smoked. Do you think I could have got 14.5 from him?
You might be able to get 10.
I would have asked for more.
Yeah, of course you would.
Yeah.
You're
Damn it,
Doug
I
Harsh.
blew
That's
it.
how
I
you
blew
roll.
it. Well, when somebody makes a statement like that, I want to know if they mean it, and usually they don't. All right. Brandon in Shelby Township, who would you put the 50,000 on?
Hey, guys, I would put it on Philadelphia because since they've been to the Super Bowl a couple times in the last few years, they have the composure. Because it's not about, like every playoff game, they're like, hey, you need to do this, you need to do this. But once you get to the Super Bowl, you have media day, you have, like, a whole week worth of media day. And so the coaches need to keep their players' composure. Like, hey, we're in the Super Bowl, we need to do good.
I think the Eagles, well, I think everybody would say we're in the Super Bowl, we need to do good. I think the Eagles' experience is a big deal. I do think that matters.
Well, it matters right now because they're going through it. There's
through it.
There's some perceived infighting going on. The offense is not a well-oiled machine. This is not the same team we saw last year. The defense, which is lauded and praised, has just gave up 280 yards on the ground to the Bears. There's a lot of challenges and obstacles for the Eagles right now, and they're all within the room.
I learned something last year. You don't need to be functioning at your highest level of efficiency in December. You need to be doing it in January.
These are facts.
Might I remind people that one of the hottest names in the game right now called a reverse pass with Jamison Williams that was intercepted and pretty much killed any chance of the Lions beating Washington, and that person was Ben Johnson. But the correct answer of who put $50,000, what team did this person put $50,000 on? A few weeks ago, somebody put $50,000 on the Chicago Bears at 66-1. That would win $3.3 million, the largest reported Super Bowl futures bet by total liability in any legal sports book in the United States. So, the Bears. who currently have the 7th best Super Bowl odds amongst teams in their conference, according to this story.
Well, this weekend's a big test.
Yep.
They're at Green Bay, so it's validate what you just did against Philadelphia.
Yeah, that was a big test, too, and they passed it.
Yeah, they did with flying colors. Do it again against the Packers, and you're going to get all types of love. And you would deserve it, without question. You would absolutely deserve it. Packers are a very good football team. I'm not sure if the Bears at the Packers level, but they played beyond it this past week against Philadelphia. So, they beat Green Bay. All props are due.
248-539-9797. Jeff on a cell. You're next. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, listen, boys, I got to ask you a question because I've been hearing this for the last, week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks about the problems with the Lions' offense, the offensive line, and all that. But you know what? What are you guys looking at? The offense has not been the problem. We're scoring points. Look at how many games we've scored, 24, 30, 55. I mean, we've scored points. We've lost one game on the offense and against Philadelphia. All the other games is on the defense. Every game pretty much that we lost was because of the defense did not show up. The offense cost us one game. That was against the Philadelphia Eagles. So what's the problem with our offense? Nothing. What are you guys looking at?
So you're not yelling at us. You're yelling at the callers, or are you yelling at us?
Yeah, I'm not, and you guys a little bit because you keep talking about, we don't have our guard at the offensive line. It's not been the offense is still putting up points.
They are. God. I mean, Jeff, we've pointed it out repeatedly. I don't expect you to hear every minute of every show that they're still top 5 in scoring and
right.
total offense. We made that point repeatedly. Jeff, you know what it is? You know what? Hold on. Do you want me to explain to you what it is, or do you want to keep yelling at us, Cowboy?
Okay. All right. I was just going to ask.
Okay. Well, no, because you know what it is? It's not living up to the expectation. It's which team did you have which side of the ball did you have a higher expectation for?
Offense.
That's why. That's exactly it. And you're right. You're right about the defense being a bigger issue, and it has been the last couple of years. The offense isn't. That's the only reason why.
And that's why we're going to lose against the Cowboys, because we'll pull up 21 points and we'll lose probably by 10.
Well, 21's not good enough.
Can I get the Lions plus 9.5?
It won't be against the Cowboys, and we're going to need to stop the Cowboys, and we're not going to. We don't have the defense to stop them. So we're going to get 21 points and probably lose 28-21, 30-21, something like that. We're going to lose because of that. It's going to be the defense that's going to cost us.
48-21. Can I get the Lions plus 14.5, Jeff?
Sure, I'll give you 14.5.
All right, sweet. Drop off my favorite six-pack next week.
All right, you tell me what it is, and I'll get it to you.
Thanks for the call, Jeff. No, seriously, it's about expectation, right? People have a higher expectation for the offense, and they aren't as good as they were last year. And the reality is, offense gets more phone calls anyway. People pay more attention to what you're doing offensively.
Without question, and in a league where things have shifted, where offense is more important than defense, scoring 24 points a game in the last 7 games isn't it's not good enough. You need to score more than that, and this team was averaging over 30 prior to that. Mm-hmm. So it's been a big drop. It's a touchdown drop per game, but there's no question the defense has got to play better.
So in the defense, if they don't pressure Dak, and they're already down 2 starters in the secondary, maybe 3. Dude, it could be a long Thursday night. A long Thursday night. So the question is, do they get some pressure? It's clearly a point of emphasis. We played Calvin Shepard earlier in the show. It's a huge point of emphasis. And it's Hutch, it's Aleem, it's Reeder, it's Elquity Muhammad, it's Derek Barnes when he blitzes. If you get your hands on a quarterback, get him to the ground. Tyleik Williams, Marcus Davenport, who ran around the field and didn't accrue one stat against Green Bay. It's on the field for, I think, 20 snaps and didn't get one stat. Marcus Davenport, got it. You're just back from injury. But as Calvin Shepard said, if you're not going to win one-on-ones, he wasn't talking about Davenport. He was just talking about everybody defensively. If you're not going to win one-on-ones, guess what? you're not going to be in the league long.
In the last 7 games, the Lions defense has allowed 23 points per game.
They've
scored more than they've given up.
But by, what'd you say, 20?
I think I said 24 or 25 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just got to find a better version of themselves. We've seen them play better.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's too close to even. But that's what we've seen during this stretch is they've been 3-4 in the last 7 games.
You know what this is? This is your 9th grade football coach. We've reached y'all better win a game status.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Except they haven't lost the back-to-back games and thing in forever. And my 9th grade team did it all season long.
All right. Could the Tigers be up to something? We'll get to that at 12:31. Their name has been associated with 2 players. One makes a lot of sense. The other has me raising my eyebrow. 12:31. We'll get to that here on 97.1. All right, so Gator, a couple of reports. First of all, I didn't see who it was. Wasn't one of the local guys says the Tigers really want Kyle Finnegan back? They're trying to lock him up.
Evan Petzold
Thank you.
wrote an article
Sorry, I
in
wanna
Free
give-
Press yesterday, I believe, saying there's mutual interest.
He was a plus arm. That was a nice acquisition. Unfortunately, it wasn't like a massive acquisition, which Tiger fans really wanted. And unfortunately, in the end, it didn't get him over the top. But Kyle Finnegan helped. And, it's a bullpen that, came out 2 years ago and, thought they had some pieces. And, and then suddenly Bo Brisky disappears. And, God, who was the other guy? There was somebody else that was really good for him 2 years ago that came back to earth. But Tyler Holton, went from being exceptionally good to not quite as good.
Yep.
Finnegan is a guy that I think would be a good re-sign. And then there's that John Morosi, Pete Fairbanks story. Jeff Passan wrote when Pete Fairbanks was not, his option wasn't picked up, he will be one of the top relievers available in a market soft on high leverage options. As a Rays primary closer in 4 seasons in Tampa, 261 in the third innings pitched, 83 saves, 2.83 ERA, 332 strikeouts, 103 walks. If they get Finnegan and Fairbanks, that feels like a big boost to the bullpen.
All I care about with the bullpen is just be an upgrade. Every player you add has to be better than a player that you had, or that you're gonna replace guys. You're gonna be releasing players because you're adding someone. That's all I care about. With one other caveat, I want to have a legitimate closer. I'd like them to go out and get one of the few closers that are out there on the market. One of them's gone, but you can go out and get one of these other guys, and I think they need that. I still love how A.J. Hinch handles situations, that he doesn't really have a closer. He's guy's high leverage guy, that he's willing to pitch in the 8th inning instead of the 9th inning. All depends on the matchups and the lineup when you're flipping it over, when you got to face the heart of the lineup. And I totally agree with that philosophy. And I think they have guys that, while using that philosophy, you get that closer type and you use them in that way, that if you also sign a guy like Finnegan, and Finnegan can get the save in the 9th inning because he's not having to face 2, 3, and 4, that maybe he's facing 5, 6, and 7, which would be different. So I'd like them to add significant pieces to the bullpen for sure.
So Bob Nightingale in USA Today did a list of top 10 MLB trade candidates before the winter meetings. And number 1 is Tarek Skubal, no surprise. And there's not really any, I read it really excited, and there wasn't really anything in there that we didn't already know. Hey, they're going to need their doors blown off. Yes, we agree. 2 things from that. 1, Ketel Marte, the second baseman from the Diamondbacks, he is apparently being shopped around. And Nightingale writes, Marte is a valuable trade chip. The Boston Red Sox, Detroit Tigers, and Tampa Bay Rays, plenty of pitching, are all on the radar. And the D-backs want pitching in return. Marte is a power-hitting second baseman with a really good OPS. He's 32. I didn't look at his contract, but he hasn't played. He's been a DH, a switch hitter, DH, but primarily a second baseman. It makes sense at third, if that's maybe why the Tigers would have interest in him, but he hasn't played a lot of third. Do you buy this, or?
Well, he's got 5 years left on the contract, and there's a 6th year that's a player option year. There's incentives in the contract that can really increase it, but he's set to make $15 million and $12 million and $20 million and $22 and $22. The salary is a lot, and he has been a guy who's produced for sure, but he's starting to enter those tougher years in the 30s, and you said 32. He'll be 32 this year, upcoming season. And the fact that the Tigers did just bring back Gleyber Torres, it's only on a 1-year deal, but they brought him back. If they hadn't brought Torres back, this is something that would make maybe some sense. And there's something else in the contract because of his status in the league that he would have, I don't know if it's a no trade clause or something that kicks in for him, which is why Arizona wants to deal him now, or would want to deal him now. But because Torres is here for the year, and because it feels like every prospect the Tigers have is a second baseman, I'm not sure this makes sense anymore. Torres is here for the season. I want McGonigal to have every shot to make the team. Max Anderson, every shot to make the team. And those guys can play maybe shortstop or third base. There'll be some sort of combination around the horn. You still have, other players on this roster right now, like Colt Keith. Where is he playing? Where does he fit in? So adding another one to the mix, and an expensive one at that, doesn't make as much sense now as it did a month ago.
Unless he's going to play third. Right? I mean, isn't that the only way this makes sense?
Well, does Scott Harris want to block people?
Well, who's he blocking at third?
Well, he could be blocking, like I said, you got a handful of guys here. And Colt Keith and Max Anderson possibly.
But he's not blocking McGonigal. And he's not blocking.
Well, I don't know where McGonigal is. I mean, McGonigal, he still hasn't played a single inning of AAA ball.
And he also is a question defensively, whether he can really truly have a position. Like, he's not blocking one of their top guys. Is he blocking Colt Keith, or is Colt Keith's future at second basically once Torres is done?
Well, the way that they said publicly with Colt Keith that they didn't want to put him at third base until his arm strength came back and his shoulder issue or whatever, and then it finally did come back and they started playing him third base, tells me that they still want to give him a crack at playing third base. And, Torres back for the season. I don't know if they completely expected that. They had to give him the qualifying offer, and Gleyber Torres decided that qualifying offer is better than the offers I was going to get as a free agent on a multi-year deal. So it is what it is. But I think Colt Keith is certainly an option at third base for this team. And Javi Baez could always be an option at third base.
He could. I mean, look, I think Marte looks like the kind of player that you would love to have initially. Not sure about the back end of the contract, and I'm not sure about the positional fit.
Well, here's the other part of it that I just don't want to deal with. That the report is that the Diamondbacks would want pitching in return.
Yeah.
I'm not giving up pitching. They need pitching. Tigers need pitching.
I know.
They don't have pitching in the system that is like, oh yeah, this guy can't wait. He's ready to come. No, that's not it. So I'm not giving up that asset to get a redundancy. Even if he is really good, he's been very productive the last 3 years. He's at 25, 36, and 28 home runs. His OPS the last 3 years has been 844, 932, and 893. It's all good. He's a guy who draws walks, gets on base, doesn't strike out anywhere near as much as the high strikeout guys on his team, and it'll hover around 100, but that's a heck of a lot better than hovering around 200. So there's a lot to like with Ketel Marte. I just don't think it's the big fit now because of Gleyber Torres being here for the next year.
The other name that's on this list is Steven Kwan as one of the most likely candidates to be traded at the trade deadline. I don't know how you do this, but my God, I would love to have that guy on the Tigers. I can't stand playing against him.
Yeah,
and it's everything he does.
I feel like we've talked too much about Steven Kwan in the past and what a great player he is, all-around player, and yet his OPS is nothing special. Mm-hmm. He just seems to do the little things that you want done. He's a hard out at the plate. You need that strikeout, and he's the guy that's just fouling off pitch after pitch after pitch and eventually delivers the base hit, or it's a sac fly, or it's a productive out, because that's what he does.
Yep.
He takes the extra base when necessary. He can steal bases. He's a solid outfielder. He's a very heads-up outfielder, as we saw in the playoffs. He made some spectacular plays. He single-handedly kept Cleveland in that series with the Tigers. But overall, I don't think I'm going to trade for him.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't know how a trade could be pulled off for him, but I'm just saying he made the list last year when his name was at the trade deadline was being floated out there. I was very dismissive because I'm like, there's no way they're trading Steven Kwan.
Right.
And then they didn't trade Steven Kwan, but he's back. Considered a tradable asset. I'm not sure how would you convince Cleveland? If you're in Cleveland, you're going to ask for a top prospect. Right?
Sure.
Yep.
Sure. And we got back into the discussion last year. I mean, some people were willing to trade Max Clark for him.
Mm-hmm. And yet, if we had him in the series against Seattle, I don't know. I can't guarantee anything.
No, nothing. What you could guarantee if you had him is that you wouldn't have Max Clark.
Well, that is true, and I guarantee it. If we had him, I feel like if we traded for Stephen Kwan at the trade deadline, the Tigers would have won the division. But hey, straight ahead, John Morton, Lions offensive coordinator, had some things to say about trying to make up for the loss of talented players on offense. Hear that at 12:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. So there's good news, bad news yesterday out of the Lions. One, the bad news, Terrion Arnold done for the year was a shoulder injury. The Terrion Arnold career arc is not currently promising. It has been fits and starts. There have been some good play, some bad play. the flags that were heavy at the beginning of last year started to creep in this year. And then there have been some games where he wasn't getting flagged and actually was pretty decent in coverage. He did something, I think it was in the Green Bay game, where he really took on a lead blocker, got more physical, but unfortunately he got hurt. And so now, that's one that we shelve here for a while, and whether or not it's ever going to pay dividends, it may not, in which case, we're going down the road of it being a bad draft pick. Kirby Joseph, he could be back this week. Yesterday we got calls where people were implying that there's stuff out there that it might be career ending. Whether he's back this week or not, it feels as though the fact that he returned to practice yesterday means it's not career ending.
Yeah, I don't think it's career ending. I think it's something that that players have to deal with all the time, and that is they've got this chronic injury that's going to be there. And how much pain can you endure, and how long are you willing to do that for? That's what it is. That's what many players in the past have done, whether it's a turf toe injury or a cartilage injury, like that's reportedly what his issue is. It sucks. It sucks because this guy's so young in his career. He just got the contract, and he is a difference maker back there. He's a ball hawk, a big part of that team, of this team's defense. I'm glad that they could get him back soon, but I don't know at what level now you expect him to play at. Because he's always going to be dealing with this injury.
Yeah, it could be something that might not be career ending, but he might not be the same player.
I wouldn't expect him to be.
It sounds like it needs probably rest and treatment, but given where they are, this feels like a playoff game coming up tomorrow night or Thursday night against Dallas. Dan Campbell at this hour, according to Brad Galley, as a soundbite regarding Amon-Ra. Dan Campbell, quote, "He's better. I don't see him practicing today. I know this about him. If he can play, he'll play." So trending in the right direction, but is it going to be fast enough to get him on the field? He won't say that yet. So we'll see about that. Meanwhile, John Morton is still the acting offensive coordinator, even though Dan Campbell's calling plays. John Morton met with the media yesterday. Now, the big topic, it felt like, is how do you make up for the loss of weapons? Amon-Ra down in that game last Thursday. Sam Laporta's been down for a few weeks, season over type stuff. How do you make up for the injured offensive weapons? Here's what John Morton had to say. Well, you can't say he's making excuses.
No.
I don't think of an injury as an excuse. I think an excuse is when it has nothing to do with football, and you bring it up. Well, he didn't sleep well, or he's got problems at home, or whatever. Like, he's still paid to play. He's not making excuses, and it's amazing how different coaches are wired. With all that said, I'm sure he'd rather have Amon-Ra out there running around than Tom Kennedy. They did just get Hayden Rucci off waivers from Miami. Thumbs up to that.
All right. There they go. Well, I'll tell you this. I was encouraged with the game on Thursday.
He's a tight end, by the way. Sorry.
I would assume it was because they don't have any tight ends. I was encouraged against the Packers by the way that some of those guys did step up. I mean, J-Mo clearly did step up. It's unfortunately that he dropped the ball on fourth down. Wasn't a great throw, but it was still a catchable pass, and but he was making plays, and I mean that screen pass that he caught just went through. That's J-Mo. That's great. Tom Kennedy showed up and running all those routes you expect to see St. Brown run, and big third down conversions they made. There is Tom Kennedy. I was very happy to see that, and was also encouraged that Isaac TeSlaa was out on the field a lot more. I suspect TeSlaa is going to be on the field even more this week. St. Brown started the game but didn't finish the game, and we'll see if Khalif Raymond is going to be able to come back. I'm not hopeful of that, but so receiving wise, those three guys are going to have to play big time on Thursday night against the Cowboys.
He did say of the fourth down play, the one that was really costly, Goff, imperfect throw, J-Mo didn't catch it. He said, he was a receiver coach and it was a receiver, and if the ball hits your hands, you should catch it. But Goff can throw better. And he talked a lot about execution. They really got it in them. They are shooting themselves in the foot with a lack of execution, which sucks, but they haven't given up. That's clear. And what about J-Mo stepping up in that game on Thursday with more opportunity? Here's what John Morton had to say. The Lions have any play can take it to the house running back in Jahmyr Gibbs, and they've got an any play can take it to the house receiver in Jamison Williams. When they had a bullet in every chamber, I don't like that analogy, but when they were fully loaded and ready to go, ready to roll.
Running on all cylinders?
Running on all cylinders, hitting on all cylinders, whatever it is. When they had porridge at every plate.
Oh. I'm thankful for that.
J-Mo could get lost in the wash. And then in any given Sunday, a player can get lost in the wash. Laporta or Amon-Ra, rarely Amon-Ra, but now J-Mo's going to get the football a lot. He's going to get a ton of targets, and he was given a big contract, and it's already been a contract that some people have started to question a little bit. Some fans out there. Well, that guy's going to have a higher expectation to come through and do some bigger things, right? Like, J-Mo, it's your time. When a season needs to be saved, J-Mo's a talented player. How big is he moving forward? Like, you build hope around guys like that.
Yeah, he's massive for what this offense is going to be. And Jamison Williams is a weapon, just like Jahmyr Gibbs is a weapon. And it's because they're fast as hell. And they're gifted athletes. And they're going to have to open up holes in the running game to get things going there. The passing game is going to have to continue to hum along with Jared Goff playing at the high level that he's played at all season long. The Cowboys, just for Thursday night's sake, the Cowboys are not good statistically against the pass. Mm-hmm. In fact, they're quite bad against the pass. This might be an opportunity for the Lions offense to put some points up. Unfortunately, Dallas's offense is one of the best in the league, if not the best offense in the league. They are humming along right now. They've got two outstanding receivers. They got a great tight end, and they've got a running back who's played as well as most running backs in the league. So Dak Prescott's playing at a high level right now, and the Cowboys are all galvanized to play for each other and for their fallen teammate and Marshawn Kneeland. And they're a problem around the league right now. They're putting everybody on notice. And okay, next teams on notice are the Detroit Lions. The Lions know that they've got to get back into this. They got to get back into the fight, and it starts on Thursday night.
Greg in Royal Oak, you're on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys, quick question. I heard that Adam Thielen got cut yesterday or the other day. Is he worth a look for depth and for like a slot hands kind of guy, or is he washed?
I think he's always worth a look. I think the reason they cut him was because they were doing him a solid. He's a veteran player, and he was on a team that was going nowhere, so that's why they let him loose so he could latch on with somebody.
His agent went to the Vikings and asked for a bigger role, and they couldn't promise him that, and their GM admitted it publicly and said...
You guys think he's a step up from a Kennedy?
I think he might be, and could there be usage there? Yeah, I think there could. I'm going to be intrigued to see where he ends up. There's indications that this is his final season and he wanted to play a bigger role, or wanted to be important on a team with maybe some postseason aspirations. So I wouldn't count it out, Greg.
Yeah, just to give Goff another check down, someone with reliable hands is all,
Yep. Last week, Adams' representation approached the team and asked if he'd be willing to release Adam, expressing his desire to play a bigger role in the remaining weeks of what he has indicated to be his final season in the NFL. That is the quote just found online from their GM, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah. So there you go. Could it be Detroit? Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with kicking the tires there. All right, coming up, we'll have much more Lions talk and other stuff here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Getting ready for some hockey tonight in downtown Detroit as the Red Wings will welcome the Boston Bruins for the second consecutive game against the Bruins. The Wings are on a 4-game losing streak thanks in part to that loss in Boston on Saturday 3-2 in a shootout. Tonight, John Gibson will be in between the pipes for Detroit. They will be without their center Mason Appleton, who is injured. Todd McClellan said yesterday he would not play today. They'll know more specifics about the injury today after morning skate. State, though. That game gets started at 7 o'clock, 6:45. Jeff Rieger has the pregame right here on 97.1. Out in East Lansing, some college basketball tonight is number 7 Michigan State welcomes Iowa for the Big Ten opener. MSU will wear some throwback uniforms just hours after Pat Fitzgerald is introduced as the new head coach of Spartan football. Dan Campbell spoke with the media this morning. He provided this update on Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown. Lions face the Cowboys this Thursday night in Detroit with their playoff hopes on a respirator. Kickoff is set for 8:15 p.m. And Michigan State Athletics announced today For Sparta, a fundraising initiative with a goal of $1 billion towards athletic facility and stadium upgrades. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I want to get some of the college football coaching news, which is, I'm just in awe that the sport lets its offseason to take place during the season and like undermines its own.
And not in a good way.
No, this is absurd. But anyway, Pat Fitzgerald gets introduced today. Spartans play basketball tonight. Do you think he's going to do what all new coaches do, and that's grab the microphone and try and come up with a go viral moment?
I don't know if he's going to try to come up with a go viral moment, but I would expect him to speak at the crowd at Breslin Center, and it's a big game against Iowa. They're undefeated too. So
do you remember what Signetti said?
I don't remember what Signetti said.
Signetti grabbed the microphone at an Indiana basketball game and said,
"Google me.
Purdue sucks. Michigan sucks. Ohio State sucks." Like he just.
It's funny.
Yeah. I don't know that that's really Fitzgerald's demeanor.
I don't think that's what. No, I think that I'm very much looking forward to what he has to say in the press conference, and then what he has to say tonight at the game if he's afforded that opportunity, which I imagine he would, because he's a fiery guy. It's exciting times for Michigan State football, and as long as everybody's all aligned, if they've got the stuff behind the scenes working the way it needs to be with NIL and funding and all that, and this could be an excellent marriage. But we'll wait and see on it. I'm encouraged by it. I feel a lot better about it today than I did on Sunday before I started doing some more research on
it. In the meantime, did you hear what Lane Kiffin said happened to him at his introductory LSU press conference? He said that Ole Miss fans tried to run him and his son off the road on their way to the airport.
Wow.
On Sunday.
I really hope that's not true. I really hope that he is embellishing a story as he's been known to do. I hope that's the case, because if it's not, it's criminal. And it's horrific to think that could have happened. And then in hindsight, you're like, well, maybe he should have gotten an escort to get to where he has to go, because people are unhinged.
I mean, imagine if those people were successful and people were injured.
I don't
in
want
a car
to think of
accident.
that.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to think of that.
If it's true. Now, do I think he could get away with embellishing that kind of story? I actually really don't think they could get away with embellishing that kind of story. So my guess is something along those lines happened. He did get the one finger salute at the airport, and plenty of it.
Oh, he got worse than that. People were shouting stuff out at him, and to his assistant coach, one of the assistant coaches that went and joined the plane as well. I mean, the fans were, the fact that they're that close to the plane.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a fence, and then 100. Not, I don't know if he was in 100 yards. I mean, they're close enough where they could absolutely be heard. I'm surprised by it, but I guess that's Oxford, Mississippi, compared to Detroit, Michigan.
In the meantime, Penn State was Penn State the first to fire their coach, and yet a bunch of ships are sailing?
Yep.
There's a certain degree. We all talked about this offseason being one that there's going to be a huge scramble for your coach. Penn State, I don't remember if they were exactly the first in the game. I think UCLA was the first in the game. They fired Deshaun Foster.
Wow. But Penn State did it like halfway through the season.
They did it early.
It's been a minute since they
and
fired
in the
a coach.
musical chairs, are they missing out on like if they don't get Kalani Sitake, the coach at BYU, and now the word is that the Mormon Church group is stepping up to try and secure him long term.
I think it's interesting because they hadn't hired a coach as time was going on, and we're getting up to last week.
Mm-hmm.
If you hadn't hired somebody by that point, my thought process was, okay, Penn State has got something lined up with a coach that's going to be in the playoffs.
And I thought it was Brian Hartline or some coordinator and they're doing it the right way and letting that guy end his run.
Exactly. And same thing. Well, it was the Sitake with BYU and let them have their run, and they're just keeping quiet. And then it gets leaked out that, the interest is in Sitake, which I don't think anybody had a few weeks ago.
Nope.
So this one kind of comes out. It's almost like in the movie Usual Suspects when Verbal Kint, one of the suspects, is being questioned by the police chief. And the police chief says, "What do you know about Kaiser Soze?" And then Verbal Kint goes, blank! Because he thought that could be under wraps. They wouldn't have to talk about that. I feel like that's what's happened here. Like somebody says, "What can you tell us about Sitake, the coach of BYU?" Oh, crap! No, now the word's out. Now the word's out.
They wanted to hire him before BYU could counter?
Yes.
Well, Hartline's apparently now linked to Kentucky.
Well, and Kentucky's going with...
oh, that's right. They got Will Stein
from
You're
Oregon.
Right. You're right. My apologies. So Hartline's still out there.
Well, but this is interesting, right? If you're Penn State, you're Penn State. You're not getting a coach. You're getting a coordinator.
Well, if you look at the top coaches...
I have nothing against Brian. I think Brian Hartline's interesting and very intriguing because he's been this great recruiter and a really great wide receivers coach. But at the same time, he hasn't had to run anything. Ryan Day runs the offense.
Our guy Dan Wetzel did a look at like many of the top teams in college football and how the coordinator getting their first head coaching job at one of these big programs has actually really worked. Ryan Day at Ohio State, Dan Lanning at Oregon, Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame. There's more examples. I'm just trying to rattle them off the top of my head. But he had a long list of how the coordinator getting bumped up is not a bad thing. You just got to find the right guy. And
sometimes it works.
It might be the formula that has had more success, but better than a retread. Like, I'll tell you a guy who there was public saying midway through the season, there was a guy out there, big name, that said, "I want back in." And I haven't heard his name associated with anybody. It's Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Jimbo Fisher had, why wouldn't people want Jimbo Fisher? Who is, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Ross Dellinger, who sat down with him, and Jimbo Fisher made it clear, I got these big paychecks I'm cashing in from Texas A&M, but I want to get back in. I miss it. I want to get back in.
Well, because he failed at A&M.
Yeah, but he also got professionally on the field, he failed. His bank account, he got the biggest buyout in the history of the game.
Yeah, but the thing is, at Texas A&M, they gave him a monster contract. They were paying players big time, and it resulted in nothing for him. They move on, bring in Elko, and now all of a sudden, here comes Texas A&M, which I think tells people, at least in short term, wait a minute, is he all he's cracked up to be? It's been a while since he won the championship at Florida State. It's been a long while. And that was before there was a playoff.
Is Penn State going to be scrambling for Jimbo Fisher's phone number?
I suspect that they may just fall on Brian Hartline. That could make a lot of sense for them. But, again, I'm not sure if Brian Hartline may be a great candidate, but what do you base it on? Other than, okay, recruiter. Well, you're recruiting at Ohio State. Mm-hmm. They had great receivers before you got there, and they'll have great receivers after you've left. But, okay. I think he's wildly intriguing because he's young. At the time, you had Hartline and Marcus Freeman were the coordinators who was going to get the job first, and Marcus Freeman goes to Notre Dame. Okay. Maybe Hartline's just the one that makes all the sense in the world, but I find this really interesting what's happened at Penn State. Like they thought for sure they could get this guy, Sitake, and then, BYU And the Mormon Church are like, well, hold on. We got plenty of money. We got plenty of big time donors up here in Provo. And this state loves what they've done, and we'd like to hang on to our coach. And, BYU made the jump to a real conference now. So they've got that road to get to a national championship. Why would they want to get rid of their coach, or let their coach go, I should say, to somebody who's going to pay more money?
Well, they don't, and they're sitting there at 11-1. And if he takes that job, are we going to have two teams? And this sport, they're going to have two teams maybe in the college football playoff without their head coaches. Can we all get together and collectively agree no hirings until after the season is done, which might include getting rid of the early signing day and moving it back so that coaches aren't even tempted?
Well, and then there's the rumors that Kalen DeBoer might be that's who Penn State's interested in. I mean, it's crazy. This is a crazy time of the year, and they have crazy rules, and the NCAA needs to fix it.
Well, I don't know that the NCAA is going to be around much longer. I think the SEC and the Big Ten need to lead the charge to say, we're not going to tamper, because it can happen to anybody. Anybody could lose a coach. You can lose players to the portal before the season's done. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. This holiday season, use your UMCU card to make a difference. It's the 10th annual Shop Local, Give Local campaign benefiting the Children's Literacy Network. Now through January 31st, UMCU will match 1% of your purchases at local participating businesses as a donation. Plus, every time you shop local with your UMCU card, you're automatically entered to win $1,000. And don't forget, your UMCU Visa Cash Rewards card gives you over 1% cash back on every purchase. So you earn while you give. Shop, earn, and give back this year. Visit umcu.org for participating businesses and complete details. UMCU is insured by NCUA. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right. So, Scott, there was worry at the beginning of the year that something might be changing. We have somewhere I've got saved a list of things only get worse in sports that just aren't ideal. And on that list, I'm pretty sure was NFL Red Zone. I saw a story today how the commercial content has just gone up and up and up. I'm not a Red Zone watcher. You are?
Yep.
Have you noticed it?
I've noticed there's commercials, but they're totally manageable because the way that they come around and they're like 15 seconds at a time or maybe 30 seconds at best.
Mm-hmm.
And, because the whole premise of Red Zone is they're just showing you the best parts of the game as it's going on. Like, okay, it's like hitting pause on the game, throwing one commercial in, and when they do, it's a split screen anyway. So you're still getting you're still getting everything. It's like they'll just let the play, like, hey, we're watching the Giants and Eagles, okay? And then you see that Saquon Barkley goes for a 10-yard gain and he's tackled. As soon as he's tackled, here comes the commercial, split screen, and on the other screen, you're just watching Barkley walk back to the huddle up with his teammates, figure out what they're going to do, and then they break the huddle, come back to the line of scrimmage, the commercial's over. You haven't missed anything. So it's almost like they don't exist. It's actually been pretty good.
So the issue is, at the beginning of the year, the NFL said it's going to be 4 short commercials. So in 7 hours of coverage, it was going to be 4 15-second commercials. And when you put it in those terms, it's like, okay, this isn't, whether it's 7, 6.5, whatever it is, you're 4 15-second commercials in 6.5 to 7 hours. I think we can all deal with that.
Yeah, 1 minute worth of ads, yes.
But as the weeks have gone by, the commercial inventory has gone up and up and up. And I think Red Zone fans are going, wait a sec. We were told 4 15-second commercials and 7 hours of Red Zone. Now they've had 16 ads, according to Pro Football Talk, where they are doing the split screen thing. But look, I'm not a Red Zone watcher, so you have no issue. You're not really that bothered by it.
No, I'm not at all. I watch it every Sunday. I spend a lot of my time on Sunday watching Red Zone, and I wasn't bothered in the least. And I get annoyed by commercials like everybody else does. Yeah, I think I'd start to get annoyed if they're stacking them on top of each other. If you actually have a commercial break, that's not what the whole idea of Red Zone was going to be. But if you're going to have a 15-second spot every 30 minutes on a split screen, what do I have to complain about?
Well, nothing yet, I guess. Pro Football Talk did this story and say fans are not happy, but I think they're probably more worried about what is going to happen next, more so than what's happened already. In the meantime, I was thinking about something here. I love that the Lions are a big draw, and I love when we went from never getting any primetime slots to now. I don't know that I've ever seen a Lions team in more need of the long week after Thanksgiving than this one, and they're not getting it. The list of players that didn't practice today.
Yeah.
Do you have it in front of you by chance? I know you did.
I just moved past it, but it was lengthy. Let's see. St. Brown, Khalif Raymond, Shane Zylstra, Kirby Joseph, Decker, Sewell. Those were all the players.
So Kirby Joseph, who was back at practice, now is out of practice?
Yeah. I don't know if that's just maintenance or what. Zylstra was back, and now he's not. But they just opened up his window to return. It's not like he's ready to play on Thursday. And it's probably maintenance with Decker and Sewell. I can't imagine it's like a setback. Those guys were limited participants yesterday. So not practicing today is probably just maintenance with that. That's fine. But it is concerning with Joseph and hearing the news that it's a chronic injury he's going to have to deal with likely the rest of his career. That's not good.
The last Cowboys practice update I saw, do you know how many players did not practice?
No.
2. And look, the Detroit and Dallas both coming off last Thursday, right? So, that's they both are in the same boat. It just feels like if the Lions ever needed a scheduling break, this week might have been it. Like Amon-Ra, Amon-Ra getting better, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. But there's still no indication he's going to play. Would he play if this game was Sunday? I feel like they are backed into the corner. Everything's going against them. Much of it created by themselves. Don't get me wrong. Like we've talked about it, acknowledged the miscalculations, but they need some sort of break. And I guess they're going to get more time after this game. But if they lose this game, it might be too late. Like then they're going to be in a run the table situation and run the table situation, and also in need of help. Now the good news is, under this format, which I think has been around for 5 years, all 11-win teams have made the playoffs, and all but one 10-win team has made the playoffs, which means there still might be wiggle room even if they don't run the table. But the context, you can't guarantee what all the teams around you are going to do. So I don't know. I guess I didn't think I'd hate, maybe hate's a strong word. I didn't think I would be this much ruining the day they had all these special primetime games. They've never done this before, have they? The Thursday. And in fact, I think somebody put out that the Lions are going to play the most games in the shortest period of time in NFL history between Thanksgiving and like Christmas.
Great. Yeah, great. Yeah, because they've had the Thanksgiving game and then the following Thursday, and then Christmas is on a Thursday as well.
Which is a couple things, right? One is it's not an ideal time for this team, which needs to get guys healthy. Two is if they fade from the playoffs, they're not the draw everybody wanted them to be, or thought they would be, which got them this stage to begin with. It's just a bad time for it, unfortunately. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jim and Celine. You're on 97.1. Hi, Jim. Jim, are you there?
Jimmy.
Jim?
Jim Dre.
No good. 248-539-9797. In the meantime, do you think Dan Campbell gears down his fourth down stuff?
Again, I'll say it every week. It's going to sound like a broken record. It's situational and circumstantial. What's the situation? What are the circumstances? I don't know. I'd like him to. Mm-hmm. I said before when we discussed this a few weeks ago, the first time, that I wish that he had in that particular game that recognized this was that it was going to be a field position game, and you go ahead and act accordingly and punt the ball as opposed to going for it. But that didn't happen when it reared its head on Thursday on Thanksgiving. I wish he would.
Let's go to Dan. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Dan.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
What about new strength and conditioning staff for the Lions? We seem to be injured more last year and this year than most teams in the NFL.
So anytime, I've noticed this in football, and it doesn't matter where you are, when your team gets a bunch of injuries, people start questioning the strength and conditioning coaches. I think only you'd have to be in that building to know whether or not those people aren't getting it done. And, I guess you find out at the end of the season if the people get fired. Typically, though, Dan, it's just circumstances. It's not anything that the organization's doing wrong. Yeah.
It just seems like we have a ton of them.
It does, and it's back-to-back years. When you see a strength coach get fired, it's the thing. Most players have their own trainers now. Like at the NFL level, I don't know how much the strength and conditioning coaches get used as opposed to college, because they all get specialists. They all get their, I shouldn't say all, many of them get their own guys. Is it their team of doctors? I don't know. These people are way more qualified. And again, the only people will know if there's any, I guess for lack of a better term, medical malpractice going on with their team is the people on the inside. So I can't get it. Do you think it's anything, or do you think it's just bad luck?
My go-to is probably it's bad luck, and it's bad luck for every team, but I don't know. I can't answer that.
Yeah. I don't want to impugn those people. I don't know anything about it. I think they would, the organization will know if that's going on.
I don't think I'm the guy to ask about staying in shape.
Do you listen to your doctor?
I do.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's all you can do, right? The guy got to listen to doctors. Oh, I guess. You hear him?
I hear him. I listen to him. It's up to the person to take action.
Yeah, that's true. Carson Anderson, 97.1. FanDuel is the number one sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay, or you can track every live stat. There's one easy-to-use app. It's all right there in front of you. But that's right now is for new customers. Don't go same-game parlay for this offer because you want to win the $150 in bonus bets, which you will win if your first $5 bet wins. So if you've never done this before, all you got to do is make a $5 deposit. And what I would do is put that money in a money line bet on a heavy favorite, that they just have to win a game. They don't have to cover a spread. Then you get your $150 in bonus bets. And you might never, ever make another bet ever again, but you got to bet that money to earn that money. But you get $150 in bonus bets to play with. And I think you got a week. Yeah, you got a week to do it. So go find that money line bet you really like. You can make your $5 deposit, and you can bet all you want. Then you can close the account if you want. You can keep going. You can do all the same game parlays you want. Bet on the players you love, the teams you love, or the teams you just love to win. Head to FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. A lot of feedback here. Regarding the Pistons, be wary of the fast start. Do we forget the Tigers? different sports, same heartbreak for the city. Oh, don't forget the imploding Lions. All right, Sunshine. Look, we, of course, haven't forgot the Tigers. And, it's why we talked about literally benchmarks in February. If you get to February and they're still winning at this pace and they're beating teams like Oklahoma City, who unfortunately don't play till I think it's February 25th, something like that. That's literally why we didn't, we brought up that particular benchmark. And even then, it might not be as significant as it feels. If Detroit goes out and beats Oklahoma City, I can almost guarantee it'll mean way more to Detroit than it will to Oklahoma City. Because Oklahoma City's thinking about, we just got to go through the motions of the regular season until we get to the postseason.
Right.
So, no, we haven't, trust me, we haven't forgotten about the Tigers, and we know it's just, at this point, it could be just a fast start.
Yeah, from the Pistons aspect, we as fans we're at the yardstick stage, right? Mm-hmm. We want to see if we can measure up against the better teams in the league. Well, the Pistons are the best team in the Eastern Conference by 3 games at this point, with a 17-4 start. So, yeah, I think we look at it differently as opposed to teams that already have been there and continuing on with their standard of excellence, and they're just going through the season like, we're going to be as good as we can until let's get to the playoffs. Like a team like Oklahoma City and their fans, and we know this from being Red Wing fans for all those years, can we just get to the postseason? Yep. Let's just get there healthy, let's do it. Even same thing with the Pistons, with the going-to-work Pistons were so good for so many years in a row that's what we expected. And yet, here we are with both of those teams, and Pistons are just a little bit ahead of the Red Wings because they made the playoffs last year. But yeah, I do think it's a yardstick situation for the Pistons where it's not for the other teams in the league that have been good.
Love that they won last night, but what's up with Ivy? 14 minutes and only 1 stat, 1 assist. Maybe move him before his stock drops. That's from Brian in Newport. I mean, he's coming off injury. I think it's fair to give it some time. If you want to move him, I guess go for it if you're going to get some great trade. I'm not against Jaden Ivey being part of a trade that lands Lauri Markkanen, something like that. Right. But, I think it's okay that he hasn't come back and lightened the world on fire. It's not particularly stunning, given that he hasn't played. And when did he get hurt? It's almost a calendar year ago, right?
Yeah. Right around Christmas time, I think.
Yep. If the Lions miss the playoffs, Brad Holmes should be fired. That's from Drew in Woodhaven. Drew, that is a zero tolerance policy you have there, friend. Why should he be fired? Because my guess is he should be fired because you're mad. Because you want somebody to be punished. Now, if Brad Holmes... you don't think Brad Holmes is smart enough to perhaps change his approach. You don't think Brad Holmes has put together a team that's anywhere close to being able to contend moving forward. Even though they're locking up their best young players for a long time. Got it. But, Drew, are you sure you want him fired? Are you sure? Because we just went over the career arc of Howie Roseman in Philly. And he's mixed in Super Bowl victories with missing the playoffs. He's mixed in long playoff runs with going 4-11-1. So, if you got a guy that's really good and has done good work, one missed playoff spot, that's reason to fire him? I'm not saying don't be critical of him, but if he misses the playoffs, Drew in Woodhaven would fire Brad Holmes.
Well, that's the high standard some people have, I guess. It's never good enough unless you win.
Well, is it a high standard or is it just a lack of understanding of what happens in the league, even in other successful places?
It's both.
Yeah.
I think people are obstinate to that and not looking at that. They don't want to hear it. They've got the blinders on, and it's all about it's championship or bust.
Holmes' failure is taking one of the worst guards in the league last year in Glasgow, moving him to center and surrounding him with rookies. Criminal, especially in light of Chicago upgrading the line with vets. Yes, Jonah Jackson is better than Glasgow at guard. I'm going to tell you, yeah, I think that was a problem. I don't know that they would have done that had they known Ragnar was going to retire before free agency or the draft. And then I can almost guarantee he tried to upgrade the offensive line. Given the lack of offensive line that got moved, do you remember the Birchie stat that like since the year 2000, don't quote me if I'm off on it, but it was since 2000, 7 starting linemen had been moved at the trade deadline?
Something crazy like that.
So that's 25 years of trade deadlines, and 7 starting offensive linemen have been traded at the trade deadline. So, yeah, that wasn't ideal, admittedly. And on top of that, even though Mahogany showed some promise, him getting hurt isn't helping. Ratledge, as the season has gone on, doesn't appear to be getting, struggling a little bit more. But
it's also easier for the Bears to add $50 million of interior offensive linemen in one offseason when they have a rookie contract for a quarterback. And Jared Goff makes way more than Caleb Williams does.
That's a good point. Thank you, Paul. The impression I get on Brad Holmes is sometimes he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. Dan Campbell works under him, so I guess he needs to follow. At the trade deadline, they did nothing. Dan Campbell says they like where they're at. Obviously, that was not a good assessment. Well, keep in mind, and you always have to remember this, publicly, they're almost always going to say they like where they're at. I don't think he's going to come out and say, yeah, we took a big swing and missed. Now we're screwed. But, we'll see how this thing plays itself out. These callers are delusional to think that the Lions can make the playoffs. They're done. Way too many injuries, and coaching staff is lost. They may only win 2 more games if they're lucky. If they're lucky. So you think it will take luck to win 2 more games? This is from Jason. So total wins the rest of the way, 1.5. I get the over, you get the under.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Karsh Casino is in full force.
Does he mean it? Penn State seems to have fired James Franklin without any real plans in place of what to do to replace him. That's from an unnamed texter. Scott and Carlton, I hope Lane Kiffin steps on a Lego.
That hurts, man.
Yep.
That's painful.
The Lions will lose against Dallas, the Rams, and revenge-seeking Bears in Chicago. Therefore, forget the playoffs this year. Well, if they do that, Chuck and Trenton, you are correct. They will not make the playoffs. Here's Rico Beard.
A Lego at night. That's worse.
Yeah. I'll give you another one.
Because you have no idea it's even there.
Acorns.
Yeah.
Dog brings acorns in the house sometimes, and then she'll chew them in half, and then now there are 2 acorns in the house, and you step on that with bare feet.
Oh, man.
Yikes.
She doesn't get sick, does she?
Well, no, because she doesn't digest it. She just spits them out. She just chews it and then realizes there's nothing there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Had to come in early. Hard out.
That's right.
That's how it works.
It's true. How you been?
I'm good, man. How you guys?
Okay. It feels like a little bit of therapy work this week that's not working at all.
Yeah, because you know what? I think a lot of people talk themselves into it's going to be different the next time we play Green Bay. And they never prepared themselves for, well, what happens if it's not? And I think this is why you have to do the therapy. So we appreciate the time that you and Gator put in because it softens up the crowd for us. So thank you. Yes.
I'm not sure it has any positive or negative effect on your program, but
they're respectful.
We'll accept the credit for it.
They are very respectful.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, we have some interesting numbers when it comes to the Lions defense, and the Pat Fitzgerald press conference is going to be going on during the show, so we're going to try to grab the best bites. And really it comes down to how much money they're going to give him and the new renditions of Spartan Stadium. It's rendition season.
Yeah, it's artist renderings.
Even Mr. Negativity said, you build that, I'll show up.
It looks pretty sweet. But again, it's a drawing that takes place.
I did not see one bale of hay. I saw no kids with balloons in the artist renderings.
No
LED roof.
No, because you're there for a football, Doug.
No, nobody playing a violin and a court of people sitting around watching. It's artist rendering that fails in my book. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Lions coach Dan Campbell told the media today that receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown is getting better. He was not at practice today, however. Penei Sewell, Taylor Decker, and Kirby Joseph also missed. Campbell mentioned that it was unlikely that receiver Khalif Raymond will suit up against the Cowboys as well. The Red Wings hit the ice tonight looking to snap a 4-game losing skid. They're back at home against the Bruins at LCA. Puck drop at 7. You can hear it right here on the ticket. Detroit will be without Mason Appleton tonight. Michigan State is getting ready to introduce their next football head coach, Pat Fitzgerald, today at 3. They announced a new $1 billion capital campaign called For Sparta that will contribute to modernizing facilities, which will include a new East Tower at Spartan Stadium, housing premium seating and a courtside suites to the Breslin Center. The MLB winter meetings start on Monday. According to MLB Network's JP Morosi, current Rays closer Pete Fairbanks could sign before then, and the Tigers, Marlins, and Blue Jays are all involved. Guardians pitchers Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz. Why is that so funny to you? And we'll have a May trial surrounding that alleged bribes and pitch rigging as well. Pistons are off until tomorrow. Their G League affiliate, the Crews, announced that Marcus Sasser will be in uniform for them tomorrow as well. That era is over. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Afternoon to one and all. Got a busy show planned. Got some Lions. We will get to up to East Lansing for Pat Fitzgerald. We're not going to carry it live because Lord knows these press conferences are painful. What we will do, though, is...
Let's bring up 6 people before we get to the coach.
We got to hear from the president. You got to hear from the AD. I'm sure they'll have Bill Beekman passing out like sausage pinwheels. And then it's going to be Fitz, the family. Look, we'll pull the best stuff from it. We'll deliver
Jersey,
it.
25.
Right. I'm not here for it. We'll deliver you the best audio. But we will get into the Michigan State hiring now that it's official, talk through it, go from there. But I do want to start with some Lions stuff I need your opinion on. Rico, you are the resident conspiracy theorist. You border on tinfoil sometimes. So I was talking with a couple of people, including one Thomas John Lang. And Grumble brisket. So I wanted to break something down. And it's about the Lions. And I think it is a better use of data. I have carped about PR departments and what they do to fans and how I think it's a battle that you end up having to fight if you want to be remotely honest about sports. PR departments are not honest. They are propaganda.
Yeah.
That is what they are.
State run.
Exactly. So the Aiden Hutchinson conversation is a hot button issue. And I'm not going to do a bunch of PSAs. You're the highest paid guy outside of the quarterback. You are trumpeted as this Myles Garrett type player, which you are surely not. But I found something interesting, and I want to know if it's something or nothing.
Okay.
Before October 29th, Hutch had 6 sacks, 50 pressures, and a 27% win rate. After October 29th, 2.5 sacks, 14 pressures, and a 13% win rate. And mind you, Detroit as a unit, which you're the captain of, ranks dead last in football in time to pressure, so your pressures don't mean as much. When they take forever, you're asking your secondary that plays man cover, like William Wallace in Braveheart, hold, hold. You can't ask them to do that. So you're dead last in time to pressure, yet you have a top 10 blitz rate. So it's even worse for all the people who want to pretend that Hutch is triple teamed and handcuffed. You're bringing additional rushers.
Yeah.
Still can't get home. So here's my question. Do you know what October 29th is? It's the day he signed his contract.
Oh.
Pre-contract? Post-contract? Well, we're taking a trip to the eye doctor.
Okay. All right,
One
hold on.
or two.
Let me put on the tinfoil cap. Okay, now I get it.
Aha. So here's where I had to ask. I am fine if you say there is absolutely no correlation. I'm not going to die on this hill. I just am telling you, before the contract, he was one player. After the contract, he's another. Now, I would argue you faced a bunch of crap before the contract, including a bunch of backup tackles. And that's how he pumped up his sack total. And all those pressures, you can miss me with it. Let me save you the phone call. Well, he's number 1 in football according to PFF. How long did those pressures take? That's the issue here. Now, I want to take it a step further. As much as we want to talk about Hutch, let me throw the ultimate off-speed pitch here.
Okay.
I've been hitting you 98 on the black. Let me throw a little Uncle Charlie, buckle the knees at 84. I want to defend Hutch on something. I want to defend him.
Little Charlie Morton. Okay.
This is Chuckles.
Okay.
Do you know what percentage of snaps Aiden plays for this team?
I'm going to assume probably 90s.
He plays nearly 94% of snaps.
Okay.
That is an absurdity. That is not fair to Aiden Hutchinson. So as much as I want to have the Hutch conversation with you, yes, tongue-in-cheek, pre-contract, post-contract. Guys, you got to talk about it.
No.
You got to talk about it.
No. That's a real thing, okay? That's not a Hutch thing, Mike. You've seen it so many times. The guy has the career year right before the contract. Like, wow, he's tearing it up regardless of the sport. You know, in baseball, he's knocking the cover off the ball. Or look at all the strikeouts his pitcher's getting. Signs deal, goes back to normal. I don't have to produce as much because I've tricked you into paying me. So that's real. That all of a sudden you're going all out because you're motivated. It's the carrot and the stick, and you're chasing that carrot. You got the carrot. You don't have that same motivation anymore.
Well, here's where I've arrived at. All I have asked, like people think there's this negative view of Hutch. It's not. I think he's a really good player. I still think he's great. Greatness needs to be reserved for people like Myles Garrett. I think Micah Parsons is great. Micah Parsons is also the only player outside of Lawrence Taylor to have the first 5 years of his career go north of 12.5 sacks. That's greatness. Aiden Hutchinson is not great. He's very good. But the difference is the great ones don't need a lot of help. The very good ones do.
No. And the difference between Micah Parsons and Hutch, Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett is somebody that the offensive coordinator has to draw up plays for. You have to know where that person is at all times. I don't think Hutch has reached that, Mike, because we've seen him being blocked by a tight end. No offensive coordinator in their right mind will say, well, let's put a tight end out there for Myles Garrett. We'll just put a tight end out there for Micah Parsons. What?
But here's my question. Something or nothing, pre-October 29th and post. Not mad in the least if you say absolutely nothing. That's a heinous accusation. But I want to add a part B to this. To me, this should be the death of any of this let Brad cook nonsense. Because this, what I've just outlined to you, is the ultimate indictment on Brad Holmes and his strategy of not giving Hutch help, leaning on Hutch for 95% of snaps, and then mocking the fan base about wanting an edge rusher. Even at a minimum, if Hutch was producing at a real high level, you couldn't have him play 95% of snaps. And you go, well, they did bring guys back. Yeah, the same people that were hurt the last several years. Marcus Davenport, Josh Paschal, Levi Onwuzurike.
Yeah.
They're all dead. Oh, but Davenport finally came back after missing 10 weeks, 12 weeks.
And there's something about this whole 94% of the time because I don't know if you guys noticed, but late in the Green Bay game, Lions drive, you know who was not on the field? Parsons. They were resting him because they're like, okay, we'll give you this one, Detroit. We're going to let Micah Parsons rest. We're going to bring him back out.
100%.
In case you score, then we're going to need him. So we're not going to just burn him down. We're going to run him out. Like, yeah. But the fact that Hutch has to be out there tells
That's
you.
an indictment on Brad Holmes.
Yes.
Period. It is not fair to Hutch to ask him or any player to play over 90% of snaps playing the position he plays. Not fair. But the problem is this. It is simply about investing in Hutch. Let me be unequivocal with this, and I'll give you an example that doesn't reside in Detroit just so you can understand and appreciate an authenticity to this. Dexter Lawrence is the highest paid New York Giant, okay? What did I want to do in the draft? I wanted to invest in Dexter.
You did.
Why would you take a defensive tackle when you have Dex? Strength on strength. I wanted Mason Graham. What did the Giants do? They drafted Mel Tucker.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That report, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
This guy's watching boobies during team meetings? Are you in?
Okay.
What is
Okay,
going
you know
on
what?
here?
Let me take people behind the scenes of doing this show. And David, you know this, and Paul, Sarah, thank you for joining us. You probably know this as well.
Hi, Paul.
It is very difficult to come up with a nugget that you can save for the show to surprise Mike. It really, like, there's certain things I just act as if I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're talking about because I just want that. Like, you'll hit me with the organic thing.
Yeah.
I can't do that for you.
Well, I try to be prepared.
I know. And Mike, it's not an indictment on you. It's just, yes, when I saw that report, I'm like, okay, he's not on social media, so he didn't see this.
You know how many people sent that to me? By the way, I do have audio of Abdul Carter in his D-line meeting. Oh, Abdul's really excited about the game plan.
I mean, I can only imagine how that meeting went when all of a sudden the D coordinator's like, wait, what is that sound? And it all, shh. And he's so engrossed in this, he doesn't realize that everybody stopped talking.
Yeah.
And is just looking at him like, why? But
Exactly. He didn't have time for pass rush assignments.
You know what, Mr. Carter, keep chopping.
Thank you, Abdul. So look, the point I'm making is, as much as I want to talk about Hutch, and I think that is appropriate, I think it's justified, and if you don't want the money, if you don't want the responsibility, go do something else. You are the captain of a unit that is the worst in football at creating pressures. Ergo, stop touting your pressures. They are irrelevant. They take 4 seconds to get there. It is not the same as a pressure from a Micah Parsons, which happens in a nanosecond. Mm-hmm. But I ultimately want to circle it back to what we have always said on this show. Invest in Aiden.
Yes.
Invest in the pass rush. I mean, it's just not rocket science. We're not at Carmanos. We're not attempting to cure pancreatic cancer. Brad Holmes, this to me should be the ultimate receipt for Brad Holmes.
Yeah, it is.
They've got to change.
Micah Parsons affects the play. Aiden Hutchinson's affects after the play. That's it. The pass is over. The receiver's caught the ball, and then he hits the quarterback.
So I want to throw the number out. Yeah. You get choice A, something or nothing, pre-contract post. Choice B, is this the ultimate indictment on Brad Holmes? 248-539-9797. That's where we're starting with. We'll get to the Michigan State issues in the 3 o'clock hour as they intro a new head coach. Rico Beard, take him to church.
As you guys know, I got a new basement courtesy of Matrix Basement. Absolutely love it.
Abdul, please.
No, he's not allowed in the basement. And if he is, headphones, please. But Matrix Basements can do the exact same thing for you guys. They tricked it out. I had a totally unfinished basement, and now it is done. It was done within a matter of about 6-7 weeks. If you heard me talking about it and you're like, you know what, maybe I will get the basement done, you should. Because if you're starting now, you can be watching the Final Four in your brand new basement. And Matrix Basement is offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. 0 interest, 0 payments. Get this, 24 months, 2 years. Why wait for your dream space? Call Matrix Basements now. Go online at matrixbasements.com. and get the Build Now, Pay Later program. That's 24 months with absolutely 0 interest, 0 payments. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new Matrix Basements a whole lot sooner.
Hatchet, I'd like to bring you into the conversation before we get to the calls. Again, there's two pathways here with Dallas coming to town. The pass rush is going to be the beginning, middle, and end of this game. You are dead last in football with time to pressure. You are top 10 in blitz rate. So don't call up saying Kelvin Shepherd needs to blitz more. He's doing everything he can. Your D-line sucks. And Aiden Hutchinson's the captain of that unit. He's the highest damn paid player. Pre-October 29th, post-October 29th. Two different people. But also, when you start to look at this really comes back to Brad Holmes. It has to. There's been this weird, as Rico puts it, defiant, almost spiteful approach. Oh, you want a pass rusher? Cool. I just traded 3/3 for a wide receiver. Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to know, because, again, we need Hutch more than ever Thursday night. If you have any designs on beating the Cowboys, there is no world you can offer 3.5 seconds to Dak Prescott and expect your secondary to hold up. That is not fair.
No, and I think you'll understand this analogy, Mike. It was Green Bay in drafting a wide receiver, how they refused to draft a wide receiver every year. Aaron Rodgers would beg you, guys, can you please go get me a receiver? How about this defensive
You know what?
lineman?
That is damn it. That is a wonderful point. Damn you. Never should have handed him that energy drink. I knew this would happen. 2-4. It's like the Limitless pill with Brad Cooper.
Look.
Oh, you haven't tapped in yet.
No.
All right. That's a hell of a good point. You're right. Please draft a wide receiver. Cutscene. We took a D tackle again. Packers went like 15 years without ever taking a wide receiver.
Right.
It was spiteful.
And it feels that way. Like at the end, he could stand up at the end of the parade in Woodward and say, I told you I could win a Super Bowl my way. I was never going to bend the knee. I was never going to change my mind. Here we are. It's like, or Brad, you just go get somebody. Yeah. You don't have to pay top dollar.
Hey, you know why Kansas City's not having a great year? It's not the offense. They can't rush the passer.
Yeah.
No one's winning a Super Bowl. You can't rush the passer.
Yeah. And the Eagles, because their offense is bad, are still competing.
The defense.
See, and that's the thing with Hutchinson is what you don't say with Myles Garrett is he needs help. Well, at least not to get to the quarterback. He needs help with other things with the team, but he does his job. He gets to the quarterback. Same with Max Crosby. You don't say he needs help. Well, the team sucks, but not because he's not getting to the quarterback.
Yeah.
So Hutch is not that level. He is not that level. And for Brad Holmes and then Dan Campbell, because Dan Campbell in the offseason said, we're good. And it's like, what do you mean here? Hutch needs help. He needs someone opposite of him. And I'm not saying he needs Myles Garrett opposite of him. He just needs help. Mm-hmm. Someone else that can get to the quarterback, because that percentage from October 29th before and after is pathetic.
And David, it's just the old Ice Cube. So here's what they think about you. The fact that a lot of your sacks have come up against tight ends. Like, maybe we could steal this play. Let's put a tight end out there. Oh, wait, Hutch beat the tight end. He got a sack.
Or a backup tackle.
Right. The sack counts. But the fact that they thought that they could get away with this.
Do you know what your season is in a play? Here, I'll try to make a decent point. I can't compete with energy drink guy. That sack against the Giants to end the game is case in point of your season. Oh, Hutch with the game winner. Cutscene. Jameis held on to the ball for like 7 seconds. Mm-hmm. Aiden went so far upfield.
Tackle pushed him to the end zone and he came back.
Aiden could double back. That's not a pass rush win. That's a coverage sack. To the people.
Great point.
A decent point. B-. Go to Dave, 97.1. David, how you doing, buddy?
Mike, Rico, I'm good. How about you guys?
Excellent. Hey, Dave. What's on your mind?
Good. So I actually want to nerd out for a second, just on a couple points with Aiden. I'm not a huge fan of Holmes either. But listen to this, right?
Okay.
Hutch plays 92 to 93% of snaps.
Yes, way too much.
You want to guess Micah and Myles Garrett? They're at the same number. You want to guess how many snaps percentage they play?
65.
A little bit more, but 70 to 75.
Yeah, they are overusing Hutch. Dave, that's why it's malfeasance by Brad Holmes. You're not investing in your best player.
And here's the other problem. Micah has had DeMarcus Lawrence and Rashawn Gary. I'm not saying that, he hasn't needed help, but there's someone else. There's not a dead body over there.
No,
and you got Mason Graham, Zadarius Smith.
Yeah.
These guys are people. They have helped him.
Aleem McNeil is supposed to be that. I will tell you, and I understand, he's back off an injury. So is Aiden.
There we go.
Aleem, I don't know, man. I thought the Bucks game, I go, wow, we're ready. Those bull rushes from Aleem, I haven't seen it since.
And a huge point of contention for me, Bob Muhammad, 38%. So if he's your other guy, why is he not playing more?
Think about the collection of people. And Dave, I'm glad you brought it up. I love the data. Think about what Brad Holmes sat in his office and went, yeah, this is my Super Bowl group. Marcus Davenport, Bob Muhammad, Josh Pascal.
It's not enough.
Who, by the way, wasn't healthy all offseason. Like,
it's not enough.
No, it's an absurdity.
And you know what's sad? We probably miss Onwuzurike a lot more than we think we do, which is very sad.
But the problem is, Dave, hurt guy got brought back to get hurt again. Like, they keep doing this to themselves.
I won't be a fan of Holmes until he gets that guy some help. I'm sorry.
I'm with you.
It won't be there for me.
Dave, I the only positive I can take as this season is in the process of slipping away. What they do Thursday is a major fork in the road. If this guides them to change their mentality, we could all be better for it. Because if they continue down this road of not valuing this and just saying, we've got Hutch, it's the equivalent of Brondo, it has electrolytes. You just can't keep doing it it won't work.
It's not going to work. And unfortunately, it's going to be the fall of Hutch, as he will always be average in my book until he gets another person there. And I'm sorry, it's going to be on Holmes.
I agree with him.
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, Dave, appreciate you, brother. Go ahead, Rico.
No, I would simply say,
he's about to make another great point, David. Brace yourself.
In order for this all to change, it goes back to Holmes and that organization having to admit that we have a window. We are on the clock. We really need to push the boundaries because this won't last forever. Good organizations, Mike, and you've seen it many times over. Let's go all in. Let's build it. And if we're lucky, we can adjust on the fly and we'll take a slight step back and we'll come back in a few years. They're not doing that. Or you go all in like the Rams and say, you know what, we'll win it, tear it down, and we'll come back like they've just done. But this,
do you know what'll turn the heat up? Aside from Ben Johnson winning this
missing the
division?
playoffs?
No. What would really turn the heat up, I think, and would make people look in the mirror, have Stafford win his second Super Bowl before you reached your first.
Yeah.
Have that happen, and then really look around Rotunda Drive and go, yeah, you know what? Let's bring Onwuzurike back again.
Right. It's like,
I almost want them to sign Davenport to a series of one-year deals until he plays 15 games. Like the forever Lion.
No, just playing for 5 more, then it'll add up to 15 games.
Exactly. 5 years. You sign him to a 5-year deal. No, you don't get it. He only has to play 15 games over 5 years to trigger the payment.
Gotcha. The bonus comes at game 16?
Yes.
There you go. But you got to believe in the window. This team doesn't believe in the window.
Go to Griffin, 97.1. Griffin, how you doing, buddy?
How's it going, guys?
Good, pal.
I called you guys during the draft deadline all mad about not investing in O-line or D-line, and now we come a couple weeks later to the exact same conclusion we did beforehand. We don't have enough strength on strength. Hutch doesn't have enough help, and we're back in the exact same position we were right before playoff run last year, except worse. Except there's a chance we won't make the playoffs. And this you said it was October 29th?
Yeah.
I would consider it something. It's just the step up in competition from, October to the rest of the season has been so dramatic. It's a little hard to peg that all on the money, but I definitely say it's something.
No, Alex, Griff, I'm never going to say it's absolutely something. It was just this is interesting. That's all. And again, I want him to play well. We need him to play well, desperately.
No, 100%, boys. Thank you for taking my call.
Griff, appreciate you, pal. 248-539-9797. More of the calls. We'll turn our attention to East Lansing in the 3 o'clock. We'll get you the best audio from Fitzgerald and then a discussion. Look, I'm not asking anyone to have a bold take. You may be disappointed in mine about the hiring. The disappointment may be I don't love it. I don't hate it. I think there are two critical factors into whether I can like or hate it. I will explain, and it has nothing to do with what Fitz is going to do at that press conference. He will win the press conference. He is a great speaker. I'm not interested in that. I know.
No, it's not a coincidence that you got Fitz, and then they also announced this whole little $1 billion thing.
It's artist rendering season,
because
y'all.
I can only imagine Jonathan Smith up there and how much. Here's $56. That's about it.
Here's a dozen Krispy Kremes. Get the F out of here. All right, it's football season. Moran Buick GMC right now. The sales just keep rolling on. 2026 GMC Sierra, $199 a month, 0 down, 24 months. Or you can drive home in a 25 Buick Envista. Leases starting at $199 a month. That's just $999 down as well. Guys, Denali's are in stock. You can check their complete inventory. MoranExpress.com. They have experts who guide you every step of the way. Certified service, you get the free loaner. They are a complete customer service-oriented dealership. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. David, a check on the ticket text. We'll get to the callers. I've given you both the Hutch angle of this and then the ultimate indictment on Brad Holmes. I'm not really putting them against each other. I do think this is a lot of Holmes' fault, but it is interesting Aiden's been on a milk carton since signing that contract. You got to at least have a little fun with it. Bottom line, he plays too many snaps. His pressures take forever to get there. He needs help. Who's responsible for getting him help? Brad Holmes. Well, Brad has done a bleep poor job. You can fill in the blank, and it's on him. And I'm sorry, the drafting of Burns and of Branch and Laporta and Gibbs, that's wonderful. Why don't we take a look at these last 2 drafts? Because those are the drafts that are effing killing you right
That's
now.
your depth right there. Yeah, because right now,
Darren Arnold out for the year, by the way.
Aiden's having more impact in the commercials than he has in the games.
Manu! David.
Says, Parsons played over 90% of snaps last game and has been at that clip for a bit. So save me the Hutch is tired line from these fans.
Hey, you're going to go through runs, including the playoffs. You will play more. I am making a point to you. It is clear this guy cannot play 90+% of snaps and be productive. Get him help. And before you say, we're paying you to not need help, understand something. It is no different than when you sign Jared Goff. Is Goff one of the top 5 QBs in football? Absolutely not. But you signed him because you had to. It's the same as Hutch. You sign him and you backfill.
No. But at least with Goff, you went out there and you locked up his receivers.
You insulated him.
Right. He's got his receivers. He's got his tight ends. He's got his running backs. So you don't need him to go out there and be Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and do everything.
I'm a big Jared Allen guy, too. Good call.
I said Josh. I cleaned it up.
The Brad Holmes mindset that no one has 2 great edge rushers makes no sense to me. Because most teams don't also have 2 great running backs either, and yet you have Sonic and Knuckles.
Yeah.
Find a way.
I like how he's got David Montgomery as one of the 10 highest paid running backs in the league, but we can't get an edge rusher. We traded 3 third-round picks for a receiver who doesn't play.
David Montgomery, the highest paid backup in the league?
There's a misallocation of funds here.
Something's wrong here.
You know what? Aiden takes the field, and he looks at who's on the D-line with him. It's the same way I felt when I saw he was at the U of M game and he wasn't wearing any Michigan gear.
Oh, boy.
Bro, nobody wants your stuff. Put on the Block M, okay?
I bought some for Christmas. That's your Christmas gift.
Stop it.
That's good. I need a rim rag.
Mike and Rico 110% disagree with you on Micah Parsons. I think it's just the opposite. I think Hutch is better than Parsons. Parsons benefits from being on a decent line with help.
Okay, hold on. So what's Aleem McNeil? Like, if we're going to do this, that's fine. Here's the deal. You need to meet us in the middle. I'm not going to tell you he has no help. You don't get to act like he's got a lot of help.
Right.
You want to say Parsons has got help? That's fine. Well, I'm sorry.
But I think if you flop the GMs, he would have said, well, I got Rashawn Gary and we drafted Edgerrin Cooper, so we're good.
Here's an idea.
We don't need to trade.
If Brad Holmes were serious about winning a Super Bowl, you'd have Micah Parsons. Oh, but the salary cap. It's not real.
But the 3 first-round picks. I mean, because Dallas doesn't look like they sweating those picks. Like,
Abdul Carter, what do you think? Okay, then.
Green Bay's like, yeah, if we get a Super Bowl, I don't care about the picks.
They don't matter. Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jay, how you doing?
All right, how you guys?
Good, Jason. What's up?
Hey, so it's funny that you guys are having this conversation about Aiden Hutchinson because I was just talking to my cousin yesterday about this, and he yelling in my ear about Jared Goff, how terrible he is. And I'm just trying to understand, like, how you can have so much empathy for the defense but none for the offense. And Aiden Hutchinson has done absolutely nothing all year. All I get to hear about is how much pressure he gets. And it's like, does pressure equal sacks? Because I don't see how that pressure is doing us any good when it comes to play-by-play. Like, what is he doing beneficial to the defense?
Well, and again,
he needs to hold the guy for 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds.
There you go. Jason, it's all about the time to pressure as well. I think you can trumpet these pressures. I also think the way that they're graded is a little bit sketchy. Look, right. I'm sorry. They're not all created equal.
You know
and
what
if it takes you 4 seconds to get there and you play man, I'm not interested.
And for those people out there, Jason, real quick, it's the pressures. Think of the interceptions. There's one where the quarterback just throws a bad pass, and then there's the interception where the ball is tipped.
For instance,
and he has no idea.
Right.
Bill Brosmer, the guy for the Vikings. Yeah. That's one where you just go, that was a free play.
Right. But then all of a sudden the ball's tipped in the air and it's picked, and it's like that's going to count against it as for me as an interception. But I had nothing to do with that.
Exactly. And that's the thing I be saying about Jared Goff. And that's my cousin. He has this argument that Jared Goff can't throw the ball 10 yards down the field.
That's not true.
And I'm like, are you looking at this guy's stat line? I mean, in the last 3 or 4 years, he's been top 5 in the league in passer rating.
How about this? Tell your cousin this, Jason, the next time you two are hanging out. Ask him last year who led the league in yards after the catch. It's Jared Goff.
Okay.
You know how that
Right.
happens 15
Okay.
yards down the field? You throw a super accurate ball where the guy doesn't need to break stride, and your receivers help you. You also had Jamison Williams have a 1,000-yard year last year. You think those were screen passes? Come on.
Exactly. And that's what I was trying to tell him. I appreciate it, guys.
Oh,
man. Thanks
Jason,
so much.
appreciate you. You got it, buddy, of course. Alex is up next, 97.1. Alex, how you been?
Hey, man, I'm doing good. How are you?
Excellent, buddy. What's up?
Yeah, so that was my point in listening to all of the talk going through here. It's basically the same Spider-Man meme. Hutch is Stafford. Stafford is Hutch.
Uh-oh. Stafford needs a running game. 15 years later, we've arrived full circle. Oh, no.
Yeah, but eventually Stafford had to leave here because he wasn't getting the support that he needed.
Yeah.
And Hutch is eventually going to do the same exact thing. He's fabulously talented, as Stafford has been, but without the support around him, he's not going to ever actually get us there where we're trying to get.
Yeah, no, and that's been my point since the beginning. And I mean, Alex, once you sort through you're a Sparty, like I care. Amani Toomer's my favorite Giant ever. He's as Wolverine as they get. I don't care. Hutch plays for the Lions now. Where you played does not matter to me. Like, I wanted the Giants to take Mason Graham. Did he go to DeVry? No, he went to Michigan.
Smarty.
But when you get through the BS and you can just talk football, it's okay to just say, I think they've overestimated what Hutchinson is. So they need to invest in him. And look, we just brought up Mason Graham. You think Myles Garrett is having the season he's having without Mason Graham lining up next to him?
Nope. Let me help you on that.
They invested. And look, Myles is the best defensive lineman outside of Aaron Donald I've seen in my adult life. But the point is they still went strength on strength. Alex, if I told you right now, priority 1 and 2 this offseason is you're going to restructure a bunch of deals, you're going to go all in on Trey Hendrickson, and you're going to draft a defensive end in the first round of the draft. Would you be good with that?
Yes.
Same thing.
Everything starts up front.
That's right.
Everything starts up front.
I'll tell you this. If they do another one of these hee-haw off seasons where they're bringing back, the cadaver of Marcus Davenport and it's Onwuzurike and another $10 deal, like, I'm tired of it. Invest in it.
So whose deal do you restructure?
Goff's has to be number one. He's due to make $70 million.
So you're willing to have Goff for another 4 years?
Okay, well, here's the deal. You got to make a decision. This is not an endless window. And things are about to get dicey. Now, they don't have a lot of cap space. Now, they can do alterations. The cap will go up again. But, Rico, you got to make a call. Even if you're not all in on Goff, if I give you the two pathways and I go, all right, we're going to restructure him, we're stuck with him now. 4 years minimum. If I don't restructure him, I'm not getting rid of him. Where am I creating money?
No, I'm thinking, it's not the same.
Now, is there a shot Taylor Decker walks away? Sure.
Yeah.
Do I think David Montgomery's here next year? No. Do I think Khalif Raymond's back? No.
And then maybe you could restructure Amon-Ra.
Right, but him, Panay, they all
J-Mo.
That one they just got. The one I'm worried about is the one that doesn't kick in till next year, and it's all front-loaded as Kirby. Hey, by the way, guess who wasn't at practice today?
But did you see him yesterday?
No, anyone who saw explosiveness is seeing what they want to see. He looked like my grandfather walking back to the sidelines.
Okay, when the reports are he looked great, but then he limped back.
Yeah. Sorry, that's bull jive.
Right.
Look up bull jive in the dictionary.
No, that's called one rep. Okay, you know what? We're not going to do this. You're not going to keep going out there and doing the rep, limping back. Somebody has to be an adult. Plain and simple.
What do you mean?
Like with this Kirby thing, there was no point of him being at practice.
I will tell you, on Lions Review last night, I thought Will Birchfield sounded great, and he painted a very grim picture because he talked to Kirby in the room, and Kirby's dejected, and he's doing cryptic stuff on social media apparently, but also basically just saying surgery won't help. I got to just believe in God, and my knee is bleeped up. Oh, that sounds like a guy who's playing Thursday.
Kirby, I'm gonna give you David's number. He'll pray for you.
248-539-9797. FanDuel, number one sportsbook for same game parlays, from points to rebounds, threes to assists. FanDuel has you covered. I'm sure Rico's got a luxury SGP for MSU and Iowa tonight. New customers, $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on what you love the way you want to. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, touch table on some football. David, some accompanied music, please. Yes, the ultra-toxic, disgusting sport of college football.
It is your favorite sport, Michael.
Yeah.
All right, let's just start
It's more
off
like
with
a
this.
prostitution market.
Diego Pavea will be in New York for the Heisman ceremony.
He's on my ballot. I don't know if I'm indicative of the other voters, but I'm putting him there. He basically put a team on his back. And I'm not telling you they're the best team in America. He doesn't have the help other people have. I mean, Stowers, that tight end, is excellent. But look, he's a winner. Some guys just have it. Diego Pavia has it. He wills his team to victory. I mean, look at even against Tennessee. All right, I'm gonna tote the rock 20 times.
Whatever it takes.
I'm gonna make the winning plays. He's on my ballot. I think he deserves it. Now, I could do without his family. I've had enough of that. The hangers-on thing. He's got like the Jokic brothers. You know, the mom is enjoying being a celebrity. I've had enough for her. We don't need any more camera on her, please.
No, you don't like the families out there grabbing all the glory in the spotlight?
No, I don't. It's his moment. He's earned it. Sit in the background and celebrate Thanksgiving together. Nobody needs to see you on national TV 38 times.
All right, I know you probably have seen this, but looks like they're going to be playing a football game in Brazil.
Thank God. It's just what I was hoping for.
A college game in Brazil?
Yes, college
Why?
game in Brazil. Because why not, David? I mean, I don't. It's was it going to be North Carolina State and University of Virginia?
Yeah, because that speaks Brazil to me.
2026, NC State's going to open up there in Brazil.
I quit.
You guys answer my question.
The only way
Have we
that's
jumped
a
the
thing.
shark?
Yeah, you've totally jumped the shark, but you're already seeing it. Like, wasn't Michigan's game in Europe tied to like NIL?
Yeah, Germany.
You get paid, then you disperse the money to the kids. It's not. This is absurd. If you want to do a neutral site game, let's say you wanted to play Virginia, NC State, and play it in Charlotte, sell out, Richardson Stadium. I can understand those types of things. This stuff is nonsense. When Notre Dame did their barnstorming tour, hey, it's the Fighting Irish in Dublin.
Right,
I could
Ireland.
even make sense of that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Not this.
What?
I'm sure the people of Rio de Janeiro are bricked up to see Tony Elliott in Virginia.
Wait, will anybody in Brazil have a Russell Wilson jersey?
Yeah, because when I've driven through Virginia, I said, you know what? This reminds me of Brazil.
Yes.
Makes sense.
A little carnival. All right. What is going on and what's going to happen with Penn State and Kalani Sitake? And the Penn State, because Penn State was one of the first schools to fire their coach, and they're one of the last schools to actually get a coach, and we've now hit the part where they're going after the BYU coach, except for now BYU and the Mormons are saying, whoa, not our guy. We're going to pony up the money. I saw the crumble cookie person is going to donate and make sure he sticks around.
I think it's bizarre. I mean, is he kind of a Pat Fitzgerald type of coach? Yeah. Hard-nosed, respect guy, CEO guy, fiery. He's done a great job at BYU. But again, there's this element of he's never been east of the Mississippi. And BYU is a very niche job.
Yeah.
Penn State
22-year-old freshman.
Penn State is an 18-wheeler. I think it's bizarre. Look, I had no problem that Penn State wanted to move on from James Franklin. I think I have more of a problem that you fired your coach early and seemingly had no plan. You can't land on Kalani Sitake when you fire James Franklin. That just does not compute to me.
Yeah, hindsight is 20/20, but I'm with you, Mike. I think they should have just kept James Franklin. I get it. He wasn't winning
I'm not saying
championships,
that.
wasn't winning a Big Ten title.
David,
but this plan is not a good plan.
No, I think they hit irreconcilable differences. It would have been a disaster.
Here's what I would have done. Go ahead, make fun of me. You want something? Before I landed on Kalani Sitake, I would have called Brian Hartline at OSU.
Okay.
I would have taken someone valuable from OSU. I then would have surrounded Brian Hartline with the most expensive staff in America and a GM, and I would have invested in him because I want upside. I don't understand the upside to Kalani Sitake.
Yeah,
And
that's
just
what
it.
it is.
I actually thought that it was going to be Hardline because it was nothing being said. So, like Doug Karsh was, I thought they were being respectful. Ohio State, Go win your title.
Do you have your run?
But you know what? We've already talked to Heartline, and the second the season is over, we're going to have that announcement. Oh, by the way, we're going to take their OC.
Right.
We don't want to upset the apple cart.
That would have been where I'd go before I went to Sataki. I don't care. Let Penn State burn. I hate them. They think they're so sweet. What have you done?
All right, sticking with new coaches and new places. I had a two-part question. Part one, who's been the best coaching hire so far? Now, granted, we don't know the staff and all of that, but looking at the school and who they got, which one are you like, you know what? Good job.
As long as there's a level of financial support, I didn't like what this team did. I loved it. I thought what Oklahoma State did with Eric Morris from North Texas, because you're not only getting Eric Morris, you're getting Drew Mestenmaker, who's a superstar redshirt freshman quarterback who's unbelievable. And again, if you get the coach and you get the quarterback, you get that offense that is a monolith.
You get a jump start.
I loved what they did. I really did. It geographically made sense. Offensively, that program needed a jolt, and you get this superstar quarterback to build around. I loved what they did.
What about Alex Golesh in Auburn?
No, thank you. I'm not an Alex Golesh guy. I don't like the veer and shoot, the way that he runs it. I was never impressed by what he did at South Florida. Yes, he recruited, but again, what did you win? And I don't like the fit at Auburn. I like Golesh at Arkansas much better, especially because of that Walmart Tyson money. And I think his wife went to Arkansas, or she's from Arkansas. It just made more sense to me. I didn't like what Arkansas did. I mean, you're sitting there. Okay, you get Ryan Silverfield. Silverfield's been at Memphis forever. They've got the FedEx money. Do you know what Silverfield's never done? Won the league. So you get, you know what I mean? Great. I just hired a guy who couldn't win the American. Welcome to the SEC. So I'm not a big Golesh guy. I was not all over that the way other people were.
All right. Second part to this question, Mike. Which coach should have left and actually taken another job? Remember, Matt Campbell was the hot name.
Oh, wow.
And he stuck around until nobody wanted him anymore. Is there a coach out there that probably should have said, yeah, I'm leaving and I'm going to go to this school?
I would give you, I know I don't have time to think about this. I thought it was interesting, Clark Lea, even though it's his alma mater and he played for Vandy, how much higher can you take Vandy? And again, Pavi is not going to play forever. I thought that would have been a good time to leave. Rico, I don't want to screw you over here. I need a second because I feel like 800 coaches got fired.
No. But you know what, Mike? The beauty of it is the first one that popped in your mind is probably the best one because that was the one that I was thinking too.
Okay.
Because Vandy, are you going to go any higher than this? And you don't want to end up being Matt Campbell where in the end you're like,
I'll give you one more.
Doing.
What about Eli Drinkwitz? Now, Mizzou's got a sneaky good NIL program, but we're up against it. Give me more time. I'll study for this next time. All right, that's football today.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Lions were back in the practice field. Receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown was not on the field during the media portion. He did speak afterwards and was asked if he would play this week. Dan Campbell says he does not expect Khalif Raymond to play against the Cowboys. Offensive lineman Taylor Decker and Penny Sewell also not at practice. Detroit officially placed corner Terrion Arnold on injured reserve. Michigan State football has just kicked off a newser with new football coach Pat Fitzgerald. The athletic department also announced a $1 billion capital campaign called For Sparta in an effort to modernize facilities. Spartan punter Ryan Eckley is declared for the NFL draft. The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight as they host the Bruins, the team they lost to last game on the road in a shootout. Face-off tonight is at 7, which you can hear right here on the ticket. The NHL has sent out a reminder notice to all teams that helmets are required in warm-ups for players who entered the league starting in the 1920 season. They've had several instances the last few weeks where the whole teams skated without them. Golfer Tiger Woods told reporters he's begun chipping and putting, but his return to the tour is still up in the air. ESPN personality Paul Feinbaum has decided not to run for the U.S. Senate, and the White House has also endorsed the SCORE Act, which would benefit college athletes. It's being voted on tomorrow as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so we can knock down some phone calls as well. We will get you the very best of this Pat Fitzgerald press conference. And obviously, his opening remarks, we'll deliver that to you. What we're not going to do is carry this damn thing live. They're never on time. You got to listen to the president, the AD, coach's wife, the band leader.
Pat themselves on the back.
Right, Sparty will get up there and break wind. So look, we'll get you Pat Fitzgerald. We're rolling on it. Sit tight. What I want to do is mix this into the conversation that we're having about the Lions. And yesterday we talked about it of like, look, he hasn't signed yet, but here are our initial thoughts. Okay, I'll lay this out, and then people can attack me if they want to. You can attack me. I'm not passing the buck on this, Rico. I'm not doing the Stoney and shaking both hands. I don't have a huge response either way to this, meaning I'm not jumping for joy, and I'm not flaming it. I just don't think either of those responses are appropriate. I'm taking it the same way I took the Jonathan Smith hiring, where everyone lauded it, and I went, wait a minute, there are a few problems with this. Doesn't mean I don't like the guy, but here are my concerns. With Fitzgerald, I don't think there is a doubt in my mind. His ability to be a fundraiser, his ability to galvanize the donor base, it absolutely, while this is Sparta thing, it predates him, make no mistake, you're not hiring someone who can't add to this, who can't get donors to do more. And Michigan State's going to get somewhere in the tune of $400 million Saturday against Duke from one particular donor. I think until I see his staff and until I hear the words from Jay Batt, Michigan State athletic director, that we are going all in on NIL, I can't sit there and act like any coach will work at Michigan State. I need to see those two things. If he goes out and hires his buddies from Northwestern, I'm done. I'll shred it. I'm not having it. But the negatives are what they are, meaning hasn't coached in 3 years, does not have a roster to poach. And again, he was an offensive dinosaur who was very stubborn his last 3 years at Northwestern. The good stuff, we won't have to put a mirror under his nose to see if he's breathing, like
Correct.
Jonathan Smith.
Correct.
The imaging does matter. I think Pat Fitzgerald clearly knows the Big Ten, knows Michigan State. I think Fitzgerald knows what it's supposed to look like when every gear is firing at MSU. Those are all good things.
Yes.
I think he could be a CEO type. But until I see the staff and until I see the NIL commitment that the school is or is not going to make, I don't think it's fair for me to champion it, and I'm sure as hell not going to rip it. I'm fine. Because you know what happens, Rico? Everyone, it's like the NFL draft. You see a mock draft, and you fall in love with a player you really don't know anything about. And then when your team doesn't draft them, you're disappointed. Ask yourself why. Because someone's stupid hot list told you I'm supposed to like this player. It's no different with coaches. Here's a hot list for MSU head coach. And then people fall in love with Bob Chesney, or they fall in love with Alex Golish. And it's like, you don't know an MFing thing about this.
But we should have got this guy. He would have helped the team.
Right. Meanwhile, that guy may have taken a dump in your shoe. He may not have any interest in your school. So look, I think with MSU, look, is it going to be the most exciting hire for a lot of people? No. It's not sizzle, it's steak. You have to reclaim some floor of what this program is.
Yeah.
But if you intend on winning championships, it is NIL and staff. I got to see it before I can champion it. Now, am I being a cat enthusiast about this?
No, Mike, it's very measured, because I think that's how it has to be, because gone are the days of, okay, we got this guy and he's going to get 4 years to work this thing out. No, you got this guy and you just found out he has 2 years. And if this doesn't work in 2 years, we're going to be doing this again in yet another 2 years. Everything that you say, I echo. The one thing positive that I do like about Fitzgerald that you didn't say, and this goes to who your coach is going to be, the O-line. The fact that you have 2 NFL offensive linemen right now, and Peter Skoronski and Rashawn Slater, 2 guys that you recruited, 2 guys you developed, 2 guys that you have in the NFL. What's been the biggest thing missing for State? The offensive line has just been horrible. Quarterback's been getting beat up for the last 5-6 years. Maybe you could solidify that, establish an identity of what the team wants to be. Because I know everybody wants the fun whiz 7-on-7. You got to be able to run the ball. As you would like to say, you can force your opponent to eat the pizza.
There's one more thing, maybe. I don't know if you vibe with this, and maybe it's made up. And guys, I'd love your thoughts on this. Being that there are a zillion Spartan grads down here, 248-539-9797. I actually like the idea he's got a huge chip on his shoulder. Look, he won the settlement against Northwestern. I'm not going to deep dive into this, but it's very simple. Very rarely do you have a settlement where you not only settle, but get them to apologize too, and the president and AD basically got launched into space for firing you. He got a ton of money. He didn't get a ton of money for fun. And you got them to apologize. That does not happen. Mm-hmm. So I think he got screwed by his alma mater. He got tarnished big time. And he got his payout. And this contract, MSU's only paying him $5 million a year.
Yeah.
Now, it's incentive-laden.
Which is smart.
But I dig it.
No, Mike, it's a win-win. This is kind of a, Pat, here's your prove-it contract. Because as we know, we'll tear this thing up. If you come out here and you win 10 games next year, yeah, you're going to get a brand new deal. But in the event that this goes south, we're not going to be on the hook for another $31 million to get rid of you. So I like it. It worked out well for both. You're correct. He wanted back in the game. He did not like sitting out on the outside looking in. He felt like, you know what, I was unjustly done, but nobody could touch this man until the settlement was over.
Right.
And it just was completed. And then he threw his name back out there. He did the interview with, Reese Davis.
Which I've watched.
I watched it as well.
I'm just measured, Rico.
I measured
think
as well
because PTSD from a zillion coaches in 6 years.
Bro, you could sit here and say I took a PhD and I learned all this stuff. You know what? You could play Flight Simulator all you want. Doesn't make you a pilot.
Well, look at what we just saw. And again, I like the fact this man is 25 years younger. But Bill Belichick thought he was going to go to college football and run this sport and have a GM like Mike Lombardi, and they're terrible. Mm-hmm. So I'm with you. Look, I think there's an energy. I think there's a chip. There's a familiarity. It checks a lot of the boxes. The last couple years at Northwestern, here's the battle. NIL starts. Does Northwestern have NIL? Mm-hmm. No. Then it's also Northwestern wants to recruit nerds. Nobody else cares if you can read. I don't care how stringent your standards are. It's very hard for me to justify or rationalize going 4-20 your last 2 years. But he takes this break. He comes back with his hair on fire. I can give it a shot. Listen, if these artist renderings are accurate at the stadium, you may get me back. But look, I want to know your guys' thoughts.
It's a lot better than the bench. And a folding chair.
Oh, man. Oh, the plaza?
That's the plaza.
The plaza looked like a bad Belle Isle.
That's the plaza right there.
Well, it looks unbelievable.
Long way away from gas pumps.
Amen. So look, where are you at with this? And if you're taking a wait and see approach, you're welcome to call and say it. But if you're tuning in to hear me either be Will Ferrell from the SNL skit as a cheerleader or thinking I'm going to throw a chair, it's not happening. Do I have a little more faith that we have a real president and a real athletic director who understands money versus a Holiday Inn buffet attendant and a mall cop? Yes. Clearly, there's a bleep ton of money getting pumped into athletics, and Spartan Stadium's a part of it, necessary. The football building that they got 90% done, that'll get finished. But I need to see an announcement that some of this money is going to be to buy me an $8 million defensive line. Otherwise, you could hire Jesus himself. You won't win in today's era.
And that's the whole thing is if you tell me that this man has a budget of, let's just say $20 million to go get players, okay. You can now go and try to land some of the major people out the portal. Because I think that you got to hit the ground running if you're Fitzgerald because you're not bringing in 12 players from your old school. Oh, by the way, they just did the Fitzgerald 27 jersey.
Oh, God. I'm sure they have the green and white balloons,
there you
too.
Go, buddy.
Is there anything more?
There you go.
Is there anything more painful than these press conferences? And it's nationwide. It's nothing to do with just states. Even seeing Lane Kiffin up there with his stupid little jersey.
No, it's ridiculous. Hey, we're great. We're great. You know what? You're great, buddy. No, you're great.
Yeah, and reminder, 2 years ago, every national writer thought Jonathan Smith was great, and then I got trashed for being negative about Jonathan Smith. Oh, okay. 248-539-9797. David, I don't mind your thoughts because you're an enemy weasel, and we do need to get your opinion on this. And then I'll get to the phones, and we've got Paul Serra rolling on the press conference when they get started. We'll get the audio to you as close to immediate as we can. Brother.
Hopefully he'll be a little bit more measured than your boy Cookies. So.
What happened?
Oh, he basically was like, Michigan State should just be happy winning 8 games a year. I was like, come on, man. Seriously?
Really?
Be Iowa. Just be Iowa. And I was like,
okay. I mean, look, he's welcome to that
No.
opinion.
I was just like, or you could be the new Indiana and try to win the whole thing. Well, that's just out of the question. You don't have that brand. I'm like, and neither does Indiana.
Ole Miss.
Right.
They're in the playoff.
Look at Vandy. Like they're going for the moon. Like you don't have to sit around and eat a big brand anymore.
But the difference is Jim is more interested in placating to the Wolverine scum that he works with. That's all that is.
No.
Oh, please, John, like me.
No, here's the thing. John backed me up because he was like, no, that's absolutely right. If you're not trying to win it all, what are you doing?
Every time I want to give up on John, he re-ingratiates himself. I don't get it. All right, 97.1. All right, so we'll get you some of the Pat Fitzgerald audio. And look, maybe this is just a sign of where the program's at, or maybe Spartans are actually at work. I don't know. The bottom line is, you guys can tell us. If you want a ticket, text, go for it. But whether it's Michigan or Michigan State to hire a new coach, we're going to dedicate a couple of segments to it. We'll get you some audio. What is your reaction to it? Or are you so done with the program, you're in a show-me state, that they could hire Mickey Mouse and the entire Disney kingdom, and you would still require show me? I'm fine with that too. And in a lot of ways, maybe I'm saying show me is that I need to hear from Jay Batt about the financial commitment that's going to be put behind this coach. It's sad we have to talk this way, but it's the only reality. So you got Texas Tech in the playoff. You know, like for a guy like Cookies, maybe he thinks that they don't belong there. They spent the money. Indiana's in the playoff. They spend the money. Mark Cuban's money. They spend it. Well, MSU's raising $1 billion. Not all of it for NIL, clearly. Although, could you imagine? Like, that would be hilarious.
Hey, Myles Garrett. Come on.
Right.
You got a few more years of eligibility,
You just go
right?
out and buy the 30 best players in America, and you'd have plenty left over. But no, I think it's okay to have a level of excitement, but I think it's so complicated in college football. It's not even about recruiting anymore. The recruiting is, where's my money? Players don't even want to talk about scheme up front. I mean, look at Bryce Underwood. He went to the worst place possible. Didn't care. Got paid. I'm not mad at Bryce or his family.
No, I mean,
Take the money, young
Mike,
man.
It's not even a Bryce Underwood thing. How many times do you see the player who's on their third or fourth team because, well, this one's going to pay me a little bit more this year than I made last year? You're not there because you love that school. You're not there to say I'm a proud alum of this university. You're only there because they paid you enough. And in the end, I said it before, your helmet looks like the senior day, where you got a bunch of stickers all slapped on there like, okay, I played at all these different schools. Let's go. So, yeah, I look at this. I'm with you. I need to see how much is invested. I need to see who his staff is going to be before I can say, yeah, this is a good hire, because everybody keeps saying, well, what do you think of the hire? I need to see a little bit more. I need to see what type of players you're going to draw, what type of players want to say, change their mind and say, you know what, instead of going to Oklahoma, now maybe I want to go to Michigan State. Right. You know, instead of going to this school, I'm going to take an official visit to Michigan State to go check out Coach Fitz. So that's what I need to see before I can say, this is a home run thing. I don't do the home run thing, because that's about as stupid as after draft day saying, oh, you nailed the draft. Do you know that?
David, go ahead. Give me some thoughts, since we don't have a single Spartan fan who gives a rip. What a sad state of affairs. And this is where I get so angry at Spartan fans. They bitch and moan about how much we talk about U of M, and then they're never there to buck up and do something with their own program.
I think we'll get them in a few minutes.
Few minutes?
Yeah.
Man, this is live radio. What is this?
I understand.
What are we, just chilling out?
Press conference just ended. Now they're going to tune in to hear what we have to say.
Short speech, huh?
Yeah. Wait, I mean, what else are you going to say? I'm better than the last guy.
I would dig it. Like if he got up there and be like, hey, ain't no Mayo boy stuff up here.
It'd been funny if he just poured a glass of milk.
He brought up a jar of Hellman's with him, and then he flicked it off the dais.
It just spiked it. No!
Out with the mayo. David?
Here's what I'll say on this. I think it's very fair to say exactly what you guys are saying. It's a wait-and-see approach. You have to see what the staff is like. But I think more importantly, and I think fans understand this, you have to see what NIL money is behind him. Because if you do nothing, then it doesn't matter, okay? And I know he said I got a PhD in all of this.
Yeah, show me.
That means it's show me. And then if you also got a PhD in all this, that means you understand in your interview for the job, you should have said, I need this for me to succeed. That's part of having the PhD.
And I think that was a weakness for Jonathan Smith. Like, D'Antonio went about things very quietly, but I don't even think D'Antonio did enough of, damn it, I need X, Y, and Z, and I need it now. Jonathan Smith, forget it. I think he was scared of his own shadow. Fitzgerald is not going to be shy about telling you what they need. Now, whether they can deliver upon
that's different.
That's reality.
That's different. But you're right. It's the theory to me of the Barry Sanders, Calvin Johnson. You got to speak up on say, I need this to succeed.
Right.
And that's a wait and see.
But as long as this is a financial arms race, here's the other question, and it's why I think it's such weak sauce by Costa. Like, if this is just about money, which this sport is, then in the end, if you're not chasing a championship, why do you have a program at all? What's the point? And if you think MSU is somehow on par with Purdue, we're just going to have a different conversation. I mean, look, Pat Fitzgerald, I can tell you factually, went up there and said this is one of the 10 best athletic departments in America. Yeah. Well, then act like it. But if acting like that is, well, you should just be happy with X, Y, and Z, well, then I think either A, you're being intellectually dishonest, or B, you have no handle on the world of college football. So pick.
Well, I'm with you, because that's, like I said, the conversation I had with Cookies was, he's like, well, no, you're expecting them to just come out and win 23 games in a row. I'm like, no. What I am saying is it's no longer you have to be Georgia or Ohio State or Alabama in order to win. That schools can now go out and get players to come there and win games. And settling for 8-4 and just being slightly above average, if that's the case, then go back to studying and get a double PhD and go coach somewhere else. But if you're not coming here with the intent on, well, why can't we win a national title? Why can't we?
Indiana right now is the second betting choice to win a title.
Right.
Now, no one's saying you need to do that in year one. But if that is not the goal, why exist?
And I was happy to know when John was agreeing with me. I think Gov was like leaning towards Cookie style. I'm like, what are we doing? Like, that's just the ultimate condescending pat on the head. Well, just be 8-4 and
yeah, but it's also from two guys. Like, well, it's also from two guys who worship Michigan who never set foot on the campus.
Right,
I'm not interested in their
Gov's
opinion.
like, well, you always find a way to just defend little brother. I'm like, and there we go.
Yeah, but that's what it'll always come back to.
Yeah.
Like, they don't want MSU striving for more because, well, that school doesn't even want MSU to exist.
See, and I guess that's the difference between me and other Michigan fans is because I want Michigan State to succeed. I want the war in state to be so good. We're going back and forth year after year after year. I want that. So I want you to succeed.
Well, I appreciate that.
Certain ways, of course.
I was going to say, I don't really care about your support.
No,
I'm just
you're right.
glad you don't waste time patronizing it. Look, in the end, I have no idea whether they'll be able to attain it. MSU's its own worst enemy. But if you have alignment, you can get a lot of places right now. And you see it at Vanderbilt. You see it at Indiana. You see it at Texas Tech. But there has to be alignment. MSU had about a 5 to 7 year period where for over a 40-year span, the president, the AD, the board, and the coach weren't in line. Mm-hmm. You need all four, especially at a place like Michigan State. That is not Michigan. That is not Ohio State. You have to have every cylinder pumping.
Yeah, 2012 to 2015, everything aligned.
It'd be really 2009 through 15, buddy.
Yeah.
They won the Big Ten in 2010, played
you're
for
right.
it again in 11, 13. Look, if they've got the alignment, they've got the money, maybe Fitzgerald can be the guy. I'm not going to hitch my wagon to it until I see more. But I'm okay. I could be sold on this. But maybe that's just how low a bar that's been set. They hired a guy who speaks in complete sentences. And I'm somehow like, wow, this is pretty cool. Versus.
Yeah. I mean, at that final game, man, they willed that victory for him because they didn't want his last game to be a loss. At least you could go out on top.
Look, I
was expecting them to carry him off the field.
He was out of place here, man.
He was.
He was our version of Rich Rod.
And he may go someplace and flourish. It just wasn't going to happen here.
No. And that's what happens when Paul Blart hires a coach. 248-539-9797. We will get to the people. The Spartans have risen. We're going to hear from the people. We'll have some Pat Fitzgerald audio for people who have better things to do than stream a press conference. We'll do all of it next. 97.1. All right, we'll get to the people. David, do we have an ETA on audio? I know Paul's busting his ass to chop it up. We'll get it to you, Pat Fitzgerald, new head coach. What do you make of it, guys? And you can go anywhere you want with it. If you hate it, you hate it. I'm not here to tell you otherwise. If you love it, I'm not going to bleep in the punch bowl. I'm going to be measured the way I was with Jonathan Smith because it's a complicated job and it's a complicated time. I don't think any hero was going to descend from the clouds like a Marvel universe and be this grand slam, no doubt, can't lose hire. That's just not. Mark D'Antonio wasn't that. Nobody even liked the hiring of Mark D'Antonio,
No.
a guy who was 17-16 at Cincy. He's the greatest coach in the history of the school. If you want Duffy Daugherty, you can have him. The point I'm making is there's no methodology. It's the same as drafting a quarterback number 1 overall. Sometimes you get Peyton Manning. Sometimes you get Jamarcus Russell. It just happens.
You know what?
Yep. That's it.
Sponsored by Purple Drink.
That's right. But ultimately, this is going to be about whether the university is ready to be serious. Because without that, no coach can succeed. Not today.
Right there.
Not in this world.
No, right there. That's why when everybody keeps, what do you think? What do you think? How much money is he getting? What kind of team is he going to build? If you're telling me you're giving him, Dollar Tree money, then no.
If you've got $15 million above the rev share to where you can build a $30 to $35 million roster, you can compete to go to the playoff.
Yes.
Texas spent 40. Ohio State spent about 40. I don't expect MSU to be there. But my point is you have to spend, if you want to claim you're a top 10 athletic department, you got to spend like it.
Mm-hmm.
That's where Fitzgerald, he will engage donors.
And 30 means you better have some pretty good player development. And you know what? I kind of like this guy. Diamond in the rough. Let's go get him.
You want to hear a fundraising pitch from Jonathan Smith? To the people, shall we? Let's go to Al, 97.
That will never not be.
Al, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I'm with you. I'm going to kind of piggyback what you said yesterday. I want to see what Pat Fitzgerald's staff is going to look like. And I say if it's anything maybe halfway similar to what Brett Key has on his staff at Georgia Tech, I'm in, because he has Buster Faulkner as his OC and then Chris Winkie as his quarterbacks coach. You look at what Hayes King has done so far, minus what happened with Georgia in that Georgia Tech rivalry game.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I mean, Brett Key is a Yellow Jacket. He's an alumnus. He fits the program. It's a hard-nosed approach. Obviously, there was no Spartan that was going to descend from the clouds and save MSU.
Well, there was one, but, he's coaching Pittsburgh right
now. I don't need Pat Narduzzi. I don't. He's in his 60s now.
I'm joking, but people, what about Deuce?
No, but Al, I hear you. Do you want to build that? Like, for instance, Georgia Tech is now recruiting at a top 25 level. They did go toe-to-toe with Georgia. I don't think they disgraced themselves in this performance this year. They played a quality game. They're a quality program. They're attempting to win the ACC and become a playoff team. That is kind of the roadmap. Yeah. Do I think MSU has a higher upside than G-Tech? Yes, of course I do.
Because here it is, Al. The schools that were really anti-NIL and all this were all the big boys because it leveled the playing field. Because now you could go any place and get the money and also win games. You didn't have to go to Alabama, Georgia, those types of schools.
And Rico, I'm with you when it comes to the home run. I stopped saying he hit a home run when I got suckered by Brady Hoke. I mean, one good year to the Sugar Bowl, and then Michigan went downhill since then.
Yeah, it's not easy, Al. I mean, here's another thing I like. Yeah, Rico, if I am off base, you can throw that energy drink can at me. I'm actually happy that MSU did not waste the time or resources on one of these grifts known as a search firm. These search firms blow. How many coaches? Oh, we used Bob Smitherman's 5-star search firm for our coach, and you end up hiring Butch Jones.
The only thing better than the search firm is being the agent to all the coaches.
Jimmy Sexton.
Because there you go. You're going because you're right. The search firm is the biggest waste of time because in the end, all they're going to do is hand you a list of people that you could have used Google or AI or Alexa.
You know what
and
I'd
you
like?
could have got the same names.
Any good consultant is going to show you the wins and losses of their consultation. Show me the strike rate for these search firms. I actually like, okay, J-Bat at the end of this had a plan. Right. Now, do I understand why they didn't execute it a few weeks earlier? No. I'll probably never get a good answer for it. But yeah, the search firm stuff kills me. Oh, and by the way, it's the same thing you just mentioned, the agents. I had a conversation with a former player who's like, I really like Alex Golesh. I go, it's not happening. Why? He has the same agent as Jonathan Smith. It's impossible. It's not happening. Hey, I'm back channeling for one of your other clients. Huh?
Wait, Jonathan, who's that calling you right now?
Don't worry about it. Come on. Let's go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
I just wanted to call in and say I love the hire of Pat Fitzgerald. I had some connections to him at Northwestern, was a big fan of his.
Okay.
And the fact that he was always able to bring in really good recruits out of high school, even at a bottom Big Ten program for a lot of years, and turn them into a Big Ten title competing team was really impressive.
Here's the problem. And again, I don't know what's right and wrong. It's just a discussion, which is what you brought up, okay, where Northwestern had the academic issues. You couldn't really get transfers. The NIL was way behind. And you go, okay, well, they still went 4-20, or in the 3 of the last 4 years that weren't COVID, a comprehensive 3-24 in Big Ten play. So you go, okay, these are the challenges and this is the performance. Man, that's really hard to work around. So and you know this, Justin, if you say you have familiarity with him, you know those last 3-4 years in that program, he was very stubborn.
Correct.
And that's a huge problem because we dealt with it with D'Antonio with his golfing buddies. So yeah, hopefully time has shown him the error of his ways. If he has not evolved, he'll fail here.
Yeah, and hopefully the second chance is enough that being gone for 3 years, you could tell that he really wanted back. Mike, you talked about it earlier, a little bit of chip on the shoulder to show you that I'm not done yet. I still got more in the tank.
I was shocked he was only 50. Fitz had coached for so long at Northwestern, you would have thought he had a 6 in front of his name, but he's only 50.
Yeah, 51 today.
So it works. Look, it'll come down to who the staff is. Justin, that's the other thing, and I'm telling you this today. If he just hires all of his country club buddies from Northwestern, I'm out. This ain't Northwestern.
I don't think he's going to get his Northwestern buddies because they're actually winning. So they're like, well,
I'm just making a point to you. I'm not interested in that.
And they got the brand new stadium that's closer to being done.
Good. A new stadium for opposition fans to be comfortable.
I'm actually looking forward to going.
I bet you are. 248-539-9797.
It's like a miniature SoFi. It looks pretty cool.
We'll get more to people in a second. David, ticket text the early returns on Pat Fitzgerald as we'll get some audio to you here in the next few minutes.
I woke up this morning hoping the Fitzgerald hiring was some sort of a nightmare. Dude was abysmal in his last 4 years coaching and has sat out the last 3. It's been almost a decade since his last quote-unquote good season. This will end very badly.
See, you're going to get a lot of that, and I'm not going to jump on those people. When you see 4-20 his last 2 years, COVID year was 9-3, but we all agree COVID wasn't real. So you just go, okay, the 3 years around it, 1-8, 1-8, 1-8. Those are the 3 Big Ten records. How much of the performance is about where he was at the time in college football versus I don't care about what was going on in the sport. You cannot be that bad. That's a hard argument to overcome. He's going to have to overcome that. No. Go ahead, David.
Fitz is a good hire for where Michigan State's program is now. Before things went down, Northwestern supporters were putting $850 million into the stadium, largely based on his success. This should go well for Michigan State.
Yeah, you do have to ask yourself this too. And look, Fitz's career got launched under terrible circumstances when Randy Walker dropped dead. You know, Randy Walker had done a good job there. Mm-hmm. Gary Barnett had done a good job there. But Fitz, he carried the torch, and they did win the Big Ten West a couple of times. And you'll say, yeah, but it's the Big Ten West. I'll say, yeah, it's Northwestern. I mean, that is fair, guys.
That's a wash. It's a wash. I mean, because it's empty calories in the Big Ten West.
but yes.
Well, speaking of, someone did send that in. I am a Northwestern grad, and I think Michigan State made a mistake with this one. Dude was bad in a really bad Big Ten West.
Listen, you have every right to say it. It's why I'm not dancing up and down. I'm not going to knock it yet. If they give him money and he's hungry to do this, maybe they got a shot. But I need to see a staff now. I need to see an SEC caliber staff.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It'll sound like, oh, you guys are on both sides of the fence. Well, we kind of are, because at Northwestern, you could only recruit certain types of players. You had to actually play school. You had to actually have a GPA. They actually had it set up where if you redshirted, you could graduate with a master's degree and actually take real classes at Northwestern. Shocker, I know. Now he can go out there and just kind of recruit anybody instead of the academics.
That's the same thing for Michigan, Michigan State, Ohio State. You keep a plant eligible.
No, that's what I'm saying.
No, I agree with you. I'm backing your point.
Because at Northwestern, it was kind of cool. Like, yeah, we'd redshirt and they graduate in 5 years and they have a master's. I'm like, wow, that's the plan that they have there. You don't have that at other schools.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of the phone calls, get some audio as well. Do we have? I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver.
We do have something regarding NIL. He was asked the question.
Excellent. David, organize it all. You'll be the maestro, okay? You'll be like J.K. Simmons in Whiplash. You're the band leader. Just don't throw a cymbal at my head. FanDuel, the number one sports book for SGPs, points, rebounds, threes, assists. It's all there. Rico's got one designed for MSU Iowa. Don't lie to everybody. FanDuel has got you covered right now. Perfect time to join. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. You bet on the players you love the way you want to. It's FanDuel.com/tickets. Sign up today. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present Michigan, first online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, David just told me to go to hell. He wasn't going to bump back with audio. He wanted to intro it. So before we get to the phones, here's kind of the highlights from the Pat Fitzgerald press conference. David, take it away. Very rude.
So everyone is saying, callers, you all are saying NIL and what's important with it. So he was asked a question on coaching in the NIL era. So what I find interesting from that, I'm sorry, Mike,
No, you're good,
is right before we went to break there, you talked about how he was stubborn his last bit there at Northwestern, and he's talking about change, being nimble. I mean, his words, you have to put it in the action.
Well, here's the other words. I can tell you is Jonathan Smith was not given the support he was promised. Okay? So it's one thing to tell a coach, we're going to give you A, B, and C. You got to deliver on it. That is on J-Bat. And again, yes, it's on donors, but J-Bat is the liaison to the donors. You don't want donors in the coach's office demanding we pay this tight end. That's called Auburn. We don't need that. But yeah, I mean, again, show me the real commitment. Show me the money. And you're going to know by what they're getting in the portal. Everyone, I mean, Rico and I talked about this. I didn't care what they did or didn't do last year. I told you what I needed. Go win 8 games or get the hell out of here. Clearly, they didn't win 8 games. But we knew in the spring, and how many conversations did we have? Rico, why are they buying these Lethal Weapon 3 bum-ass defensive ends? These guys can't play. That kid from Texas Tech was kitty litter.
It was some kid from Air Force.
Yeah, David Santiago. I'm going, dude, this isn't going to work. Oh, wait, cutscene. It didn't work. Show me. If MSU's not in the portal, getting the best and brightest, they need, at minimum, if you want to win 7 or 8 games in the fall, they need 12 to 15 hitters, players. They are 12 to 15 away from winning 7 or 8 to be 12 to 15 away from winning 10. That's how far away they are. You're about 25 to 30 big-time players. You want to call them $1 million ahead? Cool. And a couple of them are going to make more than that. You want to show up next fall and win in the Big Ten? Texas Tech gave you the guide. $7 million for your defensive line.
Yeah, I mean, I would 7 on the defensive line, 7 on the offensive line.
Rico's out here spending $1 billion.
No, Mike.
7 linemen. There's 15
No.
mil.
$7 million. Yep. $7 million D-line, $7 million
I thought
on
you
the
wanted
offensive line.
I thought he wanted the New York Giants D-line from 2011.
No.
I want 7 D-line.
No, 8 linemen all together. Go out there, revamp that offensive line because we saw that they couldn't do anything. Poor Alessio was just getting the hell beat out of him. Defensive line, a pass rush that you don't have to blitz. I mean, when I don't realize that you've been blitzing – I still remember that conversation as I'm walking across the Red Cedar Bridge. Like, Mike, my God, if they would have just blitzed, you're like, buddy.
They were blitzing all night,
They
man.
blitzed all night. No, they didn't. Yes, they did.
Buddy, just wait till you go take a look at the tape. David, go ahead. Next piece of audio.
Yeah, the next piece here, which I think is a really important piece here because, you know, there's a lot of disinterested Spartan fans. I have friends that have gone every year to multiple games. They didn't go to one game this year. And so he was asked on how he can win the fans back.
Well, fix the stadium. All right, that's fine enough. Did anyone ask about
The
why
renderings.
Well, hey, if they deliver on the renderings, I'm back. The point is, did anyone ask him why he took this job? Did anyone ask him about U of M?
On what drew him to
Yeah, let me
Michigan
hear
State.
that one.
Yep.
Keep rolling. What else? Go ahead. Fire with both barrels. What else you got?
There's one that was just put in here. I'm not sure how good it is, but on him putting a staff together. Let's see what he says here.
You know, one thing listening to this, and it's funny because people always throw these NFL names out. When you listen to what it is to be a college football coach in 2025, it's a hellscape. Nobody coaching at the NFL level is going to give up staying at the Four Seasons, having practice limitations and OTAs and all the rest to go and do this. Recruiting your own players every day? Recruiting a staff every year?
Well, that's why I always laugh when people are like, oh, maybe you should go get Brian Daboll. I'm like, he's just going to take his money and try to get another job as a coordinator.
Yeah, also, you know what? Might have some quality control issues from what's come out of New York.
But why would you ever want to come back?
Abdul Carter, everyone.
Okay. He had nothing. It wasn't his phone.
Abdul, you all right in the back row?
It's allegedly.
Abdul, please. 248-539-9797. Listen, we got a lot of problems in New York, okay? Got a lot of problems. Some quality control issues. You can keep Dayball.
No, I'm just saying, you don't go from the pros to college anymore.
248-539-9797. Your thoughts on Pat Fitzgerald. We'll play some more audio. Get to you, the people, next. 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Michigan State introduced their 27th football coach in history today, Pat Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald planning to do end-of-season meetings this week. ADJ Batt also expects Fitzgerald's impact to be immediate. The athletic department announced a new $1 billion capital campaign called For Sparta that will contribute to modernizing facilities. Cade Cunningham also named the Eastern Conference Player of the Month. He's the first Piston to do so since Chauncey Billups. Lions coach Dan Campbell told the media today that receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown is getting better. He didn't practice today, though. Penei Sewell, Taylor Decker, and Kirby Joseph were also out. Campbell mentioned that it was unlikely that receiver Khalif Raymond will suit up against the Cowboys. The Lions officially placed corner Terrion Arnold on injured reserve. The Steelers have just waived former Lions corner Darius Slay. The Red Wings hit the ice tonight looking to snap a 4-game losing streak. They're back at home against the Bruins at Little Caesars Arena. Puck drop at 7 here on the ticket. Detroit will be without Mason Appleton. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Pat Fitzgerald, we're getting your thoughts on it. We've given ours. And again, I'm not, guys, I apologize if you think, well, geez, that left a lot to be desired. I need to know, what is the NIL commitment? They can say it, but they told the last guy the same thing. And then the guy got here and NIL was a wreck, but it's also his staff. There was never a doubt he would win the press conference. If you know anything about Fitzgerald, he's a very good speaker. Mm-hmm. That's how he resonates with donors. But
I think that's how he resonates with just all players who didn't even play for him. He's like one of those coaches.
Yes, and I'm good with that. And I can see a pathway to it working. But I also am just not skeptical. I'm just cautious. Because now, Rico, it's never been harder to win. Because you got to get so many things aligned. And if they're all firing at the same time, you can be Indy or Vandy or Texas Tech. You can be a non-blue blood, and you can get there. But if they're not aligned, you're LSU and you're firing a coach. You're Clemson and you're bombing.
You're Penn State and you're kind of floundering in the water right now.
It's just volatile and it's difficult, and there are question marks with him. There are things I like. There are things I don't like.
Would he have been the first guy I went after? No, but apparently Bat did. He didn't use a search firm. I don't know who the other candidates were, but guys, let's just say the quiet part out loud. They knew what they were doing, because minutes after firing Jonathan Smith, the rumors start coming out. Oh, no, by the way, it's going to be Pat Fitzgerald. So that means over the last month or so, calls were made and promises were kept.
And it also coincides with $1 billion cap drive to redo Spartan Stadium, to redo facilities. God help me, if there's no money in that contributed to NIL, my head will explode. Let's see it. Show me a staff. Yeah. Show me a championship caliber staff. You'll have my attention. I got to just let a little bit of this play out. I like him. I've always liked him. I hated his offensive approach. If I got to think back to CJ Bechet or Dan Persa or Mike Trumpy or Zach Kustok and those annoying ass Northwestern teams, even the ones that predated him as a head coach, that dink and dunk crap, Clayton Thorson haunts my dreams.
No Damian Anderson.
I can't, please. Tell me you've evolved since then. If this is just going to be a bunch of 3-yard crossing routes, my head will explode. We'll get to the people, shall we?
5-yard crossing route.
Fine. Aggressive. Let's go to Jacob, 97.1. Hey, Jake.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, buddy.
Perfect. I am an 18-year season ticket holder, an absolute glutton for punishment, and I am in a show-me state. Since D'Antonio's last 3 years of running jet sweeps, to the lack of coaches that we've had since him, Jonathan Smith, I don't think he'd light gasoline on fire, let alone motivate a team. No. I'm pissed because I want to be excited. Like, I think it's probably a good hire. Will it end up being? I don't know. I want to be excited, but I have nothing to be excited for. I mean, beer is basically the only thing keeping the season ticket holders in the stands right now.
I mean, Jacob, the only way you can sell the excitement is part of it is, okay, it's artist rendering season with Spartan Stadium. And you know my issues with Spartan Stadium.
It does look good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like something that I'll be skeptical they deliver on. But if they're putting money into the program and they're putting money into the stadium and we're buying better players, that no matter who the head coach is, that's your key to excitement. That's it. Yeah. That's all we have.
He's got to have the resources to be able to go out and get guys that we can win with. That's the only way to do it. Yeah. You've got to win. That's what's going to get everybody excited.
And on the flip side, I'll be upfront with you, Jake. I'll sour real quick on this if this is just his Northwestern golf buddies that are going to be his staff.
Yeah,
I'll sour real quick.
For me, it's what you do in the portal, because right now, I mean, half the class is saying, the recruiting class, well, they're going to decommit. I'm like, okay, that's fine, because chances are you guys were going to be playing anyway. I need somebody who's going to hit the ground running, because the clock starts now. You got 2 years to show me something, and next year I need to see you in just a who gives a damn bowl, and then we can work on something bigger. But to miss out again.
Rico, we got that 4-star quarterback that kept his commitment. Come on, man.
Right, he kept his commitment, but
Jake, I'll see him in 3 years. Pardon me if I'm not excited about it.
Hey, look,
I know. No sarcasm, please.
He's a good kid, but if he's playing next year, we got problems.
We got big problems. Hey, one more thing, guys. Completely laughable. My wife got the announcement yesterday for Pat Fitzgerald from the university, because she handles all the season ticket stuff. And she said that under the title, before they even got to the introduction, was a link to buy 2026 season tickets.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's amazing. That's almost as bad as the Plaza, a.k.a. picnic tables. Jake.
Absolutely.
No. You saw the new Plaza today.
We were on the floor laughing.
I know. Jake, these teams crack me up with that stuff. And here's your opportunity. Yeah, okay. Why don't you show me a staff and a portal class, and then maybe I'll write a check. Good heavens.
Did I put that link in there? Oh, my bad.
My goodness. Let's go over to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Hi. I called originally when we were still talking Hutch, but I'm
happy
willing
to. No, Jeff, if that's what you want to rap about, let's do it.
Open phones.
Hey, I'll just make a quick comment. Is if people I think expected Hutch and say McNeil to come back full bore and stay healthy all year, and then you back them up by bringing in more injury-prone players or guys you've drafted that aren't injury. So, again, that could not have been a good, recipe for, staying ahead of the game, because everything has been injuries, no depth. But I'll wrap with you about Spartans, because as a Michigan fan, you called it, or one of you pulled it out about Rich Rod coming here and just really not fitting. Mike, you said that you didn't think that Jonathan Smith had ever been west of or east of the Mississippi.
No.
And that really showed. I think at least you've got a guy who's Big Ten familiar, knows what it takes to be in the Big Ten and do that. So now if they give him what he needs, I think you're looking at, I'm going to speak big, but you're looking at maybe another, I've lost the coach's name. Your best coach.
What, D'Antonio? I could never put that on anybody. But I mean, hey, it sounds like a plan to me, Jeff. But no, the Jonathan Smith thing. Listen, man, it's really simple. I don't think it makes him a bad human being. I think he was overwhelmed. I mean, Corvallis. Go ahead, try to book a flight to Corvallis. You can't. The guy played there, coached at Washington, coached at Boise State, and then coached at Oregon State. He showed up at the Big Ten at the worst time. He was told he was going to be given certain things. He wasn't. The competition level goes up. Let's be fair. The schedule last year for his first year was an absolute hellscape. I think he was a little bit overwhelmed at what this really was. And frankly, I'm not sure he ever wanted to be here. I've said this multiple times. That's not a shot at him.
No, it was a job.
He didn't have a choice. Your conference collapsed. His agent probably told him, if you don't take this money, I'm not going to represent you anymore. And then he comes here. He don't know nobody. He don't know high school coaches. He doesn't know anybody on a recruiting circuit. He doesn't understand the conference. And then this is where he lost a lot of people. He didn't understand the Michigan rivalry. And he coached like he was a rep for Pretty Litter in that first game in 24. And he let him off the hook.
I think if you hooked him up to a lie detector test and said, hey, would you have rather just waited another 10 days? Because 10 days after he took the state job, all of a sudden UCLA opens up and Washington opens up. And it's like, it was like, bro, these are jobs that you probably really wanted to
Especially
take.
the UW one.
Yeah.
The UW one would have made more sense.
That's where he was the OC. That's where, it was just like,
And I'm not going to oversell Fitz, but bottom line, like your job is to show that you really do want to be somewhere, okay? And because one guy's a way better public speaker than another, I'm not going to get carried away. Do I feel like Fitz wants to be here? Yes. Do I feel like he's genuinely appreciative of getting back in the game and wanting to reestablish himself? Yes. I think Spartan fans desperately want to know that the person that is on the sidelines not only understands where he is, which isn't Mars, but values it, cares, wants to be here. Like, yes, do I think you'll get that with Fitz? Sure. But again, flowchart right back to NIL, Rico's portal demands. That's where the sport is. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody. I don't care if you're a good guy. I don't care if you talk right or not. I don't care. You have to be able to go out and procure talent fast. So show them. It's it. You're going to know. If MSU's in the portal and they're shopping at DeKalb, Illinois at the NIU welfare store, then no, this won't work.
I think you put it best, Mike, in 3 words. You can summarize all of this.
Huh?
Boats and hoes.
Boats and hoes, baby. It's prestige worldwide.
There you go.
248-539-9797. All right, stop ignoring the cold. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They do a complete furnace checkup. They'll make sure it's running properly, safely, and right now it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick. And don't forget, Mastercraft, they do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. So do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. That's Pat Fitzgerald. We're taking your calls on it. We can get back into Lions conversation at 5. It's just simple. Where do you land on it? You know, I'm in a wait and see. I'm not against it. I'm not for it. In today's world, you could hire Archie Bunker. It's about NIL, and it truly is about the staffing. Yes, the coach matters. I'm not being flippant. But you could hire Vince Lombardi, and if he doesn't have the right NIL and the ability to put together an elite staff, you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, he came out. I mean, Fitzgerald said today, with the resources we expect to be provided to us, we plan to compete at the highest level.
Cool. Then they better deliver the way that they didn't deliver for Jonathan Smith.
Correct. I mean, because looking at next year's schedule, 7 wins, 8 wins is not asking for too much.
And before you yell at Rico, go look at the schedule. They could dump their 4 toughest games and still end up easily 7-5. That's giving you a free loss too. Now, if you think that's, how can you expect that? Guys, because it's the NFL now. This is government cheese NFL football. That's what college is. You buy your way to success. Sign Texas Tech. Go to Zach, 97.1. Zach, how you doing, boss?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. What's up?
All right. Love the hire as long as we get assistance. But the way I see it, how are you going to invest $1 billion into stadium renovations and not expect anyone to go there if you're not going to invest in your roster to watch people play?
Agree.
Right?
Agree. That's why it would be a good assumption that they're getting serious.
Correct. And with that seriousness, I think they can compete. I know the Big Ten is one of the 2 probably best conferences in the country, but I think they're fully, it seems like for the first time in years, everybody's aligned between the president, the AD.
No, and Zach, I'll say this, if you really think about it, he was the head coach at Northwestern when they got approved for an $800 million stadium for Northwestern. And everybody was like, wait, Northwestern's getting a new stadium? Yeah, so he was there for that. Hopefully he'll be here and help raising those monies to get that $1 billion stadium done.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I saw the renderings like everybody else, and after seeing the gas pumps and everything for years, it'd be welcome.
If the district taught us anything, renderings aren't the finished product. So show me.
You know what, Mike? For the district.
Show me.
Yeah, I allegedly $650 million has already been raised. So
yeah, they're going to get about $400 million. I think it's Saturday for the Duke game. The donor's pretty obvious. No, it's not Ishbia. So yeah, they're $650 of the way there, and you can piecemeal the rest of it, and then it's on them to rock and roll.
How quickly can they start building?
Yeah, hopefully we can catch a game there in our lifetime.
Zach, that's the biggest thing. It's funny is like we joke around about it, and Rico laughs at my approach to it. But Zach, I think I'm pretty typical. If you're a Spartan, you're in your 40s, you were there for the bad times and the good. You're done with the current Spartan Stadium experience. You're done with the program. It's on them to bring us back. So show me.
100%. Yep. Last game I have season tickets. Last game I went to was at Boston College. I walked out after overtime. I said, there's no way we're going to overtime with this team. And I kind of had expectations that it wasn't going to be a good season. Didn't really believe in Jonathan Smith. So happy to have some excitement and be back involved in the program.
That's it, Zach. That's what it takes. I mean, no offense to these schools, but a lot of schools all over America have been living on their past for a long time. That doesn't work anymore. Mm-hmm. You have some choice schools like Nebraska. They'll pack the house no matter what. Why? The poor bastards live in Nebraska. They got nothing else to do. Iowa, same thing. But that program's so hard to watch. The poor kids up there in the hospital don't even want to watch it. They draw the blinds.
No, but you know what?
Don't wave to us. Go run the touchdown play. They've had enough. You can't support that program.
Don't wave to us.
Don't wave. Turn around and score.
But they also, they're the professional teams. That's why they can fill their places. Right. Here, you know what? The dollar is scarce. So you got to pick and choose where you want to spend your money. And lately, more people are spending their money for the Lions down at Ford Field.
Yeah, or go to Paulson's and buy a TV.
Right.
There's my at-home setup. I ain't doing this crap.
Don't wave at us. You know what? I got nothing. You take them to 6. Don't turn around. Don't look at me. Yeah, I know I'm sick, but score.
Poor kids are fighting for their lives. You're over here celebrating the punter.
You want to make me
Come on.
Want to make me feel better? Score. feel this is wrong. Let's move on.
Go to Dean, 97.1. Dino, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, Rico. First of all, go green.
All right.
And what I mean by go green, I mean go green back. Bring the green back, because other than that, nothing's going to work. And when they start floating Fitzgerald's name around, I was not excited because it's obvious. What did you do? You've been gone. You have been competing in this environment. Mike, you said he was going to win the press conference regardless, and he won the press conference, but it's not what you say, it's what you do, and you can only do with what you got. So like you said, show me the money, bring the staff around, then you'll get me back excited. I have not been excited in a long time. The last 10 years, we've only had 2 good seasons. The rest was crap. And
Correct.
It's just you got and I can care less about that stadium because I probably go to 1 game a year. Like you said, the home entertainment experience is too good, and I don't want to waste a whole day going to a game. But if they're going to put that kind of money to facilities and what they talk about, the student-athlete experience and whatever that means, you better have NIL money behind that in a real way, and that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and look, ultimately, Dean, I understand, believe me. The stadium is not very important to 90% of fans. It's a part of what your program is. I think there's a level you have to attain. And what I got tired of, a lot of people I know that are still ticket holders, donors, you're tired of seeing, why does Missouri have a better stadium? Why is Wake Forest designing a $250 million athlete village? Wake Forest, they have 2,500 students. I mean, it's so you get tired, or as Rico put it, Northwestern. Dean, the school has been in dereliction of duty as it would pertain to facilities for a long time. I mean, they did it was 2004. They did the one side of the stadium. They never got to the other side. So by the time you do the other side, the other thing's out of date. Yep. Oh, but we got artisanal pretzels outside of Section 8.
Oh, there. It took a while.
It did. But here's the other thing, and this is where Fitzgerald, the alignment we talk about. You had basically a 7-year run where you had a buffet attendant as an AD in Beekman and a mall cop as an AD in Alan Haller. That's not major sports CEO guy. It's not. So now you have Jay Batt, who did crazy stuff at G-Tech. Okay, show me. Because this is a harder job, Jay. This ain't the ACC.
I think you got Jay Batt, who is embracing the fact that it's all about the money. It's not about the honor. It's not about any of that stuff.
There is no honor. It's boats and hose.
And I think that's been the difference between the last ADs and Batt. He gets it. It's money. You got to spend the money in order to get these guys here.
Everything I read, and this is a problem. Well, yeah, they want to, Batt was on this committee for NIL, and they got Deloitte involved, and it's like, you know what? Schools aren't listening to that, and neither should you. I'm tired of MSU with this whole, we want to try to be good about things. Why? What's the point?
Yeah, there's no honor. There's no, we did it the right way. What's the right way?
Yeah, nice job.
Win?
Nice job with the whole NCAA thing. The NCAA put you over a barrel, and they fluffed Michigan's pillow. What the hell's the difference?
Right. Well, I mean, you got out of paying of coach, so.
Fair.
Abdul Carter.
Nope. Nope. You're out of line. It's please. All I wanted was Mason Graham. Instead, we drafted a guy who's busy watching boobies at team meetings. What the hell's going on here?
Still got Carter. He's good. He's good. Didn't he get a sack last night?
He's been benched 2 weeks in a row, and you find out that he's Mel Tucker in a team meeting? What, are you kidding me?
I mean,
No, you just turn his mic off.
Keon Coleman's been benched, and he still came back and scored a touchdown.
Keon Coleman stinks. Now I got to transition to telling you about Hungry Howie's. There's really no easy way to do it. Go buy some pizza. There.
You know what? While you're missing your games, you can order a pizza.
There you go.
Team meetings, order pizza.
Very simple. You don't feel like cooking tonight? Maybe your kid's got some ridiculous athletic event. Buy some pizza. Hungry Howie's has got you covered. And right now they got the mix and match deal. You get the best of every world because basically everything on the damn menu is $7.49 each. You mix and match them, pair them up, and get dinner on the table in under 20 minutes. So whether it's the Howie bread, the pizzas, the garden salads, or anything in between, everybody wins. So get to hungryhowies.com, order online, take advantage of the mix and match deal today. All right, we'll get to the last couple of phone calls, turn our attention back to the Lions. Pat Fitzgerald press conference. We gave you some of the audio. And again, is there a pathway to it working? Sure. I think anybody can work as long as you have the ability to spend. It's not a guarantee to it work, but I'll tell you, not spending is a guarantee to be bottom of the barrel. And you saw a lot of it. I mean, while MSU could afford some of their good players, there's a reason they weren't in on any elite defensive linemen, any elite corners. It was bargain basement. Well, you get what you pay for. Now, look, you could spend and it blows up in your face. Well, that's Jimbo Fisher. You hand a dinosaur a bunch of money, it ain't going to work. They got Mike Elko, who's a high-level defensive coach, great staff put together, and the money. Everything has alignment. State has to do the same. David, Ticket Text, what do you got, buddy?
I have no idea if the hire is going to work or not, but I'm definitely more excited about next season now than I would be if Johnny was still the coach. That is Bill in Commerce.
I think you saw more emotion in 3 minutes from Fitzgerald than you got in 2 years from Smith.
I was going to say 3 seconds.
Yeah,
but
it's just, look, it was a bad fit. You can't be that way at Michigan State. You have to identify with your customer base. And Jonathan Smith never did.
Can he recruit? Unclear. Will he have the resources? Unclear. But I think the money rumored to be donated and hiring of Fitzgerald means MSU is actually serious about winning.
Yeah. And again, the recruiting stuff, it matters to a point, but watch any interview with a coach who's halfway honest. Players aren't asking about the education. They're not asking about the scheme. They're asking what's the offer. Hate to break it to you.
Fitzgerald looks like an awesome hire for my Spartans, but if he does do great, we will only be a stepping stone for his next job.
Disagree.
Okay, but here's the thing.
It doesn't make any sense, by the way.
I don't think so, but let's look at the other side of that.
You realize he turned down the NFL? You realize he turned down Michigan at Northwestern? Factual. He turned them down in 2011. If Northwestern wasn't a stepping stone, why the hell would State be when State's a substantially better job? Sorry, Rico.
No. But here's the thing. Let's just say it is a stepping stone. You know what that means?
Who cares?
You're winning.
Yeah, exactly.
That means you're winning games. That means he's doing his job, that other teams are coveting your coach.
Who's the longest tenured coach in the Big Ten not named Kirk Ferentz? Who's a complete dinosaur? Name it.
Ryan Day.
Yeah, and when did he get hired?
19?
Yeah, whenever.
Yeah.
I can't remember when Urban left, but yeah.
19.
No, the point I'm making to you is nobody has tenure. The days of Joe Pa, Bo, Woody, Osborne, that's over.
Right.
Go around the country. Who the hell's been at their school a whole long time? Stepping stone, I'm with Rico. You either get fired or you win.
You outrun the masses. And you know what? Before you can fire me, I'm going to take this next job, and I'm going to be a hero here, and I'll be a hero there.
Go to Jay 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, buddy? How we doing today?
Not bad. Trying to work our way through this Fitzgerald stuff.
I am actually excited for the first time being a Spartan in years.
Okay.
I'm excited for the hire. I think it's the right hire. And honestly, with so much talk of no one will coach Michigan State, they're so far below everybody else. There's 27 jobs open. I thought it was pretty impressive that they hired who they did.
Yeah, Jay, I always laugh at stuff like that. Oh, my God, we can't fire Smith. Who will take the job? It's still one of the 15, 20, 25 best gigs in America. Like, if you can't find a coach as a place like Michigan State, shut it down.
Yeah, and they have money. And it's a question of what are they going to do with the money? And I completely agree with you. The number one thing has to be the stadium.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you plan on having people there, if you plan on having a representation that you are going to attempt to win championships, that stadium is so grossly overdue for some TLC. Come on. So, yes, that's a part of it.
I'm 48 years old. I went to school with you, and when I was a little kid, I remember going to the same Spartan Stadium.
That's exactly right.
I mean, and you have to do something. They have to do something.
Yeah, and it's got to be major. It's got to improve the fan experience. And again, you know, a lot of people, Jay, They laugh at it and go, well, why would you spend money on something that's used 7 times a year? Because what that does is draw in people to have a connectivity to the program. And if they feel connected, they'll be connected to their checkbook. One hand washes the other.
It's right in the middle of campus, too, and it's a representation of the school.
Exactly. And guess what? Right now, Jay, it's a perfect representation of the dysfunctionality that MSU football has been primarily over the last 50 years. It is. You have this. It's the centerpiece of campus, and it's a relic.
Right. They're building all around it, and now it looks like they're going to finally just update that. They just finished updating Munn.
We're playing the whole year at Ford Field.
Ford Field and Comerica Park.
Knock down the stadium. Let's go.
Well, they actually playing games at Ford Field, so I don't know how that would work.
It works. Don't worry about it. We'll just play after the Lions on Sunday nights.
What if they're playing Sunday night?
To hell with them. We'll play at 1 p.m. We'll just borrow the stadium for a year. They can knock down Spartan Stadium. It'll all work.
Wow.
Complete teardown.
That's going to be a little bit more than the billion.
We'll figure it out. 248-539-9797. You're right. My pricing was pre-COVID. I'm sorry. Let's go to
I'm trying to work with you, buddy. Like,
all right.
Tear down the whole thing.
It's a dream. Let's go to Brad, 97.1. Brad, what's going on, pal?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon, sir.
Thanks. Hey, let me start off by saying I'm an Indiana alum, but hey, I love Michigan State. All right, I loved it growing up, and I'm honestly a big fan. Love Tom Izzo. I think today Michigan State got kind of what we call the face of the franchise, and I also think that they're going to be able to identify with Pat Fitzgerald down the road. Not like they do with Izzo, but when you think of a college nowadays, you think of the football coach. And I think with his passion, his credibility, we know what happened there a little bit, but he's a leader of men. And I think that's definitely good for your program.
Yeah, and Brad, the thing too is look, if you take it on surface and you look at, okay, the hazing, explain how it gets settled, and the school apologizes. That's not how settlements work.
Well,
like I wouldn't be shocked he got damn near $100 million out of that deal. Because everything you hear, he scored huge on that. The AD and the president got launched out of a cannon for firing him. I don't know.
Yep. No. That's going to be an after.
Now, here's my question for you, Brad. Let's get to brass tacks. Are you going to beat the Buckeyes on Saturday or what? Let's talk about it.
Oh, boy.
Come on.
I think, you know what? I'm 60-40, and my guys are going to kick me in the nuts for this, but I think Ohio State, we're better than last year with when we came into Notre Dame, but we got a lot. We got a lot to learn. It is going to be a home game, but
yes.
but this is what I think can help, and maybe the contract's already there and things. But when Siggs came in, all right, he did well. But when they gave him the next contract, I don't know if you guys know this, but he had it written in the contract that their assistant coaches have to be top 5 paid, that they have to have NIL, what they wanted, and they also had to have assurances written in his contract that the stadium will be kept up with basically the best of the best. And, he came in from James Madison. Everybody was, oh, my God. But this is where I worry about Fitzgerald a little bit, okay? James Madison, say what you want about it, but that dude won. Okay, and he brought over Sarath and Pons and Black.
He brought over 14 players.
Hey, Brad, here's the thing. Yeah. You guys go out there and you beat Ohio State, and I'll give Mendoza my Heisman.
I'm going to tell you, Brad, now are you going Saturday?
I will indeed. And Heisman Mendoza, well, I got a feeling that he's going to be pretty. Hey, back to what you say. We went out, we got the best quarterback on the market.
Amen.
We're not afraid to spend anymore.
No, by the way, you got the table at St. Elmo's or what? What's the story?
Hey, you always get the shrimp cocktail.
Okay.
You always get
making sure.
If you don't go to St. Elmo's, you're not a Hoosier.
That's your joint.
That's my spot. But Brad, you waited your whole damn life for an opportunity like this. Go do the damn job.
God.
Buckeyes haven't played anybody all year. You went to Oregon and won. Don't forget that. Go win the damn game. Let's go. We're all Hoosiers Saturday. Let's go. Crimson and cream.
We better be.
Let's wear the pants. The little stripes on them. Let's go.
Well, the candy stripes won't be out. Put it that way.
You deserve it. You waited your whole life for this. Come on. I'm rooting for Indiana, damn it. I love that psychopath. He's nuts, but I dig him.
I'm also rooting for him, but Brad needs to calm down. No one knew Mendoza was going to be this good.
No, he was the #1 quarterback in the portal.
But no one knew he was going to be this good.
David, what's this good exactly?
I just need him to relax. That's all.
You know what? Maybe if your school was more concerned with winning than kissing the ass of an 18-year-old from an overrated high school, maybe you too could be an Indy Saturday.
I'd say he wasn't the East Side Undertaker.
There you go.
Yeah,
He wanted the Alpha and Omega.
Hand $15 million to a kid who threw for 60 yards Saturday, and you're knocking Mendoza?
I'm knocking his
You're a problem.
enthusiasm.
You're a
Relax.
real problem.
But beat OSU, please.
I'm rooting like hell for Indiana. I just think it would be fun, okay?
A home field for them. I mean, they're 40 minutes from campus.
Here, do this for me. Who the hell did Ohio State play? Who'd they play?
Michigan.
What the hell does that mean? Michigan stinks.
Stop it.
They stink.
Okay, you know what?
Michigan got put through the mattress by the only 3 teams they played.
But that is not what Gus and Joel told me, okay? They told me all
You
game.
know what? Because Gus is probably hanging out with Abdul Carter. That's how he does his broadcasts.
Oh. Come on, man.
That's what he sounds like. Until Bryce throws an interception, and then Gus went to like stall 3. Would he have a digestive issue? He disappeared from that damn broadcast because he's unprofessional.
He was a lot less verbose.
Guy kicks a 26-yard field goal. Pure. Who acts this way?
This is the game, partner.
Right.
Let's go down to an all-American girl.
Oh, boy. All right. Time's running out to get your health insurance for 26. If you're waiting, that's a bad move. Call Mike Pepper. Only time you can change your coverage. Open enrollment does end soon. Let Mike get to work for you. Mike's got 30 years of experience in the game, and open enrollment is here. If you want coverage for 26 or you want to change your current plan you're not happy with, contact Mike now. Call him, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, let's touch table on some football. Then we'll get back to the Lions. Top of the hour at 5. Mr. Rico Beard. Abdul, please.
Not Abdul. You know what, Mike? I'm going to start this off with this question. Michigan State just had in their 27th coach in Pat Fitzgerald. He had the jersey and everything out there. Serious question. If the money is right and everything goes, how long before Michigan State should be seeing their name in the college football playoff pecking order? Like, you see them.
Buddy, I don't even know how to answer that. I think
a few
how about
years?
this? Yeah, like if everything's right, do I believe it could happen? Yes.
Like 3 years, 4 years?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, what are we doing here? Like, how about this? If you do this right, it's not year 1. But by year 2, I'd like to think you could get to late October, early November and be playing games that are relevant to whether you can make the playoff or not. Like, yeah, by year 2, I don't want to have 2 losses before the leaves turn. It's not acceptable. Okay. So that's what you're paying for.
Right. No.
I don't know what to say.
No. You answered it well. David, you want to chime in? Fake Michigan fan?
No, year 2 makes sense that you go into November. If maybe a game or two that matters. You're on that graphic, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't know how to answer it. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, because we had the expectations for Jonathan Smith, and he was going the other direction. So at what point do you expect to see MSU's name, even if it's like on the outside of like 13th or 14th, but they're close? So,
bro, we just finished 1-8 in the conference. I don't know.
Well, and the key thing you said is if everything is right, the NIL,
correct,
assist, everything is right there. So yeah.
All right, now let's talk about some teams. There's a method to the madness. Let's talk about some teams that everything is going right for them. Guys, give me the chances or the odds, because tonight we find out the latest college football playoff poll that these teams can work their way into the playoffs. I'm not going to give you the favorites. I'm going to give you the fringe teams. Let me know if they can work themselves in. Let's start off with Notre Dame.
The brand will get them in. They're going to get in over Miami, even though Miami beat them. Why? Because the ACC's trash, and I think they want every Italian and Irish Catholic in America to watch that game. I think Notre Dame's getting in, and I think they've positioned it as such.
Mike, we've had the discussion. We've talked about it, how rivalry games won't matter anymore because you lose a game, you may be back. The fact that Notre Dame will get in over Miami and they beat them, please.
David, the sooner you get to a point where you understand this is the WWE, the better off you'll be. None of this is real.
All right, for the next one, we'll invite Paul Serra in because you guys brought it up. The U, Miami. Is there a path Miami can make their way into the college football playoffs?
I don't think they're going to, unfortunately. I wish they would. They beat Notre Dame. They should be getting in over Notre Dame, but they did lose to SMU and Louisville, and it's their own fault, and I hate Mario Cristobal.
There you go. I mean, talk about Mario Cristobal is a huge moron. He's not wrong, by the way. SMU's no damn good. And Louisville, please.
Is there a way Duke can make it in here?
No. Okay. In fact, that is that's the Chernobyl event for the ACC if Duke beats Virginia.
Yeah, it is.
Because neither team will be ranked, which means the Happy Action Fun Time team of the G5 gets in, and the ACC gets left out.
So we get 2 G5 teams in or just one?
I don't know. Don't look at me. Why don't you find Paul Heyman or Jimmy the Mouth of the Heart? Mouth of the South Heart.
That would be the worst, like a 5-loss team.
Bobby Heenan? I mean, that's the only stuff missing from this.
The committee should just do what's right and just leave the ACC out of this.
It's a bad conference.
It is.
Okay, well, that's why if I ran this thing, the ACC's out in total. I'm not putting 2 G5 teams in.
Correct.
And I'm going to consider strength of schedule. Now, I'm not going to sit here and stump for Texas. You lost to Florida. The point I'm making is they played OSU. They have more quality wins. They just beat Texas A&M. If I put Texas on a field against James Madison, who's winning? If I put Texas on a field against any of the crap from the ACC, like when will the playoff just start putting the best teams in?
And that's what I was going to say. Texas. Can you make a case for Texas?
I could make it. I'm not going to die on the hill because they lost to Florida. The point is they played the toughest schedule in America. They won some of those games. It should matter to a point. That's all I'm saying. And if you want to keep Texas out, keep them out. Put somebody else in. Don't give me this Duke, Virginia garbage.
Well, I was about to say, what about Virginia?
Get out. Get out.
Is there a case you
Send
can
them
make
to
for
Brazil.
They're going there.
They're the luckiest team in America. They've won 4 games where they had like a win expectancy of under 25%. They're garbage. No.
How about a coach that, well, maybe losing their coach to Penn State in BYU?
I mean, if they win the Big 12, they're getting in. Because the win over Texas Tech, they will have had to play Tech twice.
So what if they lose?
They're out.
Can the Big 12 send 2 teams?
They're soaked, which they may enjoy. But the point is, they're out. They're all wet. Sit.
You over here headbutting refs.
Hey, when's the Big Ten going to chime in on Michigan players headbutting officials?
You know what? I actually talked to somebody. They're not.
Up next, Will Golston got suspended again.
They're going to act like, wow. They're going to act like it never happened.
Got it.
What headbutting?
Just like the cheating.
Hey, Sharon Moore said the referee grabbed him and he startled his player.
Oh, got it.
You know what? Never mind.
Okay.
Leave it alone.
Guys, can you make a case Vandy can make the college football playoffs?
No, because if I'm taking another SEC team, Texas over Vandy. Better schedule, better wins, beat them head-to-head, and the game wasn't close. That was a ridiculous empty calories comeback by Vandy. Plus, America can't handle the Pavillas on national TV. His 2 brothers, the mom, it's too much. No, they're out.
Yeah, no, they're not going to make it. I do just love having them in a conversation. Vandy and Indy. I'm like,
why? Jim Costa
amazing.
says they should just be happy winning 7 games. What a dopey opinion that is.
So
they're not in it. No.
If given the choice, if you had to choose between one, Notre Dame and Miami, who's in? Not who America wants.
Oh, they're both fake. I would lean towards Miami because they beat them on the square in a game, and that should matter. But they're both fake. Notre Dame played 2 teams, got beat by both of them. And look, we already talked about poor Paul's team. I mean, I don't care. Spin a wheel. Maybe do like a Bob Barker showcase showdown. Who gets in? I don't care.
I'm going to go Texas. I don't know. I don't want either in.
Really? Okay.
That's why an 8-team playoff is where it should have stopped. And I know Rico agrees.
Yep.
All right. That's your college football blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Pat Fitzgerald officially announced as the head coach of MSU football today. He was asked about his hunger level since sitting out. Per Pete Thamel, BYU football coach Lonnie Sitake plans to stay at the school. This after reports linked him as the main target for the Penn State job. Pistons off until
nobody wants your job, Penn State.
Ouch! Pistons are off until tomorrow. They received a couple of acknowledgments today. JB Bickerstaff tabbed the Eastern Conference Coach of the Month. Kate Cunningham, the Player of the Month. That marks the first Piston to do so since Chauncey Billups. Lions back in the practice field today without Amon-Ra St. Brown. He says his ankle is feeling better. Unsure whether he'll play this week. Taylor Decker and Penei Sewell were also missing. Sewell now has a shoulder injury before he was dealing with an ankle. The MLB winter meeting started Monday. According to MLB Network's JP Morosi, current Rays closer Pete Fairbanks, good sign before then, and the Tigers, Marlins, and Blue Jays are all interested. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have everybody with us. Odyssey.com, rewind. You missed anything. We did a lot of talk about Pat Fitzgerald, gave some of the audio. Happy to take those phone calls. Look, I think, Rico, would it be fair if I described you and I as open-minded to this?
Very open-minded.
We are certainly not yelling to the rafters that we've just landed football Jesus.
And not going to say this is the worst hire ever.
Yeah,
you should have got so-and-so. He would have been so much better.
Which I always laugh at. But also, look, it comes down to what NIL support is he going to get? Show me the staff. If we're sitting here in a week and Phil Parker has been stolen from Iowa to come back home to MSU, maybe they add Max Bowl as the linebacker coach in D.C. in waiting. You show me a high-powered, $2.5, $3 million offensive coordinator. Hey, then we can start to believe. I know for you, it's all about it's not the X's and the O's, it's the Jimmy and the Joes.
Right, it's the Jimmys and the Joes. And if you tell me that, hey, you convinced Jason Candle to quit being the head coach of Toledo and he's OC now. Okay.
See, that I wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, because ultimately, how could you tolerate living in Toledo that long? Right. I really don't think that's possible.
Right.
But also, if you're Jason Candle, what's it gotten you?
Nothing.
That's you may as well.
Right.
Make more money being the OC at State. I wouldn't mind it.
Right. That's all. You pay him enough money.
Just don't give me any of that Daquan Finn nonsense. You can keep that.
It's Daquan.
Which also means terrible in Portuguese.
Hey,
he's not good, Rico. Sorry, but he's in the portal again.
You know what? Spartan, dual threat.
No. Yeah, the dual threat is fumble or turn or pick.
Yep. Watch your mouth.
All right. The other news of the day, and you can call in about the Fitzgerald thing. We're happy to do it. We talk Lions, and look, I gave you a something or nothing, and I want to just consult my notes real quick. You tell me, first of all, something or nothing. I'm glad Rieger's here for this. I see him behind the glass. I see the lights bouncing off his bald head. But pre-October 29th, Aiden Hutchinson, 6 sacks, 50 pressures, 27% win rate. After October 29th, 2.5 sacks. One of them shouldn't even count because it took 10 seconds against the Giants. 14 pressures and a 13% win rate. October 29th is the day he signed his contract. Before money, after money. Might be something, might be nothing, but it's a talking point. Here's the bottom line as Dallas comes to town. The Detroit Football Lions rank dead last in the NFL in average time to pressure and the opponent's time to throw. Dead last. Yet, they have a top 10 blitz rate.
Which means they bring the pressure.
Which means your secondary's been really good, considering this is what you're offering. So the Aiden portion of this, but it lends itself to the following. The ultimate indictment on Brad Holmes is that Aiden is playing 93% of snaps. That's insane. Why is that? Because your know-it-all GM has openly mocked the idea, you guys want an edge rusher. Why do we need another one? We have Aiden. look at the people you've surrounded Aiden with. I'm going to defend Aiden in this regard because, A, I never thought he was great. I didn't do what you guys did. I said he's good. He is a good ball player. And
but
again,
he needs help.
And again, if your reaction is, oh, then why'd you pay him? Because you have to. Well, why'd you pay him that much? Because you have to.
Why'd you pay him so soon?
Didn't have to. But my point is, you might have saved money. The idea is you have to reinvest. Bob Muhammad, Onwuzurike, Pascal, Davenport. What are we doing here?
Just like how his name is now officially Bob Muhammad. But yes, you're right.
Aquadine?
Your general manager decided, no, I mean, he came on the airwaves. We have one. We have Hutch. We don't need anybody else. And I don't think he believes that. And I think he believes that to his core. He's going to show you it's going to work. It's not. Hutch is a type of player that I think if you added somebody else, you would get so much more out of him.
Or out of the other side. Or out of the other side.
Right. Because it will be a pick your poison. Whereas now, teams are just like, yeah, I think we could scheme this up. And it's working so far. He doesn't have the impact that Parsons has. He doesn't have, he's not Myles Garrett. But unfortunately, he's making that type of money. So you expect that type of productivity, fair or unfair. And this is where we are right now, where you're looking at the stuff. And Mike, the numbers that you're saying, but before contract, better numbers than after contract.
And it's, hey, listen, I put it out there. It's a little tongue in cheek. It's a conversation point. It does highlight how terrible he's been the last month. But also, I do believe most of the smoke should go towards Brad Holmes. Brad Holmes has been arrogant. He's been defiant. Newsflash, if this season continues the way it's going, you won't make the playoffs if it keeps going that way. We'll do more on that tomorrow. Dallas coming to town specifically, if you're going to be dead last in football in allowing quarterbacks time, here's the problem. And this is where, for the Aiden devotees, I need you to hear me. Stop quoting, he's number one in the league in pressures. If I'm juxtaposing that with you're dead last in how much time you allow other quarterbacks, then what value is the pressure? It's nothing. That sack against the Giants, it took 17 seconds. You could have watched an episode of Boy Meets World. He still wouldn't have got to the quarterback. So look, this is an issue. And if you want more, go look at Kansas City. And you go, what the hell does Kansas City have to do with this? Do you know why they're going to miss the playoffs? It's not the offense. They can't rush the passer. The Chiefs do not have a pass rush. So look, I'm not writing the team off, but the Aiden thing, we do not allow a fake defense of this guy. I don't care if he's from Plymouth. I don't care if he went to U of M. I don't care if you like the eye black. I don't care if you enjoy the Boondelay Save ads. I don't care. It is about the production. Now, my thing is this. These are not ad hominem attacks. I'm actually defending him because A, I don't put him on a pedestal. And B, it's about the GM. It's about a faulty plan. Go look at that defensive line. Go look at the numbers. The singular worst pass rush in football. But we're number 8 in sacks. Again, time to pressure. Quarterback time to throw.
But he got the sack that killed the Giants and ended the game.
Because Jameis sat down and ordered a Jersey Mike's.
Bro,
like, come on, dude.
When you hear how the tackle was like, it ain't like I pushed him up the field and the play, like you said, the play went so long, he circled back.
Look, outside of Aiden's little spin move, what other repertoire is he displaying? And here's the other thing teams are starting to get very comfortable doing with Aiden. Oh, you want to run yourself upfield? Cool, we'll go on a journey with you. Go ahead.
And we'll go right to that spot where
run yourself right out of the play, big boy. So look, to me, he could turn it on at any point. If you want to hold him to the standard he's paid like Myles Garrett, therefore I need Myles, you'll never be happy. My point is, invest in this kid. You already gave him his money. Help him. He shouldn't be playing 93% of snaps. That's insane. Insane. Now, through stretches like the playoffs, must-win games, cool. What'd the pack show you on Thanksgiving Day? Parsons was out there more. But in general, he plays about 65% of snaps. He played about 90 on Thanksgiving. Why? It's a gotta-have-it game. I gotta have it. I think if this year is going to produce something positive other than this miraculous Super Bowl run, maybe it'll be people taking Brad Holmes off the pedestal, putting the bathwater back in the refrigerator that they sip out of, and we need to have a conversation about the job you're actually doing.
So less villain, dressing up as the villain and actually getting some productivity.
Well, that 2024 draft class is pretty villainous. Terrion Arnold's dead. Rakestraw's dead. Manu doesn't know how to play football. You want me to keep going?
The one after that, I don't know.
And then this year's class, look, Tyleek has been fine. And I do think that's part of the reason they want to get Aleem McNeil at the other end, which is faulty, is to get Tyleek on the field a little more.
Okay. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong because I see one of the picks that you traded away is Jalen Phillips.
I'm never going to win the argument with you, so you're not wrong. I just choose to view it on surface. You traded a lot to get Tesla. He's had 5 catches. Please spare me. Ratledge, I think, can be a good player. But overall, when you look comprehensively at the last 2 draft classes, these guys aren't helping you win games. That's your depth. Remember when Brad said, well, it's going to be hard for a lot of these draft picks to make the team. We have so many good players. Hold on. Because the minute one receiver got hurt, I had to look at Tom Kennedy, who's like a modern-day David Kirkus. We're good.
He's back.
248-539-9797. So if you want to talk Fitz, we can do it. You want to talk Lions, those stats, is it an indictment on Holmes? Where do you stand with Hutch? It's all there. Cowboys coming to town on Thursday. Yeah, man, it's chips to the middle of the table. Win, you got a shot. Lose, you're done. Period. 248-539-9797. All right, America's place to watch football. Stadium Swims, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen right in the heart of Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Hey, I just received a missive, and I shouted Will Birchfield out because I thought he was great last night on Lions Review, talking about Kirby Joseph and giving kind of a look behind the curtain. Kirby, generally a really positive guy, really dejected, limping off the field at practice, basically just saying my knee is effed, and surgery's not going to help. I got to just trust God. That doesn't sound like I was going to play Thursday. Also was not out there, but Will just sent me something. Because I don't have social media, but he sent me something he put out there just to prove my point with Hutch in this D-line. So Birchie said the following: the Lions combined for 17 pressures last week, which I also think is Boulder Dash, but 0 sacks. The Packers had 15 pressures, but 3 sacks. How? Birchfield writes. Jordan Love had 2.5 plus seconds to throw on 2/3 of his dropbacks. Goff on less than half of his. Jameis Winston had 2.5 seconds or more on 75% of his dropbacks the week prior. So again, I tell you, you are a man coverage team. If you are allowing a quarterback that much time, you are putting your secondary in an impossible spot, and it renders your pressures useless. Pressures that take 2.5, 3, or in case of Jameis Winston, he had 3.22 seconds per throw. If you take 3.22 seconds to pressure the quarterback, that stat is null and void to me.
Not a real pressure.
No, that's where people got to stop touching their own chandelier about Hutch. PFF. The pressures don't matter when they take 4 seconds. That Collinsworth grift. 248-539-9797.
No, it's the eyeball test. I mean, when you watch certain games, okay, this guy is a disruptive force. Unfortunately, when you watch Hutch play, it's almost like, okay, is he out there? Because he's not making that big of an impact.
There's a couple of games in the last month you have every right to say, did he play today? Yeah. That Giants game, anyone celebrating, he ended the game. Go watch that play. Are you kidding me? Aleem McNeil caused that sack, not him. Go to Drew, 97.1. Drew, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, fellas?
How you doing, boss?
Hey. I'm hanging in there, man. It's been a rough month with this team. I just have to say, I lay all of this blame at Brad Holmes' feet. And I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I just think that the way he's navigated this roster, I feel like he thought when he got us to the NFC Championship game with a 17-point lead that we ended up blowing, that was the pinnacle for this team. Hey, you guys haven't had nothing for 50 years. You should be happy that you got this far. And now I'm going to run this team the way I'm going to run this team. We don't need to improve it. We're going to build for the future. But the future was now. I mean, we were 30 minutes away from going to the big show. And it's the fact that he didn't add anybody. I mean, okay, so he had a great couple drafts his first 2 years with the team. But after the NFC Championship game appearance, can you name me one guy that jumped off the page that he drafted?
I want to make sure I answer this accurately. You're saying after
last year's draft and the year before?
Oh, no.
Exactly. So, I mean, why are we – I just think we anointed this guy a genius.
Yeah, if you wanted to say – if you wanted to say mahogany, but I'd be real careful about that.
Yeah, right. I mean, he's hurt, and when he was in there, he showed like he might have a future, okay? But
I'm more concerned not with the drafts, but with free agency and trades.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you didn't get it in the draft – I mean, you had a Ragnow that was teetering on retirement for 3 years, did nothing there. And then when he finally pulls the cord, you're sitting there holding the bag, and you got a rookie you're trying to put in the center, and you got a guy that was a horrible PPF report last year trying to take over that spot.
Yeah.
So what do you think is going to happen?
Drew, I think the other thing that's interesting, too, and we'll never get the full story, I understand the player had an intent on wanting to go home, right? Kevin Zeitler going to Tennessee.
Yep.
To me, that's a move where you just have to pay more to keep the player. And again, if the player said no, we'll never get the full story on that.
Right.
But that was a grave error. That's a veteran, a Pro
that
Bowler.
That was one of the off-season moves I liked that he did after the NFC Championship game. We brought him in.
Yeah, because Zeitler
was a big move.
At the time, I told you, I was pissed the Giants let him go. Zeitler was very good for my team. and we just let him, because my team is dopey. We let him go. That was a really nice signing for you. No,
Yeah,
Drew,
you kind of broke down your Giants. I feel for you, man. I'm not gonna make fun of you no more. I'm done, man.
5 and 25 our last 30. Hey, did you see our kicker?
I'm done.
What was that last night?
Bruh,
I've never seen it. Yeah. Never seen that.
I have, if you're a big Charlie Brown fan.
That hurts. We'll go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm calling from Little Rock, Arkansas. How you fellas doing?
Hey.
Tom, doing great, pal. What's on your mind?
Well, I want to talk real briefly about the Fitz hiring. I want to give you a little bit of background about me. First of all, listen to you guys online. It's enjoyable listening to you. We got nothing but a bunch of homers down here in Arkansas when it comes to the Razorbacks, and so it's nice to listen to somebody who's actually honest about things.
Thank you.
By the way, that take you had about Iowa last hour,
yes,
that was hilarious.
Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you.
That was hilarious. Hey, listen, I've been a Spartan fan since 1965. I am 70 years old.
Wow.
To my first Spartan game when I was 9 years old. Still a Spartan fan. Will always be a Spartan fan. Been a season ticket holder now for about 18 years. And going to the basketball game Saturday night. Got season tickets to basketball as well, so I come up there a lot.
Fantastic.
What's that?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so all I just wanted to say was I think the Fitzgerald hire is pretty good. I'm not 100% excited about it, but it could have been a lot worse. And think about this for a second. Can any of you tell me when the last time Michigan State beat Notre Dame, Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan in the same year?
I believe it would be 1999.
You are absolutely correct. And they play all four of those teams in 2027. So wouldn't that be nice if Fitz can get this program turned around and beat all four of those teams in 2 years?
All we need is guys like Julian Peterson and Plaxico Burress. And
yes, yes.
Now, fortunately, you can have that if you're willing to spend about $40 million.
You're right about that. You're right about that. We can only dream, right?
At this point, maybe you can go get all their kids.
Yeah. Anyway, so I appreciate it. I listen to you all the time. This is the first time I've ever tried to call in.
Hey, Tommy, I appreciate
you know
it.
what, Tom? How about this? Keep calling back.
Yeah, and I'll give you your Razorback minute. That's a terrible hire of Ryan Silverfield. Guy was.
I would agree with that. He was at Memphis for 6 years.
There you go. Never won the conference.
To not make a championship game in 6 years is pretty dreadful.
That's right. And you got FedEx money. Everybody else is getting that 50-cent burrito at the bodega. And you got FedEx money, and you can't win the American? Now, I'm not telling you Arkansas need to stay with Sam Pittman or keep old neck brace Bobby Petrino, but you got to do better than that.
That's still the funniest thing.
What?
The neck brace.
Oh, neck braces all time.
Looking like he was a lobster in the neck brace.
All time. Go to Marty. 97.1. Marty, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Mike. And I can't agree with you more that Brad Holmes has to be held accountable for this. And you hit it right on the head. Not only the last two drafts, but free agents and trades. I mean, Jalen Phillips, we could have used him. He would have helped for Hutch. And then in the offseason, he didn't get anybody for a backup center that we knew Ragnow was going to potentially be on his way out. He's got the smartest guy in the room complex, and I've had it.
Marty, I'm with you. And again, I'm not the one who did the receipt segment. Right? I'm not the one who has the villain shirt. I'm not playing dress up at the draft. I didn't come on the station and basically mock the thought of acquiring a defensive end. You know, he's got to own the things he's done. Now, he's done a nice job setting a foundation here, but part of that job is to be a Howie Roseman and get this thing over the finish line. And that offseason last year, we were all worried about it. True. Then you lose 100%. Coordinators. Oh, you got to blame Dan Campbell. You hired a bad OC in John Morton. That's why you took his job. And now you relied on injured people who are now injured. And your defensive line is, according to the stats, the worst in football at the most important thing, going and getting the quarterback. You just got to own it. It's no different, Marty. Marty, I gotta let you go because it sounds like you're in an Amtrak or something. Right. But like the whole point is, I don't care what you do for a living. Like with our show. If we go out and make bad personnel decisions and ratings and revenue tank, we are accountable to that. Along with people who sit in the offices who, well, the few days managers here, they are accountable. You don't get to just bleep about and there's no accountability. Yes.
No. I'm just listening to you pontificate.
You want to take one more call?
Yeah.
I'm excited for you, by the way.
Why is that?
David told me they're presenting you with your donor Spartan head tonight against Iowa.
Okay.
That's exciting.
Okay.
Let's go to Jody, 97.1. Jody, how you doing? Jody?
Oh, yeah. How you doing?
Good, Jody. What's going on?
I mean, you guys just been on point all day, so I'm kind of completely agreeing with y'all with most of the things that y'all saying, referring to the Lions.
Sure.
But I just got one little riffle with y'all about Tesla. I don't think it's fair to judge Tesla yet, because, I mean, he only got 5 completions, but he also got 3 touchdowns. That's a good ratio.
Jody, let me be clear. I think he's got potential to be a really good football player. The problem is what he does in 26, 27, 28. That ain't helping me now. And to Rico's point, let's say you use that 3rd-round pick on another offensive lineman. Let's say you used it on a defensive lineman. That player is helping you right now.
Or, Jody, let's think about this. You traded away your 2 third-round picks for next year that you got. That could be more depth. That could be more pieces, because right now you see you need more. They're gone.
But when you're saying it like that, you're absolutely right, because the defensive line and the offensive line stinks.
Yes.
And that's the whole reason we're going through a lot of things. But also, I just want to say something about Dan Campbell, then I'm going to let you guys go.
Go ahead.
I think Dan Campbell has to do an ego check, because I just feel like he's too cocky for certain times and certain positions of the game. I don't
100%.
think he's a bad coach. I think he's a great coach.
Hey, newsflash. Last year, you were batting about 80% on 4th down, okay? You're still top 5 in the league and going for it, but you're outside the top 20 and converting it. Jody, he's absolutely – you can't do what you were doing because you aren't who you used to be.
I don't have that same confidence that, they'll get this. Now it's like, ooh.
And by the way, we're getting
your eyes.
a couple of callers. No one's given up on Brad Holmes. Mike in Detroit, I see you, but we're up against it. No one giving up on him. But there does need to be a little pivot here now. Brad has every right to fix this thing. But if you show me another offseason where it's the Marcus Davenport Memorial, my head's going to explode.
Or you drafted another wide receiver or another project.
Oh, dear God.
Oh, boy.
Take him to church.
All righty. Hey, guys, you've heard me talk about my partnership with Fanatics Sportsbook. It's their one-of-a-kind fair play injury protection covering all first-half pro football injuries. But did you know fair play covers first-half pro basketball injuries as well? That's right. But that's why it's no better place to bet than Fanatics Sportsbook. Monday night proved my point again. Phoenix at L.A. All-star guard goes down. You know who I'm talking about, with a lower body injury in the first quarter and did not return for the rest of the game. Fanatics Fair Play voided all pro prop bets across the straight parlays and same game parlays instantly. Some books protect your bet for the first quarter. Some do nothing. But not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they're flipping losing bets into winning bets for the whole pro basketball season. I've got the numbers right here. Fanatics Sportsbook Fair Play policy saved 32% of the single game parlays. Don't wait for that bad beat with other books. Bet with the book that always has your back. That's Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning, man, it hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.